authentic conversations about ourselves and our community, exploring topics that uplift and inspire us. From personal growth to social change. So grab your teacup and get ready to join the conversation. Okay. Okay. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Welcome, sippers. Welcome. I hadn't put my stream. So anyway, hope you guys are having a wonderful Tuesday afternoon. I am having a great day so far. Things are rolling into the second week of the Diddy trial. Sorry I couldn't be here yesterday. I had some important things to do, but I came live last night and we sipped some tea from the Nottoway station burning and also the New Orleans jail convicted prisoners that should have been transported to prison break, right? So we got into all things of that. So I have been giving y'all all the tea. And I thank you guys for supporting me. So definitely I'm going to share my screen and start Sean Diddy trial. Start it up. Let's get into it.
Far this week and what's ahead. So yesterday, Chris, we heard from some former friends of Cassie Ventura, Diddy's ex-girlfriend, including one friend, Carrie Morgan. You say her testimony was the most important of the trial so far.
Yes, Carrie testified that she was her best friend and told her, you need to get out of this relationship. You need to leave.
Okay, so have we already had testimony? See, like I said yesterday, guys, I was busy with my own matters of affairs, okay? But I will go live as much as I possibly can to keep all of the sippers up to date with what's going on with Diddy's trial. So we had the best friend. I knew she was going to be testifying, right? I just don't know when. Now we know. Did she testify yesterday? Okay, we got to get into all things Miss Carrie's testimony.
She said, I can't. He controls my career, my apartment, my car, everything, and I cannot leave. That ties everything together so far for the government. It brings her to the point where she can't get out. She's stuck in this relationship, and it ties. So it brings into everything in that the government needed and ties that all together with the trafficking. So it's what the government needed to tie their case together so far.
A lot of the testimony has focused on violence, and the defense has repeatedly said, you know, he's not on trial for being a domestic abuser, but violence is still important to show because that could go toward the force and coercion aspect of a sex trafficking charge, right?
Yes, and that's why I think Carrie Morgan's testimony was so impactful yesterday to that element that they're trying to bring that in together, that she was stuck here. It's not that this was just not just that he's a violent person. It's that she was trapped in this as a prisoner, if you will, in this relationship that she couldn't get out of. That, I think, was the most important part of her testimony.
And one of them even testified, I think it was Carrie Morgan, that she was assaulted by Combs and paid $30,000, and discrepancy over, like, was that Combs' money? Did Cassie Ventura give her that money?
So I think it's no doubt it was Combs' money, but the key to that was Combs assaulted her with a chair or a coat hanger or something, but it was Ventura that went to her.
That is called guerrilla pimping, okay? That is called guerrilla pimping. Let me open up the chat, Sipper, so I can see who's here and who's dropping those teacups, okay? Remember to drop your teacups. When you come in and get your teacup filled up, please remember to like and subscribe, okay? When a guy, hits you with something of like a coat hanger, it leaves something like a welt on you as if you have been burned, right? It like welts up almost like a burn. So in the streets, they call that guerrilla pimping on a girl. Okay, so if he beat her with a hammer, Diddy was on his guerrilla pimping that day. He thought he was in his guerrilla pimping shit.
With a non-disclosure agreement, offered her the $30,000 in exchange for signing a non-disclosure agreement. Now that really, I think, bodes well for the defense, because it wasn't Combs' attorney that went to her. It was Ventura that went to her and said, "Hey, here's 30 grand, sign this non-disclosure agreement. You can't talk about this anymore." So that really that helps the defense more than it helps the prosecution.
We also expect the assistant to Combs, this man, David James, to continue testifying today. And then we're also expecting to hear from Cassie Ventura's mother. What might she do to help the prosecution, and what might help the defense with her testimony?
So just looking ahead, I think that you're going to hear her mother testify that she had talked with her about what was going on, that she was aware of the abuse and the fact that Combs had her trapped, if you will, in this relationship that she couldn't get out of. She's got this huge record deal that she signed with his company, and he was holding that over her head. She couldn't get out of this relationship. On cross, I think you're gonna see a little bit more pushback on cross with her, a little bit more aggression on cross. You knew this was going on, yet you didn't do anything. You're her mother. So why didn't you go in there with the police? Why didn't you get lawyers? Why didn't you do the things necessary as a mother to get her out of this situation?
Those are all questions we've been asking.
Why didn't you go charging over there with the police and do something about this? And yet you didn't, because you liked the money. And that, I think, is going to be a pretty stern cross-examination.
That is exactly what I speculated. The reason why Cassie's mother never entered the group chat up until now that we are aware of is because she was also in like a Tina Turner situation, right? Where if you guys seen the movie with Angela Bassett as she played the Tina Turner character, Tina Turner's mother was, very intrigued and engulfed with the fame, the money, the homes, the cars, the coats, the jewelry, the trips, things like that, right? She's like, just let him be a man. He ain't doing nothing but being a man. Let him be a man, girl. You do what you need to do. Keep on keeping on up with this lifestyle. Okay, so like Tina Turner's mother, she was intrigued and moved by the money.
At some point, we should hear from some sort of a psychologist too, probably, right? That the prosecution will bring in and just to detail, what happens in the minds of alleged victims of sex trafficking.
There's going to have to be an expert that the government's going to bring in. It's going to have to say, this is what happens when you're a victim like this that's trapped in this relationship that feels they cannot get out. And to tie this together for the jury, because a lot of people are thinking and just naturally thinking, if this is that bad, you just get up and go. And you've already heard several times, even in her cross-examination, that she made the conscious choice to go to this freak-off. Well, if you're trapped in a relationship, you don't decide, I'm going over there. If it's that bad, you say, I'm not coming. I'm just not going over there. And so it's hard for a juror, an average person, to say, I'm going to go over there and engage in this. If you need that expert to explain that to you.
Okay, Chris Whitaco, our senior.
Okay, that is exactly what we needed to get the day started, all right? So, as we were saying last week, right, Sippers, that we were looking for the prosecution to bring in a psychologist, right? Psychiatrist, somebody to explain more of what this Stockholm syndrome would look like in Cassie's case, perhaps, okay? So now we're going to get into who testified. They said, a Carrie? Okay, Carrie testified in the Diddy trial. Let's go ahead and look at some tea on that, okay? Ooh. Her name is Carrie Morgan. She's a Caucasian woman alleged to be Cassie.
We're monitoring testimony in the federal courtroom in the Sean Diddy Combs trafficking trial. No cameras inside of that courtroom, but on the stand this afternoon is Carrie Morgan, a former best friend of Cassie Ventura, who testified all last week. Morgan says she saw Combs assault Cassie Ventura several times, and someone who's been keeping us updated there on the ground is our Court TV legal correspondent, Kelly Craft. Kelly, so glad to have you, especially since we can't see what's going on inside. But what is the latest with Carrie Morgan testifying?
Julia and Ted. So everyone's just making their way back inside the New York City courthouse after a very short lunch break. So people are just making their way in. As soon as court resumes, the direct examination of Carrie Morgan will continue. Carrie Morgan, the former friend of Cassie Ventura, who said that once Sean Diddy Combs assaulted her, their friendship stopped. So what did she say about that particular assault? She said that she was at her house, that Combs had come over demanding that she tell him who Cassie was cheating on him with. He became angry, grabbed her around the neck, and then ended up hitting her with a wooden hanger. Shortly after that, this was about a month after that, her and Cassie met up at a pizzeria. And Cassie, according to her testimony, told her that you're overblowing this, because she now had hired an attorney. Carrie Morgan had hired an attorney. Cassie said, you're exaggerating this. She then had her friend sign a non-disclosure agreement and said Sean Combs will be giving you $30,000. So that's some of the testimony that was taking place before the lunch break took place. Now we're making our way back in. We do have some other testimony we can put up for you on the screen. So we're bringing it to you in full screen form because, of course, no cameras are in the courtroom. But she did testify that she had encouraged Ventura to call police. This was after that 2016 hotel altercation at the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles. After the assault, Combs arrived at Ventura's apartment yelling and banging on the door with a hammer. She said, I don't think she cared that he could come in there and kill her. So it's been some really tough testimony to listen to as Carrie has been on the stand recounting these events. She also testified that Combs assaulted her in 2018. So this is the incident I'm talking about with the hanger. He came up behind me, she said. He choked me, then boomeranged a wooden hanger at my head, had finger marks on my neck. And then, as I mentioned, she received a $30,000 check, some money from Combs, and then signed that non-disclosure agreement. So again, direct examination will continue with Carrie Morgan on the stand as soon as testimony gets back underway. But another situation where we're hearing testimony talking about these alleged incidents of abuse that people had witnessed. And remember, Carrie Morgan, when she first got on the stand, talking about how she didn't even want to be here, but she's been subpoenaed, so she has to testify. But she's glad to be away from these people and their problems.
Wow. Sounds like it's powerful testimony there inside.
Yeah, riveting. Kelly Craft, thank you. Kelly will be with us every hour, on the hour, to give us these updates from court. And as Kelly said, they're just returning from the lunch break with more direct. Let's bring in our guest for the hour from San Francisco, trial attorney Alexis Rosenberg. Alexis, you're in Florida, Sarasota, Florida. Yeah, sorry. What do you think of this building the monster that the federal government is doing? I mean, the the images of him at the freakouts, the images we saw of him, Sean Combs, dragging Cassie by the elevators, and now this story of him chasing her down at an apartment with a hammer, hammering the door of an apartment. It is right out of a horror film on some levels. What's your take on how the government is doing, keeping in mind this is a racketeering human trafficking case, not an assault case?
Well, with regard to the prosecution with the human trafficking and RICO case, I'm not sure they're doing such a great job, but they are definitely presenting that systematic violence, and that everybody that was in his circle of being was under this intense threat that appears based on this testimony to be continual.
You know what surprises me, Alexis, when I'm listening to Kelly recount what's happening inside the courtroom, and Carrie Morgan was the person who was there with Cassie Ventura after that 2016 video, which so many people think this entire trial is about, the 2016 hotel elevator bank video, and that she urged Cassie to call police at that time, but she didn't want to draw any attention to it. She didn't want the authorities involved or to know who it was. I believe there actually was a 911 call made, but no names were given and no report taken. This could have changed everything, not just for justice for Cassie, but also Sean Diddy Combs may not be facing a RICO trafficking case if this had been dealt with in 2016. Your thoughts on that?
Well, based on the testimony that we've heard, because it is all circulating around that video, but I'm assuming that the prosecution is going to present more information and evidence other than just that video, or they're going to be in real trouble with trying to get a conviction for the charges that he's on trial for. But yeah, I think that the problem was everybody was afraid that he was going to make that go away, which he kind of sort of did. He made the video go away.
Absolutely. It was leaked, but it was after the statute of limitations in California had elapsed, so he doesn't face any repercussions from a criminal standpoint because of that video. But he was successful in keeping it under wraps, at least for a while. And of course, now it's a big part of the federal government's case.
Okay, so we're wrapping up. Okay, yeah. Week 1, we had Carrie come up and testify, y'all. That was crazy. So let's go back and read this.
Then boomeranged a wooden hanger.
Okay, trial witness Carrie Morgan testified Combs assaulted her in 2018. He came up behind me, she says, and choked me, then boomeranged a wooden hanger at my head. I had finger marks on my neck. Oh my God. She says that she received $30,000 from him, and she signed an NDA. Hasn't spoken to Cassie since 2018. So Cassie jeopardized, she sabotaged her friendship with Carrie for Diddy. Along with Carrie telling her, leave, like, let's get out of here. Let's not be, subjected to this. And Cassie turned it down. She walked away. She walked back to Diddy, and that's where she remained until she finally left in 2020, 1920? Oh, my. Let's get a little bit more understanding of what Carrie testified in the Diddy trial, y'all. Oh. Well, let's jump over to Danny Kane. Hold on. As y'all know, Danny Kane was one of the girl groups that Diddy orchestrated. Okay.
How many times have you
making the band, the Diddy, Dirty Diddy shit? And Dawn Richardson was produced out of that. Okay. She was a girl singer in the Danny Kane group.
Milner, who is our in-court reporter for the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial. Elizabeth, so good to see you. So you were in court today, week 2. Continuation of Dawn Richard's testimony. She left the stand, Carrie Morgan on the stand. Before we get to the substance of what they had to say, what is the vibe like in court today? How does Sean Combs appear? Who's there? Paint the picture for us, because unfortunately, as we know, there are no cameras. There are no audio recordings allowed in that courtroom. What did you see and what did you hear?
Yeah, well, the tone as far as this morning goes, a lot of people are kind of anticipating what would the rest of Dawn Richard's testimony look like, and especially more so, how would the cross-examination and how would Diddy's defense attorneys kind of be able to credibility. As far as just everyone inside the courtroom today, it doesn't look like there was that big kind of present for the defendant side that we've seen last week, especially when we came to day 1 and even day 2 of testimony, and that we didn't see any of Diddy's children inside that courtroom, which I think is a little big and a little not big at the same time. We saw images over this weekend that the twins were in during prom season. They were in their prom dresses and that sort. Not 100% sure where the sons are in this kind of picture, as far as are they on the West Coast again, because the twins are about to graduate. So it's unclear why the family presence wasn't so big as it has been for day 1 and day 2. As far as Diddy himself, though, it seems like that didn't necessarily faze him that much. I assume that he, looks forward to seeing his family inside that courtroom, but maybe understanding that they had other obligations. He didn't seem too bothered by that or anything like that. So as far as him being inside that courtroom, it was still the same old Diddy that we've seen, kind of in the same old outfit that we've seen him in as well, too. He was wearing a tan sweater. He had a white undershirt. He had khakis on. When he comes into the courtroom, he hugs his attorneys. He chats with them, all those types of things. And so a lot of people were just anticipating what would it look like once Dawn Richard got back on the stand. And let me tell you something, Jesse, when I saw her on the stand today, and even on Friday as well, too, she appeared like she just didn't want to be there. You could tell that she was very uncomfortable, especially talking about her recollection of her time that she had worked with Diddy, her time after working with Diddy, especially during the cross-examination part. I thought that maybe she would get a little emotional because she just appeared maybe a little nervous, maybe a little intimidated, not necessarily sure, but she was very soft-spoken while she was on that stand today answering some of the questions. A lot of those questions obviously had to do with the egg frying incident. It had to do with why Dawn Richard even continued working with Diddy even afterwards, or even wanting to work with Diddy afterwards. And so a lot of the anticipation, or just the overall tone inside that courtroom, especially when it came to that cross-examination, it was kind of, it was a little rough to watch. It was a little like a lot of people, especially us in the gallery, in the press, were just kind of like, wow, this is a little brutal. And they kind of hit the points that they wanted to hit while them being defense attorneys. And so I think that the prosecution really kind of had to tighten everything up as far as, trying to get maybe back in the jury's good graces after kind of seeing that cross-examination go and all those holes that were poked into her testimony. And so that was just the overall essence and tone of today's, especially this morning before Carrie Morgan got on the witness stand.
To go by, because I know it's so loud. So this, Elizabeth, how is the jury responding to Dawn Richard's testimony, and what were some of the highlights? I mentioned it briefly before you came on air, kind of summarized some of the points, but what were some of the points that came out today from her testimony, both on direct and cross-examination, and how was the jury responding to her testimony? Because let's not forget, she is a corroborating witness for Cassandra Ventura Fine. She helped to articulate some of the finer elements of racketeering. What were some of the highlights from her testimony, both on direct and cross, and how was the jury responding?
Well, absolutely. As far as being under direct, it was really just kind of ironing out the details as far as what happened with this whole egg skillet incident, that being the incident that happened in 2009, according to Dawn Richard, where essentially Cassie was cooking Diddy breakfast. Diddy comes downstairs, gets upset about either the way that the breakfast was made or why it wasn't being made fast enough, and essentially just an assault happened in the aftermath of that, something that Dawn Richard has even pointed out in her civil lawsuit, something that definitely the defense was definitely talking about today. So a lot of it had to do just with under direct examination still while they were finishing that up, just what was Cassie's demeanor when this was going on. They were also asked or they being Don Richard, was also asked, Cassie had.
When we touch here, maybe just try this, ladies and gentlemen.
Cassie had a pretty quiet demeanor, and that Diddy wasn't necessarily having that when it comes to what kind of promoted this type of violence or what prompted this type of violence, as far as why Diddy would essentially physically assault her. And Don would say Cassie would just be speaking up for herself, or it would be something random that happened. Then there were moments where they had talked about who witnessed these physical assaults, and Don Richard pointed out names such as Pierre, who used to be the president of Bad Boy, Mia, who we expect to be testifying as well too. She had worked for Diddy. Capricorn Clark had worked for Diddy as well too, and then she named other names like D-Rock and Bonds, who both worked security for Diddy. So I can kind of see where the prosecution was kind of painting that or amping that up as far as how the staff is involved in all of that sort. As far as 2010, just the following year, she says she witnessed another incident where they were all at a festival together up in Central Park. They were about to bring out Diddy's Dirty Money group, and that right before this had happened, or actually, excuse me, I am looking at the wrong incident. Sorry about that. But there was another incident in 2010 where they were having a dinner with a bunch of celebrities, and that Cassie and Diddy were kind of arguing a little bit secretly there, and Diddy punched her in the stomach, according to Don Richard. There, she said that at that dinner, they had people like Harv Pierre, again, former president of Bad Boy, D-Rock, security, Kalina Harper, who used to work with Diddy's Dirty Money, Mia, who also worked with Diddy, and Bonds were all there during this dinner. And so then we kind of saw an exhibit photo of what Harv Pierre looked like. And so then there was another talk, and this is kind of where I bring up the Central Park incident, where there was an incident where Diddy had allegedly physically assaulted Cassie while they were getting ready for this festival, and that Cassie came into the bathroom, and that Kalina and Don kind of confided in her, or at least kind of helped her during this moment. They all kind of put on sunglasses and then just kind of carried on like usual. Meanwhile, Cassie's kind of nursing some injuries just behind the scenes. Now, when it came to the cross-examination, and there was just a lot of testimony going on today, so I'm trying to get you guys all my notes going on and everything like that. But once it came to the cross-examination, that was done by Nicole Westmoreland, and this was the first time we've kind of really seen her in action when it comes to this specific trial. And so first thing that Nicole Westmoreland's going to be asking her is just about her lawsuit, the lawsuit that she had filed just a few months ago against Diddy. And so she was asked about the demand letter that was I guess set up by her attorneys. She was asked about how many times she spoke with federal prosecutors, and she said she couldn't necessarily recall the amount of times that she had done it, but the defense kind of summed it up that she at least spoke with federal prosecutors 8 different times. They brought back the egg skillet incident where on Friday the defense was pointing out, you said that Cassie was cooling the eggs, and then Diddy comes downstairs and then he hits Cassie, or did he hit her, or did you see him hit her? Did you see that he had threw something at her? Was he like, it was really just kind of that quick and that much questioning kind of being thrown at her essentially. And then they brought up how it kind of compared to what she had said in her lawsuit just about the whole egg incident, and said that she didn't see the pan hit Cassie in the lawsuit. And then when she was asked essentially why she brought the lawsuit about, the defense was really kind of pointing at her. And I think this is something that, anybody who had filed a civil claim against Diddy might be expecting this under the cross-examination, is what was their motivation in filing the lawsuit against the defense's client essentially. And so while Dawn at times was trying to say that she wanted justice and that she wanted to do the right thing, essentially, that the defense also pointed out, well, you did want compensation as well, too. And Dawn had to kind of own up and admit that she did want compensation for the time that she had worked on as an employee. Then the defense was asking her about her most recent communications with Diddy, as going back as early or as soon as like 2020, 2021, where essentially Don was reaching out to Diddy himself, was trying to get in touch with people about this kind of whole making the band. I believe it's a reboot that they were trying to do where Diddy wasn't necessarily going to be a judge, but instead Don wanted to use that opportunity to work with somebody else named Lori Ann Gibson. And so the defense was really kind of hammering her just about the facts that she had talked about with federal prosecutors as far as the different meetings that she had had in 2024, on March 18th of this year, on April 17th of this year. Again, just pointing out specifics in regards to this egg incident, but also at the same time going into specifics about whether or not she felt threatened to working with Diddy. And if she felt threatened, if she felt scared for her life, why did she continue reaching out to Diddy as late as 2020 or 2021? You know, as we ended direct exam.
Are you drowning in payday loan debt? Have you taken out
Lots of testimony. Miss Milner goes really fast, Milner. Okay, but we're getting caught up. We're getting caught up, sippers. Okay, stay.
They were really kind of hitting on the point that after Dawn Richard and even her bandmate at the time, Kalina Harper, allegedly witnessed this physical assault with the whole egg skillet thing, because that's kind of how they were summing up this particular incident, was the egg skillet incident. She was asked on Friday, what did Diddy tell you the next day? And essentially, Dawn had said that Diddy essentially said that people wind up missing when they question him and that type of thing, and that was perceived as a death threat. So then when the defense had their chance to kind of cross-examine her, they were like, and yet you continue to want to work with him. And so the defense moments, Nicole Westmoreland really kind of hit it on the head. I think a lot of people were possibly wondering, did Dawn come off like a liar, or did she kind of over-embellish some of these incidents? But to Dawn's accord and to Dawn on the witness stand, she was just saying, you know, she was trying to remember to the best of her ability. So it was kind of tough to watch, but at the same time, I think Dawn Richard held her own. She didn't, kind of get too frazzled necessarily. She didn't get overly emotional, but you could tell that during the cross-examination, it was pretty tough.
And we actually have a poll up right now on YouTube. Do you think the jury views Dawn Richard as a credible witness? We'll see what the results of those are. I wish I had a little bit more time with you, Elizabeth, because I wanted to ask you a little bit more about Carrie Morgan. This is Cassandra Ventura's former best friend on the stand, but I know we have to get you back into that courtroom. Thanks so much for giving us an update. Great reporting as always. Elizabeth Milner, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jesse.
Now, I'm back here with Afi Patterson. Afi, you want to hear something really interesting as we talk about the questions from YouTubers and we have polls up? So we had a poll that said, has this trial changed your view of Sean Diddy Combs? Ready for this? 56% say yes, 43% say no. Now, look, I'm an attorney, right? And I don't care what the case is. I like the idea of, the idea is for the jury to go in, clear eyes, clear minds, allow the evidence and the facts and the testimony to sway their opinion. To see that change, 56% of, not the jury, but the people watching this, their view has changed. That's interesting. What do you take away from that?
Well, what was it from the beginning? I think it's pretty low. I think it should be higher toward the negative side, because I think for a long time he's kept his reputation pretty good, pretty much intact. He's a music mogul. He is a self-made businessman. So I would have expected it to be a little bit higher in the negative. Can I also talk about just this case in general? I think that there's a money issue here. And like we were talking about Dawn Richard and her civil case, and we can talk about Cassie and her civil case. In our justice system, we are allowed to have compensation, but I think compensation is maybe the wrong word. I think that when you've suffered some serious guttural traumas, you are entitled to try to be made whole, and financial compensation, if you will, that helps to make you whole. It doesn't resolve everything, but you're entitled to that. That's what our legal system allows.
Well, look, the defense is going to jump on that, right? The defense is going to jump on the $20 million settlement, or purported $20 million settlement with Sean Combs, the $10 million settlement or expected $10 million settlement that she's going to get with the LA Intercontinental Hotel. The idea is you only went after this, you brought up these allegations for monetary purposes. I don't know if it makes entire sense. Why do I say that? Cover trials all the time where somebody testifies and they're in the middle of active litigation against somebody, and the argument is, well, you would benefit if there was a guilty verdict here, wouldn't you not? Well, she filed her lawsuit, settled with Sean Combs, and then cooperated with the government. I don't quite know what the incentive would be there, right? You know you're going to have to testify, make your allegations public, have to, if you look at people online, there's a lot of people who are questioning her credibility, her authenticity. I don't know if the defense did a significant job or not of saying that the financial motivation was a reason for her to come forward, striking at her credibility. I don't know if I saw that. What do you take away from it, Afi?
Would we use your house to trial our 24-hour bathroom upgrade system? We're looking for homeowners within valid states to test our new
No, no, I agree. I'm merely focusing on Don Richard's part,
Yeah.
and they're questioning her. Why are you coming forward? But I think just with respect to how people feel about him, Diddy, and how they view him, I think a lot of people are turned off by the money aspect. But if the problem is if you focus on the civil suit first, you have people questioning, well, why didn't you go the criminal route? Now that she's going the criminal route, people are saying, well, oh, okay. Now they pick apart issues like, why did you stay? You should have left early. So it's like you really can't win in situations like this. In intimate partner domestic violence situations.
Well, the way I think the prosecution tried to correct that, I don't know if that's the right terminology, is they said, she was in the middle of this, very hard for her to get out, maybe didn't even recognize she was a victim or what was going on, again, taking the allegations as true. And it wasn't until later on that she went through therapy, potentially for PTSD, where she recognizes to recall traumatic episodes and recognizing what happened to her, and then files the lawsuit. Now, the defense could say, this therapy, is it actually recalling real memories of what happened, or is it tainting it? Is it tainting your recollection of what happened? Is it a little bit of a dubious science? And I'm sure that's going to come back and forth a little bit, but it is a question. You were part of this relationship for quite some time, helped to set up these alleged freak-offs. The text messages would say you encourage them. You wonder if it's a question and a problem for the prosecution, but at the same time, the prosecution knew about these messages, they knew about the timeline, they still felt confident to go forward with this case and Cassandra Ventura as their star witness. Okay, we got a question from Last Plane Home. Can Diddy still take a plea deal? It sounds like they were all under the influence, which impairs a sane mind. Afi.
Is the deal still on the table at this point?
Yeah, I mean, well, put it this way.
I think you can always take one.
You could always take one, right?
Right. You can always take one, but is it still on the table? It depends on how confident the prosecution feels about their case. And I think, again, this is set to be an 8-week trial. So I think that you're going to have a lot of people. And Jesse, you tell me, I believe there's supposed to be at least 2 more alleged victims coming through.
Well,
but this is supposed to be an 8-week trial.
There were supposed to be 4. One of them can't be found, which is a problem. But look, it's also different, right? If it was before the trial started, before opening statements, before Cassandra Ventura had to take the stand, your prosecutor would say, listen, we want to avoid this. We want to avoid the jury after seeing this. We want to avoid putting on alleged victims who have to recount what happened to them. Okay, we might be interested in you accepting a deal. Now, after she takes the stand, now after Dawn Richard takes the stand, I don't know.
Yes, but just also, you were talking about the PTSD therapy that Cassie got. I thought that her testimony showed that, yeah, she was a willing participant very early on. I don't think it was super, super helpful for the prosecution. But also, to your point, I think you mentioned the fact that it was brought up that she may not know that she was a victim. But for me, the line of delineation is, when did it become coercion? Clearly coercion. And that is when she wanted to leave and he threatened her with the videos. I would love to see more of a timeline come out, because I'm not seeing just a clear timeline. And I think, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no. I was going to say,
okay.
I think this all comes down to closing arguments. There's a lot here. There is a lot here. And I think the prosecution and the defense needs to crystallize it, like you said, with a timeline, matching it up to the elements. I'm a lawyer. And let me tell you, explaining this to people, what racketeering is, sex trafficking, how all these allegations match up to the elements, it's complicated.
It's complex. Yeah, it is.
So, got another question for you. Got a lot of questions coming in right now. Again, we're waiting to go back into the courtroom. As soon as that begins, once again, we will give you real-time updates. Okay, Question from Poetic O. Can Diddy use a mental health defense if he claims to be a sociopath or narcissist?
I don't know if narcissism is a defense to these RICO charges. I don't know if you being a sociopath is a proper defense. There are different types of mental defect defenses that you can use, and I don't think these are either one of them. And also the prosecution was talking about, excuse me, the defense. I think they were trying to hint at the fact that Diddy was under some type of force of drug abuse or a state of drug induced violence whenever he would beat her. I think that's a poor argument because she was beaten for what, 9 or 10 years. Furthermore, how do you build $1 billion enterprise if you're consistently intoxicated, or if you are, you're very high functioning. So I don't think that that's the best argument.
If I wanted hair hanging down my back like the ancestors
Okay,
blessed it
y'all,
personally,
that was a look at law and crime. Let's get back into some more law and crime because that's where we get a lot of great tea to sip at, right? Law and crime. So while we're doing that, do y'all think, sippers, if Diddy gets off, will he sue the state of New York? What do you guys think? I, for one, believe he will. I think he'll sue everybody that attempted to lock him away. So, yes, I do. So, it's a little early for law and crime. Today, day 7. As you know how they be watching the door. So, okay. We got some commentating. Let's see where we are with it. Okay, we'll wait to come back to law and crime. Today, we're going to go into law and crime yesterday. Okay, let's see what they're talking about. As far as the testimonies go, so Carrie testified on behalf of Cassie. However, she said that unfortunately from Diddy being her friend, or excuse me, Diddy being her lover, she no longer felt that she could continue on, okay, with Cassie as a friend, which sucks, right? That sucks. So, however, Cassie said that she felt the need to not leave Diddy, even though her friend was beat with a wooden hanger. She was beat with God knows everything under the sun. And she just said that she refused to leave. Okay. So, okay, we're going to take a sip of this tea right here from Sidebar, Compliments of Law and Crime. Okay. And if you guys would be so kind as to answer some of the questions in the chat. If Diddy gets off, will he sue the feds and the state of New York? Okay. And how do you guys feel about Diddy now? And did you ever really have it in your, favorite 5 for Diddy? Diddy was nowhere on my list, especially not a favorite 5. So, what about you guys? Has his current trial persuaded y'all's feelings and, entertainment as far as like Diddy being an entertainer for you guys. Okay. My computer's going really slow. I probably got to cut off some stuff.
Of abuse of Cassandra Ventura, choking, money to stay silent, and even a former employee testifying to the inner workings of Sean Combs' world.
So I'm trying to enlarge the screen for you guys. Okay. So y'all can see everything.
I'm going to be speaking with our law and crime reporter Elizabeth Milner to break down all of today's dramatic courtroom moments. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Hey everybody, this is another Law and Crime legal alert. If you received Depo-Provera birth control shots and were later diagnosed with a brain or spinal tumor called meningioma, pattern of abusing women for years, including forcing them into these coerced sexual performances, he's facing potentially life in prison if he's convicted of the top charge. Now, for all of the
there is electromagnetic
to the commercial. So while they are paying bills over there, y'all, we are going to ask the sippers to please dive into the chat, pour into the chat. How do you feel about Diddy? Did you like him before? Did you not? Do you not like him as much now, or do you like him more? Let me know in the chat. Please pour your tea in the chat.
The dramatic moments from inside the courtroom and maybe what happened outside the courtroom. I want to bring in our eyes, our ears, law and crime reporter Elizabeth Milner, because as we know, there are no cameras in that courtroom. There's no audio recording in that courtroom. But we have Elizabeth Milner. Who else would you want to report for us than Elizabeth Milner? Elizabeth, so good to see you. Thank you so much for taking the time. So, look, today's testimony, some pretty shocking details, and we're going to get to that in a minute. But first, I always have to ask you, what was the atmosphere like today? What was Sean Combs' demeanor like today? And we'll get into a little bit more of the jury and how they were reacting to each of the testimony. But what was the atmosphere like? What was the scene like? What was Sean Combs like?
Well, the atmosphere has always been how it has been this entire time. A lot of interest, just genuinely in this case overall, and not just from us in the media, a lot of people from the public too. I get here around like 7 o'clock, between 7 o'clock and 7:30 every morning. And for the most part, there's already a pretty long line of not just, again, and reporters, but people from the public who just want to get a glimpse of kind of what is all going on, especially given that there are no cameras for this trial. So a lot of people want to either get inside that courtroom or at least kind of watch it kind of similarly to a movie theater show downstairs in the overflow room, where I've heard there's been like a lot of commotion as far as just people who kind of like to be chatty during this. A lot of people are just kind of oohing and awing just at the testimony, kind of similar to how people might react during like a sports game or a basketball game, that type of thing. So yeah, there's a lot of interest in this case overall. A lot of people just want to either get inside that courtroom, get inside just to see Diddy, possibly his family. But as far as inside the actual courtroom today where I was, it was kind of the same as usual. It looked a little different as far as, you know, the defendant's side, just kind of what that all looked like. What we do know is that one of Diddy's childhood friends was still in that courtroom. But as far as just his extended family, or just his mother, his daughters, his sons, that wasn't what we saw today in this courtroom. And I had mentioned on Friday, you know, a source had told me that the girls, the twins, had prom over the weekend, which we saw some photos of them. So it might just be that a lot of the family just went back to see these activities and that type of thing. But it really didn't deter Diddy at all. Diddy still was laser focused on what was going on in his trial. The more I go to these court hearings and go to trial every single day, I'm starting to kind of realize that Diddy, even though he's in the predicament that he's in right now, and that's he's still behind bars, he's still kind of running the show, maybe possibly similarly to how he was running his business. He is very much not a passive defendant. He's not one of those defendants who's just sitting there letting his lawyers handle everything. In some aspects, he might be, right, because they know the law, they know all of that stuff. But as far as just him participating in his own defense, he definitely is still doing that. He's still jotting down notes, passing them off to his attorneys. He's still just being focused on the trial, the testimony that's being given. He's focused on what his attorneys are asking. And I've seen a couple peeks here and there as far as just the jury's reaction to everything. So as far as just the tone overall in the courtroom, it's still business as usual. Obviously, from Sean Combs' perspective, this is kind of the fight for his life as he's trying to, probably on his end, probably just wants all these charges dismissed or at least to be acquitted of these charges. But for the most part, the tone is very much business as usual. A lot of us were expecting what would the cross-examination of Don Richard look like, and that was kind of what, in essence, it was definitely this morning.
Yeah, even the sketch artist that's in the court, and we always get the updated sketches from every day, depicted Sean Combs taking notes during Dawn Richard's testimony. So let's talk about Dawn Richard. This is the former member of the group Danity Kane, created by Sean Combs, signed to his Bad Boy record label. She filed her own lawsuit against Sean Combs. She was back on the stand. She began her testimony on Friday. We heard more about her allegedly observing this abuse that she inflicted, that he allegedly inflicted on Cassandra Ventura. What did she say more about this alleged abuse that she observed?
Want to know the fastest way to grow?
Don Richardson, let's get into it, y'all. We are sipping tea from the Diddy trial. We're up on day 7. Thank you guys for sipping tea with Tanisha today. And when you come into the tea room, please remember to fill up your teacup. And as you do so, like and subscribe.
Yeah, so on Friday when we left testimony, Dawn Richard was still under direct, so they kind of picked back up from direct this morning. And pretty much what she left on Friday was that she was talking about this incident involving an egg skillet, something that's kind of been deemed the egg skillet incident as far as court goes today. And it was a situation where she had witnessed Diddy being physically assault his then girlfriend, of course, being Cassie Ventura, and said at the day after this incident had happened that they were in the recording studio downstairs at Diddy's home, and essentially Diddy brought Dawn Richard and her then bandmate Kalina Harper some flowers, and essentially says something along the lines of, don't say anything because where I'm from, people go missing. So when we left off on Friday, Mark Agnifilo was just like, hold up, objection. That objection actually ended up being overruled. So we kind of picked up from where that was. And so today, Dawn Richard was pretty much kind of picking back up for the aftermath of this egg skillet incident, where Diddy had said that this relationship was something of passion with him and Cassie, and that if they were to say anything, they being Dawn Richard and Kalina Harper allegedly, that people go missing. And so Dawn said that she was actually scared and shocked by this statement. And she said even after the aftermath of the incident that she continued seeing Cassie and Diddy together. They were seen together at hotels, in the studio, at their homes. And she says that Dawn says that she saw Cassie pretty frequently, and she also said that she saw Diddy be violent with Cassie very frequently. She says Dawn saw Diddy punch and drag, and even instances of kicking Cassie, and she was asked what prompted this violence. Dawn, because while she was on the stand, she's very soft-spoken. She seemed a little bit nervous just overall about testifying today, and so she was very soft-spoken when she was saying these words, and she said that this violence would be prompted just at random. She said Cassie would just be speaking up for herself, and then something like this would happen. Dawn said that Cassie has a very quiet demeanor, something that I kind of had witnessed when she was testifying today, and that Diddy just wasn't having that as far as her pretty much essentially speaking up for herself. And then there was other instances where she was asked, who was all there when you witnessed Diddy being physically violent with Cassie? And she mentioned names such as Harp Pierre, who is the former president of Bad Boy. She mentioned Mia, who had worked for Diddy. She mentioned Capricorn Clark, also a former employee of Diddy. She also mentioned D-Rock and Bonds. These are two individuals who we know work security for Diddy. We've seen a couple of exhibit photos of them, and they're just kind of like their driver's license photos, nothing crazy like group shots or anything just like that yet. And so then she was asked what was the first incident of violence that you had seen by Diddy, and she said that 2009 was the first incident she saw this. And so then that's when we start to see the exhibit photos, again, that those being of D-Rock, those being of Bonds. And she said that this violence kind of continued while Dawn Richard worked with Diddy and Dirty Money. And so the defense was kind of trying to point out the difference between her time with Danity Kane, her time with Dirty Money, and we'll get to that when we kind of talk about the cross. But for as far as her time working with Dirty Money, she had said that was from the period of 2009 to 2011, so about a 2-year period. She said when she was asked if Bonds or D-Rock did anything after this violence, and she said that they essentially didn't do anything to kind of help Cassie. She said she, being Dawn, saw injuries to Cassie's eyes, her legs, her arms. She said essentially that Cassie would cover up her injuries with makeup, something that Cassie herself testified to while she was on the stand. She mentioned another incident, and this was an incident over up in Central Park, just, blocks and blocks up from here, where she witnessed Diddy punch Cassie in the face with a closed fist at this festival at Central Park where Dirty Money was going to be performing. She said after this incident that Cassie came into the bathroom, she was crying while Dawn and Kalina Harper, who was again her then bandmate on Dirty Money, were getting ready for a performance, and Dawn says that she saw Cassie's eyes swelling, and she being Cassie, just put on some makeup and then put on her sunglasses. And Dawn said that she'd stayed with Cassie for support after this incident. Then we see a photo, an exhibit photo of Cassie, Dawn, and Kalina Harper all at this festival, all up in Central Park. All of the women were with their sunglasses, but this picture was a little different than some of the other exhibit photos that Cassie herself has turned over to the government, where we couldn't necessarily see the injuries under her sunglasses because it was kind of just like a group photo. Other people were around, but you could tell that Kalina, Cassie, and Dawn Richard were all wearing sunglasses. And she was asked, why are you guys all wearing sunglasses? And Dawn responded, it was in solidarity of Cassie, essentially. Then there was another incident the following year in 2010 that Dawn Richard had witnessed, where she saw Diddy punch Cassie in the stomach. This was at a dinner that they were all having together. Celebrities were there. She had mentioned Usher was there and Nia was there, but she had also mentioned, again, a lot of Diddy's employees themselves, such as Harpier, again, president of Bad Boy. You had D-Rock there, who worked security. Kalina Harper there, a part of Dirty Money. Mia there, she worked for security, she worked with Diddy. And then Bonds, who was part of security, were all there. Then we see an exhibit photo of Harpier, again, him being president of Bad Boy. And she was asked a little bit about Harpier's role and whether or not Harpier was her boss, but she had clarified that she had reported to Sean Combs, even though Harpier was the president of Bad Boy at the time. And then nobody intervened during this situation. So as they're all driving back, they were on a Sprinter van. On the Sprinter van were Kalina, Dawn, Cassie, Diddy, and D-Rock. D-Rock was the one who was driving, and that Cassie actually confronted Diddy about punching her in the stomach, essentially saying that it was embarrassing that he had did this in front of other people. And Dawn Richard recalled Diddy slapping Cassie in the mouth, and that Cassie just looked out of the window for the rest of the ride. Dawn Richard was asked specifically questions about Cassie's career, as far as that Cassie just wanted to do more in career, says that Dawn supported this, and that she even offered to write songs for Cassie during this, but that Diddy just didn't like that Kalina Harper and Dawn Richard were essentially talking to Cassie. Diddy had told Cassie when Diddy's ready, then that's when they could work on Cassie's career. And so I could see where the prosecution was kind of going with this, as far as asking Dawn Richard these types of questions, kind of painting the picture that Cassie had no other choice but to continue on living this type of life, knowing that her career was kind of in the hands of Diddy. So I could see kind of where they were going with this. But Dawn Richard recalled one specific moment where Diddy told her that he didn't like that Kalina and Dawn were speaking to Cassie. He said something along the lines of, "Stay the F out of my relationship. You mother effers don't know real work." And so Dawn had said just kind of how Diddy was just so kind of mean to them when speaking with them. She was asked about Diddy's drug use and whether or not she saw or witnessed Diddy doing drugs. She says she has, including drugs like weed, ketamine, coke, Molly, ecstasy, and said that a lot of these drugs were brought often to the studio or even at Diddy's house. And she said that these drugs were actually delivered by a man named One Stop. We all saw an exhibit photo of this man named One Stop, because at first when I was jotting down my notes, I was like, what is, but that was actually, I guess, his moniker, One Stop. And that One Stop was kind of a play on that you're one stop away and you can get the drugs, that type of thing. So it was a little funny kind of knowing that nickname behind it. But Don Richard had talked about how One Stop had delivered coke, Plan B, weed, Molly, essentially everything to Diddy at the studio. And Dawn had said that she saw Diddy put drugs in his Louis Vuitton pouch, something that other people have testified to, something that when the HSI agent had testified on Friday that we had seen inside Diddy's room when he was arrested, and Dawn said that Diddy would carry drugs in this Louis Vuitton pouch, and he would carry these drugs domestically and internationally. She was asked, did you observe Diddy give drugs to Kalina and possibly Cassie too? And she said that she did. She was asked about weapons, whether or not Diddy had weapons on him while he was in the studio. She said she did see Diddy with a handgun in the studio around the 2009-2010 time frame. He normally would carry this handgun in his lower waist or even his back. He would even carry this gun to the club as well too. But D-Rock and Bonds also carried guns for Diddy because they work security. So then towards the end of her testimony, she was asked a little bit about why she parted ways with Diddy, and said that she continued to even stay in contact with Diddy after parting ways. Dawn said that if she didn't pick up the phone, the phone situation, that he would just call and call and call, and if no one was answering, then he'd get assistants to call. Dawn said she experienced that for herself, where she said that his assistants and management would call her if she wasn't answering Diddy's calls himself. She says that she stayed pleasant, and this is something that I thought was interesting, Jesse, mainly because, for the longest time, myself would just think that as far as Diddy's relationship with Don Richard specifically, that it was a special one, because I was a huge fan of Making the Band back when I was younger, and I just remember Diddy specifically kind of having his eyes on Dawn just as she would be the superstar, and he kind of propped her up and propelled her up, and so we all thought that they had a great relationship. So even it was surprising when Dawn had filed her lawsuit against Diddy a few months back. And even her talking about it under testimony today, she said that she stayed pleasant with Diddy essentially because she was scared of him, and said that she just wanted to exchange pleasantries, even referred to him as bro, something that I think she doesn't necessarily mean, but just said it because I think she just wanted to continue to maintain that relationship in a professional way, but still witnessing all of this. So I thought that was an interesting moment that she had talked about today. She said that she didn't disclose the violence because she was told not to disclose this by Diddy and as well as even Harve Pierre. But she said everything kind of changed for her when Cassie took a stand and told her truth and that was Cassie filing her lawsuit. Obviously, everything kind of happened afterwards. And then she said that she, being Dawn, referred to her lawsuit specifically as something that referred to herself, as far as just all the allegations that she put in. Because
in a world where you've constantly been told what you can't do,
she put in her civil claim just weren't necessarily talked about during her testimony today, especially under direct. But she says that this lawsuit is still pending, and she says she's not aware of any type of settlement in the case so far. She said that she wasn't expecting compensation, which is interesting because under a cross-examination, she said she was expecting compensation as far as the time that she had worked, but under direct, she said she wasn't expecting compensation, but she was essentially just expecting justice, and that just wrapped up her direct testimony.
Right.
So they touched upon a lot of key points, I think, to kind of help solidify Cassie's claims, but when I tell you the cross-examination was a cross-examination to watch. It definitely was.
So I was taking notes of what you were saying, and a couple things here. Yes, so she filed her own lawsuit, if I remember correctly, accusing Diddy of groping her, imprisoning her, threatening her life. I think when she tried to intervene, you're right, there were aspects of that weren't a part of her direct examination. By the way, when we did the lunchtime show on Law and Crimes YouTube, I remember at least one of the questions we got from our viewers was, how come this wasn't brought up? How come this wasn't brought up? And it seemed it was very specific. So for me, from a legal point of view, I think she did a couple of things, right? So obviously she corroborated Cassandra Ventura Fine's account that she was physically abused, but that is doubled down by the video, the 2016 video, the photographs of Cassandra Ventura Fine's alleged injuries, other witness testimony, her testimony that she was physically abused. But I think what she also did very well, or at least I think what the prosecution was trying to assert, why she didn't come forward. Why didn't she speak out? Why didn't she confront Diddy? Though that is very consistent with why Cassandra Ventura arguably didn't leave the relationship or go to the authorities or speak out. The power, the influence, the threats, those are key factors that the jury has to consider. And when you talk about the guns and you talk about the violence, that goes to the means and the methods of the racketeering charge. So the prosecution has said that he is operating this criminal enterprise, that it was engaged in a pattern of illegal conduct, and that he would use violence and intimidation and his resources and his assistance and his power to silence people and to commit these crimes and to cover it up, which is, by the way, why I think it's so important that Dawn Richard talked about how there were assistants involved, their security, and saw what was going on but did nothing. So it seems that her testimony not only helped or tried to corroborate Cassandra Ventura's account, but also tied in and tried to prove some of the elements of racketeering. And by the way, talking about the drugs, that could go to the predicate crime. So remember, racketeering, the prosecution has to prove at least 2 underlying crimes. There's forced labor, there's drug trafficking, there's sex trafficking, obstruction, bribery, arson. You talk about the drugs, you could see how that might tie into that. Now, let's talk about the cross-examination, okay? I thought that this was quite notable from what I was reading on the notes, but obviously the notes don't serve justice because you were in the courtroom to see all the cross-examination. So, A, who did the cross-examination of Dawn Richard, and what were the highlights of the cross-examination?
Well, a lot of us were initially thinking that it was going to be Mark Agnifilo doing the cross-examination because on Friday he was the one posing all the objections. But then he clarified with the judge earlier today outside of the presence of the jury that it wasn't going to be Mark Agnifilo doing the questioning. It's actually going to be Nicole Westmoreland. And she was somebody who would come onto the Diddy defense team a little later on, pretty close to trial essentially. But a lot of us may know her because she had previously represented one of the YSL defendants and she had previously kind of worked with Brian Steele in that capacity. But this was the first time we actually saw her kind of doing her work inside this trial, inside this courtroom. And it was something to see because let me tell you something, Jesse, Nicole Westmoreland, she is a little tiny as far as just her height and her stature, but man, she is mighty and she delivered a mighty cross-examination, let me tell you. Initially, when they were first talking to her being Dawn Richard, they were asking her about her lawsuit, of course. They were asking about whether or not she was aware of the motion to dismiss and whether or not that this was pending matter that she had even known about. And Dawn said that she wasn't aware. She said she wasn't aware of a demand letter. She said, and this is something interesting, that she had filed her suit in September of 2024, which was just a few weeks from my understanding before Diddy was even arrested. Then she was asked how many times she had spoken to federal prosecutors. Dawn wasn't necessarily sure about the number. Nicole Westmoreland was like, did you speak with them about 8 times? Is that kind of fair for me to say? And she said she couldn't recall how many times she had.
If you've got pink salt, apple cider vinegar, and baking soda in your kitchen and you're not using this recipe yet, you're throwing away your chance to lose weight effortlessly. Today, I'm here to teach you how to make the new Japanese pink salt recipe for fast weight loss. I started using this 4-ingredient homemade recipe last month, and I lost a lot, like a lot. It mimics the effects of those famous Lilly weight loss pills, except this one's 100% natural. But I had to stop because I was literally disappearing inside my clothes. My doctor even told me to eat more burgers and skip the gym just so I wouldn't have to donate my entire wardrobe. As a single mom of 2, I barely have time to breathe, so I decided to try this Japanese pink salt trick to drop a few sizes fast, but I did not expect these results. Just to give you an idea, I dropped 3 pant sizes in a single month. My mom cried when she saw me walk in wearing a tight size M dress, and honestly, I thought I was stuck.
How many times she had spoken to federal prosecutors prior to her testimony. The defense asked her, and this was a very key point throughout her entire cross-examination, was have your answers changed over time? And then that's when Nicole Westmoreland was just kind of boom, 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 boom. You change this, 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 and this. Because when they got to the egg skillet incident, Nicole Westmoreland asked on Friday, you testified that Cassie was cooling eggs. Diddy comes downstairs, he hits Cassie with the skillet, and then she drops into the fetal position. Dawn said that yes, she did say this, and she said, is this the first time you've spoken about this incident? And then she said she did speak about this in her civil lawsuit, and she spoke about it with prosecutors, and she's speaking about it during her testimony. And then they brought back the civil lawsuit to talk about it because she claimed in the lawsuit specifically that she didn't see the pan actually hit Cassie during this entire incident. And she, being Nicole Westmoreland, asked, are you aware on your behalf that you heard something but not saw something? Then there was an objection. That objection was sustained. Then Nicole Westmoreland asked her, you told the government that he attempted to hit her. You need to tell the truth, and that she was essentially giving two different stories. Then they brought back her interview March of just this year, where she had told prosecutors that Diddy threw eggs at Cassie in this incident and that the pan didn't hit Cassie during this incident. And then she was kind of asked, okay, did he throw the eggs? Did he throw the pan? Did he hit her? Did he attempt to hit her? What was it? And then Nicole Westmoreland was like, is it hard for you to keep your story straight? And then Dawn said, again, Dawn being kind of very soft-spoken when she's giving her testimony, says, I told it to the best of my recollection. Then she was asked again about the whole people go missing statement that she had made on Friday and even today, just as far as insinuating that people go missing just equates to a death threat. Nicole Westmoreland said, this is not the first time that you explained that incident because you sat down with prosecutors. And then that's when she started going by all these different dates. She's in 2024. Diddy had told Dawn, and this was according to the statements that she had made to federal prosecutors, that this was a passionate argument, and that the defense says you didn't tell prosecutors at this time the whole where I'm from, people go missing part. Then in the March 18, 2025 interview, this is, I guess, her second interview with federal prosecutors, the defense says that you didn't tell prosecutors about the whole people go missing part. Dawn says, I'm answering the questions as best I can. Then in April, she was asked about the whole egg incident again with federal prosecutors. And again, these conversations that are being had with federal prosecutors aren't with Diddy present, aren't with Diddy's defense attorneys present. And so essentially it's just Dawn and other witnesses meeting with federal prosecutors, essentially going over their statements and what their testimony could look like, that type of thing. But during this April 17th meeting, which was just a few weeks before trial, they spoke about this egg incident again. And Dawn apparently or reportedly didn't bring up this people go missing claim, and she didn't bring this claim up again until May 10th, according to the defense. So the defense was really just kind of like, you need to be honest about this. They were really just saying, why do you have to be, why, if you're not scared that Diddy is there and you're not scared about Diddy's threats, then why weren't you just more forthcoming with prosecutors? Why didn't you bring up these types of incidents? And so they were really just kind of getting her to kind of admit or kind of trip her up there a little bit. Then she was asked about these other incidents, such as the dinner incident with celebrities there. And that's when you start to hear the names of Neo and Usher being present at this incident. And
this is your sign to go get the 3-on-6. My name is Melissa. I grew up hating my.
She was asked, why didn't she mention that other celebrities were there? She really only mentioned that Diddy's employees were there. And Dawn said that she wasn't asked what celebrities were there. And so then they bring her civil claim or her civil lawsuit again and talk about how there was this incident in the civil lawsuit where Diddy allegedly dragged Cassie out of a car, but to the federal government, she was saying that this didn't happen and that she was actually misquoted from her lawyer, which I thought was kind of, a little interesting there because her lawyers are sitting inside the courtroom when this testimony is going on. And so she kind of essentially blamed that this was kind of a mischaracterization from her attorneys when they were drafting or writing up that lawsuit. Then she was asked about the Central Park Festival and the whole incident there where Diddy allegedly punched or I believe slapped Cassie in the face. And she was asked, was there a camera crew there? Because they were reportedly filming something during this, and that Dawn was quick to say that this whole incident wouldn't be on video and that they weren't actually filming in the bathroom. So whatever camera crew was present didn't capture just, I guess, the interaction between Cassie, Kalina, and Don Richard inside this bathroom. And so at one point I thought they were going to bring up the video inside the courtroom, but we didn't see any type of video, I guess, from this whole day or anything like that. And then she was asked The defense said she was never alone with Diddy. There was always someone else there, like Kalina Harper. Kalina Harper, I think, kind of pretty interestingly, after Don Richard's out, Kalina Harper kind of made this statement, or she did interview, just essentially kind of denying Dawn's claims that she didn't witness Diddy beat Cassie, and there's been kind of a lot of hiccups there. So I think as far as Kalina Harper is concerned, I think that it's possibly the defense might use Kalina Harper to kind of dispel what Don Richard had to say, maybe possibly as a defense witness, but I'm not 100% sure there, so I just definitely want to point that out there. Then Don was asked about the guns and whether or not Diddy's security team brought guns around because they're protecting this mega celebrity. And so, of course, his bodyguards are going to be carrying guns around. And she was asked, what instances did you see Diddy carry these guns? And she said that she saw one incident at the studio in New York, another incident here in New York, another incident at Diddy's house, also in New York. And Diddy said that Dawn said that she never saw Diddy wave a gun around or load it or put bullets in it. But she just reaffirmed that she did see Diddy with a gun. Then she was asked about drugs, kind of going piece by piece about kind of dispelling her testimony under direct there. But she was asked, was there ever a time that you pretended to do drugs? And Dawn said that she did. Then she had testified today she saw Diddy do cocaine, but didn't tell this to prosecutors during her October interview. And during her October interview, according to the defense, she never said that she saw Diddy do any type of cocaine.
Okay, so I'm going to stop it there and sip some tea. Miss Miller goes really fast, but we're staying with her. Don Richard was pretending to do drugs. Now, I don't know if y'all saw the Don Richard interview she had on, one second, let me find it, because I did a review on it, but for some reason it kept like glitching, so I couldn't really upload it to YouTube, but it's on my Facebook. Hold on. Don Richard's interview. Okay. She did an interview on one of the like dark underbelly podcasts. I can't recall it at the second. It's not coming up. Okay. But like I said, I reviewed it over on Facebook. And Don Richard didn't look like she was pretending to use drugs. Okay. She looks like at some point in time, she may have delved deep into some drugs with someone at some point in time, because during the said interview, she seemed whacked out of her mind. Okay. And everyone saw the interview. It was on one of like the dark underbelly podcasts, and we wouldn't look at that and say she was pretending. Okay.
And Dawn admitted during this time, because really Nicole Westmoreland was really just kind of like poking every hole that she really needed to poke here. Dawn admitted that over time her story has changed because all these events happened so long ago, and I think that kind of worked into her favor as far as why she wasn't recalling some of these. We're talking about 2008, 2009. It's 2025, and I think she was kind of, essentially saying that this was a long time ago, and so that's why kind of her memory's been a little back and forth there. She was asked about One Stop, and then when they were referring to One Stop, again, this being this alleged drug dealer that would bring Diddy drugs to the studio.
Whether you're looking for more flexibility in your schedule or personalized support from licensed teachers, we can meet your child's unique.
She was asked who gave payment to One Stop, and she being Dawn told the government never saw anyone give payment to One Stop. And so there was kind of that. And so that was another moment where it's just like, oof. But as far as just the threats that Dawn says that she had went through, she said that she had felt scared just during her time working with Diddy, that she departed with Bad Boy in 2011. And the defense says that she being Dawn Richard, actually asked Diddy to come back because she wanted to work with him again. And the defense says that there was times that Dawn herself initiated communications with Diddy on several occasions, even though Dawn was allegedly scared of Diddy. And so then they were talking about.
And I'm going to pause it right there. We have also been made to understand that Dawn was touring with Diddy in some capacity, in some type of tour capacity recently, up until like 2023 or 24, until Diddy started getting into these legal matters, and then it fizzled off. Okay, so yeah.
Dawn Richard's career overall, just how they sold hundreds of thousands of records with Danity Kane, something I think was interesting that they had talked about, because given that Aubrey O'Day, one of her former bandmates, had talked about how much they all got for publishing, essentially that being $300, something that Dawn didn't talk about during her testimony today, but just something, for our viewers to kind of understand that the defense was trying to paint it as they sold hundreds of thousands of records, they got a claim, all this stuff, but then in the back of their mind, they really didn't get much money from their actual deal working with Diddy. But the defense talked about how Diddy didn't even want to sign Dawn Richard as a solo artist, but that Dawn continued to reach out to Diddy even again as late as 2020, 2021. The defense claims that Dawn was angry about the dismantling of the group. I think they were referring to either both Danity Kane and Dirty Money, or just Dirty Money itself. But Dawn essentially said that she was saddened by the whole situation. She was asked about Cassie's lawsuit as well, too, and said that, did you file your lawsuit shortly after Cassie filed her suit? And she said yes, which I think was kind of a little misleading there, because it wasn't really directly after that Dawn Richard filed her lawsuit. It was almost a year after that she had filed her suit. But I think probably to the jury, they might think, oh, Cassie filed her suit, Dawn filed her suit right after, and that essentially they just are after money from this this mogul who has a lot of money, and that Dawn said that she wanted to file her suit to get compensation for her work, essentially something different that she had told under direct, where she had said that she just wanted justice, but under cross-examination it was that she did.
This is what my house looks like, and I haven't cleaned in 3 months. That's because I have someone come and do it for me twice a month through HomeGlass.
She did want compensation for the work that she felt like she was owed while she was a recording artist for Sean Combs. And so I think under the redirect, the prosecution was really just kind of talking about the threats that Diddy allegedly made as far as keeping quiet and people going missing. They were talking about Dawn's work experience with Diddy, how it was a volatile work environment. She had said that essentially every meeting that she informed the government of Cassie's physical assault. So that was something that she didn't change throughout her testimony. That was something that kind of was a sticking point throughout all of her meetings with the government. Again, she was asked about the egg skillet incident, and then that kind of just ended the redirect. And then under the recost, it was kind of the same thing. Just you reached out to Diddy very recently. You were trying to kind of engage on making the band, this reboot that they were trying to do a few years ago. You were trying to get everything back together, and if you were so scared of Diddy, why would you try to get Dirty Money back together? And that was essentially because she was trying to help out Kalina Harper, but then Nicole Westmoreland was like, you know what all that entails. If you were to get the group back together, you'd have to do tours, you'd have to be in hotels together, you have to do appearances together, interviews together, travel together. And Dawn essentially had to say, you know, she was willing to do that, also while saying that she was feeling threatened and intimidated by Diddy. So the cross-examination was a little rough. It was a little hard to watch, but I think, you know, to Nicole Westmoreland's point, she kind of did what she had to do, which was have a lot of people thinking, wow, if you said this under the rec, but you said this under cross, really, what can I believe? And I think the defense did a really good job there at kind of getting to that point.
Yeah, she raised a number of questions about her credibility, about Dawn Richard's credibility. You know, a witness who has inconsistent statements or says things allegedly at the first time or near a trial. Juries sometimes don't look favorably upon that. The idea of a financial incentive and motivation, same thing we heard with Cassandra Ventura. Before we move on to the next witness, real quick, Elizabeth, I know it's impossible to know, but how is the jury reacting to the cross-examination of Dawn Richard? Were they attentive? Were they checked out? What could you tell?
Well, the jury was very attentive during this, because when I always say the word tennis match eyes, because that really what it is, where it's like Nicole Westmoreland asks a question, then they go to Dawn Richard. Dawn Richard answers the question, then they go to Nicole Westmoreland. I saw some of the jurors taking notes. I saw some of them looking at the exhibits, which there weren't too many exhibits during Dawn's testimony. It wasn't like a whole bunch of text messages that we got during Cassie's testimony, or even like Carrie Morgan's testimony that we'll get to in just a little bit. But as far as just Dawn Richard's testimony overall, I felt like the jury was maybe thrown for a loop a little bit once cross-examination happened, because I myself, if I was a juror on there, I'd be like, oh wow, so you said this here but you didn't say this here, and yet I know you're trying to be honest and tell your statements aren't making the most sense. And so I can only imagine what the jury was feeling. It's like being checked out. Didn't see any of that.
Okay. Now we move on to Carrie Morgan, somebody that we heard about a lot last week when Cassandra Ventura Fine was taking the stand and was testifying. My understanding, this is Cassandra Ventura Fine's former best friend, not current best friend. Talk to us about the highlights from her direct examination. Then we'll move into cross. But first, direct examination. And do we have an understanding about why she is no longer friends with Cassie?
Well, Jesse, I got to tell you, it's pretty simple as to why Carrie and Cassie are no longer friends, and that answer is simply the defendant being Diddy. And I'll get to the reason why in just a second. But Carrie specifically, Carrie Morgan, was somebody that I personally myself was interested in all that she had to say. She has been Cassie's best friend for a number of years. They were best friends for about 17 years, and then it was just one incident that happened in 20 that just kind of dismantled everything as far as their friendship goes, to the point that the two no longer even speak to one another, even though we all know that Cassie is no longer with Diddy in this situation. And I'll explain more just about that right now. But I thought one interesting point from Carrie's testimony today was that she did not want to testify. She had said that in open court today. She said the only reason she was testifying was because she was subpoenaed to testify, so she was required to do so. But I will say, you know, just in respects to the difference between Dawn Richard, who appeared very nervous, very kind of quiet and timid as far as on the witness stand, from somebody who maybe wanted Carrie, who flat out.
And sippers, I want to let everybody know we are catching up from Friday until today, okay? I am also a busy woman, so I will not be live every single day, especially just about Diddy. But I am going to cover everything in all of the trial, okay? We are catching up with Diddy. Cassie testified. We've got the security guard that testified, the escort that testified, Carrie, her friend that testified, Don Richardson that testified, and her mom that testified, and maybe another person testified. And we're going to finish up with that today strong on Tanisha Talks Teas. Remember, when you come into the tea room to fill up your cup with this tea, and like and subscribe. Thank you.
Said she didn't want to testify. I felt like Carrie's answers were a little more direct. She seemed a little more confident in giving her answers to the best of her ability. If there were things that she didn't recall, she just simply had said that. And so as far as the reason that Cassie and Carrie are no longer friends was because Diddy had assaulted Carrie with this wooden hanger. Apparently, he had grabbed her by the neck to the point that Carrie had a concussion, and this was something that had happened in 2018. And
girl, not that he gave her friend a concussion, okay? And see, that's why you don't always poke your nose in people's business, especially when you know that they're not gonna go. Okay, you can potentially get yourself killed or severely injured. Diddy gave her friend
a whole discussion after the fact, but the two haven't spoken really since this incident. And again, that's in 2018, so it's been a while now. But at first, the prosecutor, and that being the questioning by Meredith Foster, they were getting into kind of the foundational stuff. So they go back to the time period of around 2004. That's when Carrie was living in.
It's hard for us to imagine a life with dirty water.
In Manhattan. She and Cassie had met while they were working on a modeling shoot, and the prosecution was asking Carrie, did you see Cassie drink very often? And Carrie said that she didn't see Cassie drink much very often. She said that she didn't see Cassie do drugs at all at first. Then they started to get into the relationship between Cassie and Diddy, which started off in 2007. And she said, she being Carrie, said that she saw Cassie and Diddy often together, that they traveled together to Ibiza, to Italy, to Los Angeles, to Miami. She was asked about drug use and whether or not they did drugs together. And Carrie was very forthcoming. She said that herself, Cassie, and Diddy all did drugs together, and these drugs were provided by Diddy. So when Carrie was asked also about just the type of drugs that they used, it was drugs that we kind of heard them talk about prior to this, that being drugs like Molly or ecstasy or weed. Carrie even admitted that she did opioids with Cassie around the time. Cassie herself, when she was under direct testimony, and even cross.
So Cassie has now subjected her friend to her drug addiction and gotten her to use opiates. Are y'all listening to the testimony that has come out of the courtroom? That could have potentially been a downfall of her friend Carrie, right? Mm-hmm.
Examination. She was talking about how she had an opioid addiction while she was testifying, but she said that she had gotten to know Diddy really well. And
so she did get addicted to opiates while directly being friends with Cassie, and Cassie being the lover of Diddy. Okay. She got her friend Carrie addicted to drugs.
Even at points thought, that he was pretty intimidating, but it seemed like altogether that they were kind of like a group of friends that would always hang out together. They did activities such as even going to Burning Man together. Even saw an exhibit photo of Carrie, Diddy, and a producer named Dallas Austin all at Burning Man together. That was one of the exhibit photos. But Carrie said that Diddy did have mood swings, that he would yell, he would get mad, and that Cassie essentially lost her confidence while she was in a relationship with Diddy. Carrie heard Diddy talk down to Cassie. He criticized her looks, how she behaved, who she talked to. She said that Diddy would call Carrie just to look for Cassie. So we had seen an exhibit photo of Carrie Morgan, a music producer named Dallas Austin, who was actually on that People in Places list during jury selection. Diddy and another man all together at Burning Man. So you could kind of feel just the close relationship for the most part that they had where they all seemed like a group of friends together. And then it seemed like from Carrie's perspective, that one incident that had happened in 2018 really changed everything. And I'll go in more in depth in just a second. But as far as Diddy is concerned, Carrie admitted that Diddy had mood swings, that he would yell, he would get mad, that Cassie lost her confidence while she was with Diddy, that Carrie heard Diddy talk down to Cassie, that he criticized her looks, how she behaved, who she talked to, and that Diddy would call Carrie just essentially looking for Cassie, something that we had heard about in different testimony as far as how if Diddy wasn't able to get in contact with Cassie, he would go through other means, such as his own employees, such as, in this case, Carrie, just to get a hold of her whenever Cassie wouldn't be answering the phone. And Carrie even said that employees would call Cassie as well, too. So then that's when we see an exhibit photo of Christina Coram. Carrie actually refers to Christina Coram in a loving way, similar to how Cassie did, where they both had called her KK, and that's what they would refer to her as, KK. And there was one incident where Christina Coram, aka KK, would actually call Carrie to look for Cassie. And so then the prosecution asked Carrie about Cassie's career, and that essentially Diddy was in charge of her music, her career, and that she recorded a bunch of songs, something that Cassie testified to under her during her testimony, where Cassie recorded a whole bunch of songs. She was supposed to do a 10-album deal. Only one album came out. She did a mixtape that didn't go, that didn't elevate or anything like that, but that essentially she recorded all these songs that just wouldn't be put out. Carrie said at this time that she had witnessed Cassie getting physically assaulted around twice, so she recalled 2 different instances where Diddy had hit Cassie.
So I'm going to stop it right there and spill some tea. Do you guys think that Cassie has access to her produced music? Do you guys think Cassie has the ability to, now that she's won $20 million from Diddy, put out her unproduced music that never, made it to the surface while she was actually with Diddy? Do you think we'll now hear some of the written music that she's done, hundreds of songs? Do you think that we'll hear anything? Let me know. Drop your tea in the chat and pour me up whether or not you think Cassie will put out any music that she wrote while she was with Diddy and actually have it produced now.
Cassie had pulled her hair, something that a lot of other people have testified to, something that Cassie confirmed that it happened. So she recalled 2 specific incidents, one in the Hollywood Hills at a rented house by Diddy, and then another time in Jamaica. So the witnesses to the Hollywood Hill incidents were a security guard named Ruben and then Carrie. And during this incident, again, Diddy had hit her.
I know me. I crack my sunflower seeds while I'm sipping my tea. What type of music do you think she wrote while with Diddy? Do you think it was about freaking off? Or do you think it was about her being endlessly in love with Diddy? Let me know. Drop that tea in the chat and let me know whether or not you think while with Diddy, Cassie wrote about freak-offs or her love affair for Diddy. With Diddy. Let me know, sippers.
Pulled Cassie's hair, I should say, and that Carrie had told Ruben, the security guard, to do something, and that essentially Ruben didn't do anything to kind of stop this incident from happening. She said after this incident happened that Cassie and both Carrie left. They hid over near a neighbor's house, kind of under the stairs, as Ruben and Diddy were essentially looking for the both of them together. And she said that they waited and hid for about 20 or 30 minutes during this incident, but that Cassie went back to the home afterwards. Then they were called.
Let me guess. You're thinking about going to therapy. And as a therapist myself, of course I'm going to say that's a great idea. But for
2013 incident in Jamaica where they were on vacation. It was with Carrie, Cassie, Carrie's friends, and then Diddy joined about, I think, midway through the trip. And that all of a sudden, Carrie heard Cassie screaming, in a terrifying scream at that, and said that Diddy was essentially mad because Cassie was taking too long in the bathroom. And that's the reason that he had allegedly drugged her by her hair and pushed her to the point that she had hit her head. Carrie said that Cassie didn't move after she had fell, that she went into a fetal position, that Carrie even thought at one point that Cassie was just knocked out because she just wasn't moving. Then all of a sudden, Carrie and Diddy get into a verbal argument, and during this, Cassie just ran off and she ran into this wooded area, and then Carrie ended up getting on a golf cart. She found Cassie, and the two pretty much crouched together in a ditch, essentially hiding away from Diddy. She says after this incident, Cassie didn't receive any type of medical attention, and that they just went back to the house that they had rented during this trip together. Those were just some of the instances that Carrie had recalled throughout her friendship of just kind of witnessing this type of physical assault and physical abuse from Diddy, but she said those were the two incidents that stood out to her the most. Then we kind of get into March 6th of 2016, and we all know that date very well because that was after the Intercontinental Hotel incident, something that we are all very familiar with. Carrie just remembers Cassie coming back home. She had that hoodie on that we all saw from that surveillance video. She had dropped her bags and essentially just didn't say anything. But when she had pulled her hoodie back, when she, being Cassie, pulled her hoodie back, she had a black eye. Then Carrie said about 30 minutes later, Diddy came over with a hammer, which I thought was very kind of stunning to say. And while Carrie was terrified that Diddy was kind of hammering and yelling and banging on this door, that Cassie was just numb. And this is one part that I had wrote down that really kind of stunned me that Carrie had said on the witness stand. She says, she being Carrie said, I don't think she cared if he had killed her. And I think that was just kind of a startling statement to kind of, for her to kind of say while on the witness stand today, because we all have seen that surveillance video so many times. But for Carrie, who was Cassie's best friend at the time, to say that she didn't care if Diddy would kill her, I think that was just kind of a very big sticking point during her direct examination. Carrie said after this incident that Carrie called Christina Coram, that being Diddy's head assistant, and then D-Rock, who we all know now to be one of Diddy's security guards after this. Eventually, Diddy had left. He stopped with the whole hammering and yelling and banging on the door because he wasn't able to get into the apartment, so he eventually left. Another interesting point was that the police came over. They being the police, allegedly pushed Carrie into a wall, asked for her ID. Carrie told Christina Coram that the police were coming over. And I thought this was interesting because Carrie said that she didn't call the police, but Cassie, during her testimony, believed that Carrie did call the police during this incident. But according to Carrie's testimony today, police came over essentially because of the noise, not because anyone had called them specifically. And so we saw some text exhibits between Carrie and Christina Coram where Carrie had wrote, I'm sorry, I missed your call. I'm not used to this, SHIT.
That is straight out of a horror movie. Someone banging at your door with a hammer. That is straight out of a horror movie. I would have definitely called the police. I don't give a damn who it was. I'm calling the police. That is very, very terrifyingly scary for someone to be banging at your front door, your door with a hammer. Call the police.
She said she was looking for someone to say the wrong thing so she could call it domestic violence, she being one of the investigators, one of the detectives. And then she also wrote to Christina Coram, Cash just asked me to send you that, which I thought was interesting, kind of verifying that Cassie wasn't one to go to the police, or even if the police were to respond, that Cassie would still kind of cover for her then boyfriend at the time. And that Carrie, from her perspective, said she encouraged Cassie to talk to police, but that Cassie didn't want to talk to police. And so there are times where throughout their friendship.
And at that point, as a friend, what can you do? What can you do as a friend? Now you done went numb to your friend, numb to being abused. Now you done went numb to it. You care, but if you don't care, then what level of care can I give? Because no matter what I do, if you're not even willing to, stand up for yourself even a little bit, where's this going to go? Now, I'm a target because I'm calling the fucking police for you. See how that works?
That Carrie would tell Cassie to leave Diddy, that he controlled her job, her career, her car, just everything that he had given to her throughout this relationship together was part of the reason that Cassie had stayed. But Carrie had said that really Cassie didn't have a lot of other close friends beyond Carrie and Diddy's employees, because even when Cassie was on the stand, she had said that Diddy's staff was like family to her, and it was pretty much a big loss when everything had went down. But for the most part, Cassie herself still.
That's why your nerves are deteriorating and you can't walk without feeling pain. Maybe you don't know this, but all the burning, numbness, and tingling
the material things than their actual physical life.
Kind of not like how it used to be or anything like that.
That's the law.
Then they get to
Not your
2018,
life.
and this is where kind of the friendship breakup really kind of kicks into gear. Carrie had said that she was at Cassie's house in the Hollywood Hills when Diddy assaulted her. Cassie at this point locked herself in a bathroom. Diddy had come over unannounced, and that Diddy had choked Carrie and boomeranged a wooden.
I mean, who knows? Cassie could have played this up until the point where she felt like, I think I may have enough to get out of this and get away alive and still get mine on the back end. Who knows how, what she was really thinking, because Cassie said herself that she masterminded a lot of the fuckery that her and Diddy, coerced in. So who knows? Cassie might have let shit build up until she knew when to scooty boo and then, do what she did, which was file a winning lawsuit that got her $20 million. Okay. How much would you put up with if you were scheming on the back end to sue a rich guy and win millions of dollars? What would be your threshold of level of leaving? Where would your bar sit? For Cassie, it was a lot.
Hanger at Carrie, and it hit Carrie right in the right ear. Because Diddy was accusing Cassie of cheating on him. And so she had told one of Diddy's assistants, an assistant named Ryan, that Diddy was acting crazy. Then we see an exhibit photo of Ryan. Carrie says during this entire incident that she did get a concussion. She became dizzy. She was vomiting after this incident, and that she actually went to urgent care after this.
And Cassie don't give no damn about her friends, her family. She don't give a fuck who falls in the wake of Diddy's wrath behind fucking with her. He done damn near killed her friend, and she still ain't left at that time.
So this is where things just weren't the same ever for Cassie and Carrie specifically. That Carrie went to a lawyer, and that this lawyer was going to reach out to Diddy about the assault, and that Carrie was actually going to file a lawsuit around this time, this being in 2018. But instead of filing this lawsuit, everything was kind of underhanded, where Cassie kind of played the middleman, where it's like, if you don't go file this lawsuit, we'll just give you a settlement.
Carrie said, you only got one time to play with my life, and it's over. Okay, I'm not building it up to $20 million. I'm finna hit it right now, hit it hard, get what I can get out of your assault, and get the fuck on. I like Carrie. I like her.
Settlement payout. That payout was for $30,000, and all Carrie had to do was sign an NDA in return. And so Carrie had said that this conversation she had with Cassie went down at a pizza parlor or some type of pizza restaurant over in California, and that Cassie had told Carrie essentially that she was milking the assault. And what ended up happening was that Carrie felt that Cassie didn't have her back in this type of situation. Carrie and
but then Carrie, wait a minute, Cassie turns around a year or so, however long later, to whenever she filed her lawsuit, to 2020, or threatened him with a lawsuit, like 2021, whenever she did that. She did that. How you gonna judge her for doing it and you did it too? It just took your dumb ass longer to sue him. Okay.
Ended up just taking the $30,000. She signed the NDA, and she hasn't spoken to either Cassie or Diddy since, because she felt like Cassie didn't have her back. And the summary of the direct examination was there's no pending lawsuits now.
Yeah, look, this is another example. What I think the doing very well with Cassandra Ventura, who is the star witness in this case,
Be
alleged
careful,
victim number
baby.
one. Before they even
Around
called her
in
to the
that goddamn
stand,
courthouse
they
with
had
Diddy in
two
there.
supporting.
Be careful, babies. Coming out of that goddamn car. I know we want the scoopy, but be careful before you catch something in there with Diddy in there. You them in there coughing and shit. Ain't no telling what's flying out their mouth. And I'm just being real. Diddy and them just slept with everybody at the party. And goddamn it, everybody ain't lying on Diddy and them. Spreading all types of diseases around. Be careful. They might have the Corona 2000 in that courtroom.
Witnesses, the hotel employee from the 2016 event, a male performer who was hired or allegedly hired to have sex with Cassandra Ventura. You had the 2016 tape that was introduced to support her credibility before she took the stand. After she takes the stand, now you have Dawn Richard and you have Carrie Morgan, who are further seemingly trying to corroborate Cassandra Ventura's testimony. But what I think is interesting about Ms. Morgan is she's talking in a way where it supports the prosecution's argument of a pattern of abuse of women, right? It's not just one woman for the racketeering and sex trafficking charges. This is ongoing. This is multiple people. This pattern of illegal activity that there are people who were there, witnessed it, supports Ventura's claims. So she's a key witness, and I understand exactly why she was called by the prosecution. But obviously,
Janet, when's
obviously, the defense is not going to take this lying down. They too had an opportunity to cross-examine Carrie Morgan. What was it like? Was it the same intense questioning as you described of Dawn Richard?
Not necessarily. So Mark Agnifilo was handling this questioning. So this is the first time we've seen him actually question a witness since trial has started. It was pretty interesting to kind of see him in action. He actually kind of was cracking a little bit of jokes with Carrie Morgan at the beginning, mainly just about him wanting to finish the questions up pretty quick because he knows that she wants to be done with her subpoena and be able to just leave. He says that, and then the cross-examination takes longer than just a few questions. So thank you so much, Mark Agnifilo. But one thing I thought that was interesting that he did during the cross-examination was he actually kind of took it back a little bit and asked her about Dawn Richard, which I was like, kind of, where is this going? Why is he asking about Dawn Richard when it's Carrie Morgan testifying? And so Mark Agnifilo started off with a photo of Dawn Richard, Kalina Harper, and Cassie Ventura over at that Central Park Festival. And I was like, why is he showing this to Carrie Morgan? And me speculating a little bit, I think they were trying to kind of introduce this photo and bring this exhibit photo in front of the jury because while Dawn was on the stand, she had always said that she's always with Cassie. She's seen her and she's seen Cassie and Diddy a number of different times. But then Carrie Morgan, who's been her best friend for 17 years, says she didn't know who anybody in the picture was beyond just Cassie. And so I think that was kind of a point that they were trying to a little bit discredit Dawn Richard's testimony there. But then Mark Agnifilo was asking about how long Carrie and Cassie had known each other. They had met since high school. Mark Agnifilo brings up Ryan Leslie. That was Cassie's boyfriend before she was with Diddy. He's a music producer. And from Carrie's perspective, they began dating around 2004 and they seemed pretty serious. But then they brought it back to how often did Carrie see Cassie and Diddy together. And she said, she being Carrie, said she saw them a few times per month, that she would see Diddy and Cassie together at the studio, at their homes. They traveled together. Then the defense brings up Burning Man again. And I keep bringing up Burning Man. The defense keeps bringing up Burning Man. And apparently this was something that Cassie and Diddy did together. It was kind of like their little tradition of going to this music festival out in the desert together. And so they brought that back up. And one thing that I thought Mark Agnifilo did, which was also pretty interesting too, was asked Carrie if Cassie was jealous of Kim Porter. And Carrie says that she was, again, something that Cassie had admitted to while she was testifying too, because Carrie said that Cassie was jealous of Kim Porter again being the mother of some of Diddy's children, that Cassie was jealous because she could never go to the New Year's Eve parties, and I guess that must have been a big family gathering between all of those families, and Cassie essentially wasn't allowed to go to that type of thing. So then the defense asked Carrie about who was paying for the studio time, because they were always in the studio, and Carrie said, I guess the label, and the label being Bad Boy. The defense asked if Diddy put Cassie into the studio with other artists like Kid Cudi and Lil Wayne, and then Carrie was like, I never said Lil Wayne. And then I think the defense was just kind of trying to throw it out there that because of Diddy, Cassie was able to work with like these big names such as Kid Cudi, who's been mentioned a number of times, Lil Wayne. Carrie said that she also remembers Cassie working with French Montana, Too Short. All of these artists were in the studio with Cassie. Then the defense asked about Diddy's jealousy.
Girl, Cassie was in there with Too Short and Lil Wayne now. Girl, shit. Now we know how Too Short and Lil Wayne them get down at the freak off. So, not for nothing, girl. Y'all, Cassie's husband and kissed everybody at the party. Then kissed everybody at the party. Girl, ain't no telling what really was going on. Okay, Too Short is on the scene with Cassie and Diddy. Girl, please. They know they get down all the way to the ground with the bullshit. So nothing, y'all. Too Short. Now look at Cassie and listen to Too Short. And Cassie can seemingly believe that Diddy cared about her. Why she was in the studio with Usher, making a song with Usher or some goddamn body. Too Short. Girl gone.
Jealousy, and that Carrie kind of always saw the drama play out. Then she was asked about Chris Brown, another celebrity name that was mentioned a couple times during this trial, where the defense asked about Chris Brown and that Diddy was jealous of Cassie dancing on Chris Brown, and that Carrie says she actually doesn't remember this whole entire incident happening, because I think this incident with the Chris Brown dancing was like 2013, so what, 12 years ago now at this point. And so then that's when we get to another big celebrity's name, that was Michael B. Jordan. And she was asked, Carrie was asked about the movie shoot over at Honey 3 that was taking place in South Africa. She was asked about Cassie essentially blocking people, including Diddy, a time where Cassie and Diddy were not together, according to Cassie's perspective, that Cassie just was blocking him. She wanted him out of her mind while she was shooting this movie, because they brought back Gina into this whole situation. I'll get there in just a second. But Carrie kind of confirmed that Cassie and Michael B. Jordan were just speaking to one another, that they weren't dating, that they weren't intimate, that they weren't like this more than thing that Diddy himself kind of made it out to be, because essentially that was a big argument between Diddy and Cassie, was just that Diddy felt like Cassie was cheating on him with Michael B. Jordan, or at least pursuing Michael B. Jordan in a romantic fashion.
And, Michael B. Jordan has become one of America's sweetheart, actors, kind of like a Denzel coming down through here for, Hollywood. And if he was somewhere canoodling with Cassie, he done kissed every nigga at the party. Okay, he done kissed every nigga at the party. And he might want to go get his mouth checked out for the herpes. Period. Because she testified that she kept a mouth full of herpes sores. So, yeah. That's what that could potentially be there. Boy.
Fashion. Then Carrie was asked if she saw Cassie doing drugs in South Africa. And Carrie said that she didn't see Cassie doing drugs in South Africa. And then again, the defense trying to kind of confirm whether or not that Cassie and Michael B. Jordan were together. I thought that was just a kind of a weird moment. It's just like she already said that said that they weren't together, but the defense kept bringing it up a little bit there. Then they segued into Gina, and that Carrie confirmed Gina was kind of a big problem. And this was another point. She was saying that he was having a full-blown relationship with this little girl. And so the defense there had to be like, was this girl of age. And so that was kind of a whole moment where like they were kind of equating Gina to being a little girl because Gina was much younger than Cassie and Carrie at the time, but still the defense had to verify like, oh, this is not a minor we're talking about, this was still an adult woman by law, but that Carrie essentially called Gina a little girl.
And please don't get me wrong, I take it as I'm hearing it and I give it as I feel it. Cassie was Diddy's hooker. She was his prostitute, his lady of the night. Okay. And he was essentially unleashing her on Hollywood. She done slept with everybody on Craigslist, Backpage, and wherever else you could find somebody to sleep with that's willing to do it for some money. And they frolicking, they orgying, they everything that you can't even think of. And then when her and Diddy get into a spat and she feels the courage to walk away, now she's sitting next to Michael B. Jordan and everybody else and all of this shit with her mouth full of herpes sores. He unleashed his hooker on Hollywood. And if I was y'all, I'd be careful and go get tested. Because we've already also heard her testify that nobody got tested. Nobody got tested. So if you had unprotected sex with Cassie, you could potentially have whatever sexually transmitted diseases they carry.
Wouldn't go away. And then one thing that was kind of just a utterance, I will say, is that Carrie said that Gina actually got pregnant, and so don't want to necessarily confirm that the father of this child was Diddy.
This is the pink salt recipe that took me from 179 to 126 in just weeks. You know what the best
child was Diddy's or anything like that, but apparently this was something that was just kind of thrown out there. It wasn't really kind of delved into or anything like that, but just something Carrie threw out while she was under cross-examination by the defense. Then Carrie was asked whether or not there were times that Cassie wanted Carrie to cover for her, and Carrie says she doesn't remember. Then they get to the whole incident where Diddy was allegedly banging on this door with a hammer, and that no one took photos of the door, that police didn't show up till hours later, because this was after the whole hotel incident. And police asked Carrie what all had happened. Carrie said she wasn't at the hotel when Diddy had physically assaulted.
How can we also tie Michael B. Jordan to Diddy? Didn't they also share Lori Harvey, Steve Harvey's stepdaughter, in the same capacity of intimately? So if I was America's new up and coming Denzel sweetheart, Michael B. Jordan, I would be somewhere trying to get tested. Go get tested. Everybody that has came in contact with intimately, one direct way or the other, I would go get tested.
Cassie, so she didn't say what happened there. Carrie confirmed again that she didn't call the cops. The cops had come because of all the noise that was going on. And she was asked again about her text messages with Christina Coram, again, that being one of Diddy's head assistants. And Carrie referred, all these C's, all these K's, sorry about that. But Carrie confirmed that Christina was like the right hand of Diddy, and that she was always nice and that she always tried to help, something that I feel like the defense will definitely possibly use later on a little bit. Then she was asked a little bit about her relationship with Diddy's employees, again naming names like Christina Coram, D-Rock, Derek Roche as well too, that they were all friends. And Carrie Morgan had talked about a person named Mia who we expect to be testifying, and Carrie had said that Mia had a ton of energy, something that you kind of have to have stamina to work with Sean Combs. And so we got a little bit about that there. Then she was asked about the 2018 incident where she was hit with the wooden hanger and that Carrie got a concussion. And then the defense was asking her why she stopped being friends with Cassie. Carrie says that Cassie wasn't supportive of Carrie after Diddy had hit her. Carrie says that Cassie never even reached out to her after this incident. They were essentially verifying that the $30,000 didn't come from Cassie herself, that essentially Cassie was the middleman. And again, that Carrie says Cassie offered money to sign the NDA so Carrie wouldn't publicly speak about this. And the defense asked why she's not friends with Cassie if Cassie didn't specifically harm her, something that they were kind of going on and on about as far as her cross-examination goes today. And Carrie says it was simply just because Cassie didn't reach out to her even after the fact. Later on, we were shown some more exhibit photos, those being of Carrie, Cassie, and a woman named Bonna together. Bonna is somebody who had also filed a civil claim against Diddy, somebody that we possibly expect to be testifying for the government in this case, but that's not 100% sure just yet. The defense, Diddy's attorneys, were asking Carrie if Carrie, Cassie, and Diddy all did drugs together. Carrie said yes, something that she had answered to under direct. The defense asked if there was times that Diddy wanted Cassie off drugs, and Carrie confirmed yes, that Diddy actually sent Cassie away to Mexico to get some type of treatment for this. And they were asked if Bonna brought drugs to Cassie, and Carrie did kind of confirm that. Then we saw an exhibit photo, this one a group photo. It kind of, I couldn't tell if it was a selfie or just someone taking the photo and everyone was just super close together, but Carrie kind of verified some of the people that were in there, like Eli Maroon, Rob Holliday, Keke Palmer, Deontay Nash, a person named Luba, Bonna, and Cassie were all in this photo together. And I think the defense was trying to kind of get at, you know, you guys did all these things together. You guys were best friends together. You got opportunities to go to places maybe you wouldn't have if your best friend wasn't dating a big giant mogul at this time frame. And so the defense was asking, did you guys have a lot of fun? And Carrie verified yes. Was it exciting for the wrong reasons? And Carrie verified yes. And Carrie had also said, the defense asked Carrie, you love some of them being the people that she's no longer friends with, but that she knew during her time being around Cassie, being around Diddy. And she said yes. We saw, again, another photo, that being the Burning Man photo with Lucas White, Dallas Austin, Diddy, Carrie, all in Burning Man together. The defense asking her, did you have fun? She said yes. And she was asked again, from your perspective, were Cassie and Diddy in love? And she said yes. From your perspective, he was flawed. Carrie said yes. Did you try to help Diddy be a better person? She said yes. Then we see this text message from Diddy to Carrie where he said, hey, I never asked you to call me, but it's about Cass's birthday. If you can, it's a 5-minute call about her B-Day. I couldn't tell, or I couldn't necessarily see, because I really do have bad eyesight. I'm sorry about that. But this long text message that was sent back from Diddy, and it was essentially in summation about loving oneself, and that Carrie says she actually didn't remember sending this text message. And again, this message, it looked like a poem, and it was very kind of hard to see and kind of get all grasp of that, but I don't think these were Carrie's actual own words. I think these were a poem from some other.
I want to ask the Sippers a question. Do you define love as what Carrie defined it between Diddy and Cassie? Why do you think she said that she thought they were in love? What do you think maybe gave her the impression that that was love? Especially after he didn't beat her to death and she just a friend. You say you just a friend. You say you just a friend. But you getting beat with wooden hangers and choked to death till you go unconscious and got a concussion. But the girl that she's associated with, man, is the one that did it. He ain't got no love for her, you, nobody else. Stop.
Her author. They brought back the wooden hanger incident and kind of ended on that, just about whether or not Carrie recalled doing drugs, if there were drugs on the table, and that Diddy came in during this point accusing.
Your father died.
We have got a long couple of months with Diddy and then the Carmelo Anthony case, and then the Rodney Hinton case. Like, we are going to be depleted by, we're going to continue to stay sipping because we want to know where people are falling on, the scale of justice. Do you think Diddy will fall on the sword, or do you think he'll get up swinging the sword? What do you guys?
Of cheating on him. Carrie didn't remember who this person was that Cassie was allegedly cheating with. And then the defense brought up just her prior statements to the government from 2023, so a little while ago. And just that when she had spoken to the government during this time period, that she had actually said she went to the hospital after this incident, but while she was testifying today, she said she went to urgent care, which according to Carrie, she said that she thought they were just one and the same as far as urgent care hospital, just kind of thought it was similar at that point. And so she said that there was no police response to this incident and that Carrie took photos, but she doesn't have them today. Then she was asked whether or not the government subpoenaed Carrie's devices, and Carrie didn't turn over her communication devices, but she said she wasn't subpoenaed for those devices. So there was no type of photo that we saw of just the aftermath of this incident or any of that sort. The defense kind of brought it home with just these photos of Diddy and Cassie together along with Carrie, and this was after the 2017 Met Gala, and they're all kind of posed together on the streets of New York. And they seem like, had we not heard all this testimony, they seemed like just a great group of friends. But I think the defense was trying to kind of point out here that this was a fun time for you, that there was love here for you guys, and they really just kind of brought it home as far as just that this was just like a big just friendship fallout just from everything that had happened. Something that may have worked into their favor, but it's unclear to tell sometimes with the jury and how they're responding to all of that.
Yeah, it's a lot of information. It's a lot of power dynamics, relationship dynamics, and we've talked about it with Cassandra Ventura too. This idea there were maybe great parts of the relationship, or there was a love there, but the difficulty is she's claiming, and the prosecution is asserting, that she was a victim throughout this. And, when you listen to Carrie Morgan, an important witness, an important corroborating witness, but at the same time, they may have been friends, but think about what she's testifying to now. Elizabeth, before we wrap things up real quick, I want to talk about David James, who I think is an important witness, because this is not a friend necessarily. This was the personal assistant of Sean Combs. And if we're talking about racketeering in the first few pages of the indictment, I don't care which indictment we're looking at, there's all superseding, they talk about the assistants and the people who might have helped or facilitated Sean Combs' criminal empire or alleged criminal empire or a part of this. That's why I think the assistants and the bodyguards are all a part of it. Not necessarily, that they're charged, but their testimony is important. And the idea is that Sean Combs ran this criminal enterprise where he can't do it by himself. So real quick, David James, some highlights from his testimony. And by the way, is he going to continue his testimony into tomorrow?
I heard about that. Oh, he's absolutely going to continue his testimony into tomorrow. He probably was on the stand not more than even 20 minutes before the judge just kind of wrapped it for the day, sent the jury home, and then, he'll continue with his direct examination tomorrow. But as far as David James goes, he was somebody I was kind of looking forward to his testimony as well, too, because to your point, Jesse, I really kind of want to hear from the employees at this point and just everything that they had went through, because it seems like from the government's perspective, they're really just kind of honing in on the forced labor kind of perspective of everything, especially when it comes to this RICO conspiracy, because that's the number one question people have on their minds, as far as the people I've been speaking to, is just how is the prosecution relating this to RICO? Because I think people have one idea of RICO in their mind, but kind of hearing how they're just slowly kind of piecing it together, you can kind of see it from both. But as far as David James's testimony goes, he did say he was testifying because he was ordered to do it by a subpoena, and by that order, he's essentially there to tell the truth. And so this was a former personal assistant of Diddy, who had worked for Diddy for about a 2-year time period from 2007 to 2009. And that's when we see some photo exhibits of Diddy. It's just kind of like a standard photo of him on a red carpet. And then we see a photo of David James himself as well, too. And so he says, as far as his work goes with Diddy, that it began around, again, that 2007 time period. In 2005, just a couple years before, he went to Michigan State. Shout out to Nick. Then he moved to New York City as an executive assistant. He wanted to pursue fashion, and then actually saw this job description by the New York Times and said that he applied to this job, and this job being a personal assistant of Sean Puff Daddy Puffy Combs, again in the New York Times, and applied to this position a couple of times. And let me just kind of date it here a little bit, Jesse, because this was before, we were able to just all apply through jobs through LinkedIn or through any of those type of job boards online, that he said that he faxed in his resume, he emailed his resume, and he went to drop off his resume in person, something that you don't necessarily see nowadays. But overall, he said that he ended up going for an interview at Bad Boy Entertainment, something that's at 710 Broadway, or previously was. And he had met with this woman named Basha, somebody who was a senior VP of Bad Boy. And this is where his voice kind of gets a little bit of shaky. I couldn't tell necessarily if he was about to cry or if he had a little bit of allergies or that sort, but it seemed a little emotional to me, where Basha had told David around this time period, "It's Mr. Combs' kingdom. We're here to serve him." And I think that might have kind of pointed in the prosecution's favor there, just about what the employees of Diddy had to do in order to kind of, one, keep their job, and two, just kind of how the workflow was. But essentially,
So you did the thing, or maybe.
So we got to get into more of the David James PA, the mother of Cassie.
essentially, he was given a bunch of tasks that he had to complete for his interview. He said he actually dropped off all his requirements that he had to do for this interview in order to get this job to a woman named Dia. He said that he did this like on a Monday and finished everything up. And I guess Dia had mentioned that normally it takes like prospective employees like a week to do this thing, but David James was one, he was ready to go essentially. And so Diddy himself ended up kind of getting in onto the job interview and asking David James why he would make a good personal assistant. And David James said something along the lines of, "I'm not worried about yesterday, I'm focused on today." And then he kind of did a play on words to Diddy's song Can't Stop Won't Stop, and that was something that David James had conveyed to Diddy himself. Then we start to get like some exhibit photos of just some other employees that we had previously seen in the exhibit, such as Capricorn Clark. She was the former director of communications for Sean John. That was Diddy's fashion line. And then, but he said that his actual supervisor at the time was Dia, who was the chief of staff at that time. And he said his responsibilities as a personal assistant were essentially to operate for the chairman of a company. He said it was also to travel with Diddy. He said that his job duties included arriving at Diddy's home before Diddy even wakes up. He would compile a bunch of different documents. He would get together Diddy's business schedule for the day. He would get together press clippings, any type of press that had mentioned Diddy's name, that he would kind of help compile together. Then he said his job was honestly to wake Diddy up as well too, wait for him to be done with breakfast, and then from breakfast they go with security, and then they would just be on the move. They would either go to dinner later on during that evening, they would go to the studio, and a lot of people have been mentioning a lot of stuff at the studio.
Okay. Are we also, or haven't we rather also been made aware of the fact that Diddy was not always or hard or wanting to be involved in things of every day, just getting up, comings and goings, because he was always somewhere involved in some freak off, doing a lot of things. And so, however have you, to where he was often groggy, oftentimes, looking to sleep more, after, they would be going nights and weeks at a time on the freak off. That Diddy was a very disgruntled, very hard to talk to, mean, things like that. Okay, so when is somebody gonna like estimate of who the real Diddy was?
Obviously, he was like this mega producer slash rapper slash executive. So, you know, the studio is always kind of mentioned as far as being a little bit of Diddy's home away from home, essentially, and said that he couldn't leave, he being David James, couldn't leave until he got the call time to be in the next day, and that call time would come in at night. But he said he worked pretty long hours. You know, if it wasn't 5 days a week, 6 days a week, it was 7 days a week. So he says he's working essentially 7 days a week, one time 3 weeks straight, which is a lot of time.
Exactly.
But
more than likely, he was keeping up. One of the ones I was keeping up with the daily affairs. I'm sure the nannies, the people that, you know, were hired in place to support Diddy and run Diddy's business were more than likely, he was the face, more than likely. I don't believe after Diddy, you know, completely got engulfed with everything that was freak offs and everything that was drug induced and fueled, raging, manic, everything else, out of control, maniac person, psycho person, right? He was completely able to hold together the you know, big mogul music producer conglomerate of the you know, rich and wealthy lifestyle, the rich and famous lifestyle. I'm pretty sure the people that he hired in place to, you know, help him run the business, assist him, were the ones that were actually doing all the work.
Over time, he said his pay around that time was $70,000. Given that time frame, that's a pretty substantial amount of money, I guess. But
that a year?
He was asked about kind of riders for hotel rooms.
Diddy in New York, California, and Miami is paying his assistant $70,000 a year. That ain't no damn money. And that ain't no money to work for a millionaire. Directly next to a millionaire as his personal assistant. And can you imagine what that entailed for him as Diddy's personal assistant? 70 grand? People make more money than that wiping ass. 70 grand? In New York, Miami, and California, where Diddy lived, that wasn't no goddamn money.
Different than writers for TV appearances, and writers are essentially just everything that the artist, the person who's going to be interviewed, needs stocked into, I guess, in the hotel in one perspective, but also for TV appearances in those dressing rooms. So they didn't touch too much on the hotel aspect, but I think, again, the prosecution kind of amping it up for what might be later to come. Then he was asked about just other members of the staff, such as security and their roles.
You don't know how much money.
The security's roles were to protect Diddy, his family, his property. He mentioned names like Uncle Paulie, D-Rock, Big Tim, Bonds.
Monday CRM has the best AI features in games,
especially in sales.
Hands down.
So for me,
email I think Forbes said I was worth $1 billion.
Some familiar names that we had all heard about in other people's testimony. David James was asked about security carrying legal weapons. He said that Uncle Paulie carried a knife, that security didn't carry illegal weapons, and that security at one point told David James to kind of stay in his lane and not get too into the weeds of everything that they were doing. Then they started kind of really just familiarizing other people amongst his staff, such as a person named Amanda. Then we saw an exhibit photo of Chef Jordan, who was Diddy's personal chef, someone who, again, we expect to be testifying very, very soon. Then David James was asked about Diddy's girlfriends, and I was expecting to hear him say just Cassie's name, but he didn't say just Cassie's name. He named other people, such as Sarah, such as Tara, such as Yana, and then Cassie during his time working with Diddy. And so then they started kind of getting into Cassie, of course, and they were asking how David James had met Cassie. That was at Diddy's Miami home, that Diddy had rented a yacht during this time to essentially kind of impress Cassie around this time frame. I didn't get down to date as far as when this was, but I imagine it's probably around that 2007, 2008, 2009 time period, because that was the time that David James was working with Diddy. But as far as his conversations with Cassie, the first ones had happened in Star Island with Cassie and actually Carrie Morgan, so everything's kind of intertwining there. That Cassie had said something along the lines of, this lifestyle is crazy, and David James had said, if it's so crazy, why don't you get out? And then Cassie said, because Diddy pays for her car and for her home and kind of helps build her career. Then he recalled another incident another incident where Cassie was telling David James about her album, an album that never came out, but that they were listening to songs. Cassie seemed pretty proud of it, but again, this album never had come out. Then David James was asked about Kim Porter, again, Kim Porter being the mother of some of Diddy's children, and that Kim Porter was referred to as Diddy's queen, whereas Cassie was right where Diddy wanted her to be, and she was moldable, that Cassie was a moldable person, and then that there were some disagreements about Cassie's career, that she wanted to sing and model and essentially do more for her career, and that's where the direct examination ended today. So I assume when we get back tomorrow morning, that's exactly where they're going to kind of pick up and see how they kind of lay out everything as far as what all he had seen, what he had witnessed, possibly, and what he had heard. So it'll be interesting to see where his testimony goes tomorrow.
Look, again, like you said, the inner workings of this enterprise and the people who help facilitate it, very important for racketeering. Plus, anytime you're listening to employees who work these long hours and maybe against their will, you're thinking of forced labor, which again is one of those predicate underlying crimes that, you know, the prosecution is asserting to prove racketeering conspiracy. I did think it's really interesting that Cassie had allegedly said to him, why don't you leave? Well, he pays for everything for me, and he's Sean Diddy Combs, not I'm in fear for my life, I can't leave, I'm scared of what happens. That's an important point that I'm curious if the jury picked up on. Listen, Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much for the incredible detail, the play-by-play of what happened for each of the witnesses today. We will continue to be covering this trial every day.
That
Elizabeth
was a lot. We got caught all the way up. Like, thank you so much. Law and crime. Sidebar. We got caught up with a lot of witnesses. The friends, y'all. Let's go ahead and get into the David James, the personal assistant. I'm very curious to know what he said. Okay. Thank you guys so much. We have been here for a couple of hours and we are pushing through. Going strong. Okay. Let's go ahead and sip this tea. So the David James would be the personal assistant, right? Okay, let's see what he had to say as testament in the Diddy trial. Heard that he said that he was underpaid and overworked. We know that aspect so far. $70,000 a year, being the personal assistant to a billionaire.
Before we begin, please be advised that viewer discretion is strongly recommended. None of the content presented here has been exaggerated or taken out of context. These are the exact statements made by the prosecution team, defense team, Carrie Morgan, and David James in a federal court on May 19th, 2025. Some words have been censored to comply with YouTube's guidelines. What you're about to hear is a voiced-over reading of Don Richard's testimony from the Sean Diddy Combs trial so far. Source: courtroom reporter at Inner City Press on X.com. All parties are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Listen at your own discretion. What you're about to hear is Carrie Morgan and David James's testimony, given in the Diddy trial from beginning to end.
The government calls Carrie Morgan. Where do you live?
Los Angeles.
Who is this?
Cassie Ventura.
What was your relationship?
We were best friends. Her boyfriend to me.
Do you see him here?
Yes, there in a yellow sweater.
Let the record reflect the witness had identified defendant Sean Combs. Why are you here?
I got a subpoena.
Where did you live with Cassie?
Manhattan.
Did Cassie drink?
Not much.
Any drugs?
None.
What was she doing for work?
Modeling. Then she recorded me and you.
When did you learn they were dating?
2007.
Did you travel with Cassie and Mr. Combs?
Yes, Ibiza, Miami.
What drugs did Mr. Combs provide?
Molly, marijuana, ecstasy.
Which did Mr. Combs take?
All.
Did you take drugs alone with Cassie?
Opiates.
How did Mr. Combs act?
He would yell at Cassie. She lost her confidence, big time, lost her spark.
Did Mr. Combs talk down to Cassie?
Yes, about her looks, who she talked to.
Did he contact you looking for her?
A lot. Sometimes he would call 50 times in a row.
Would others call you for him?
Yes, Christina Coram or KK.
Did you witness assaults?
Yes, first in the Hollywood Hills. Reuben, one of his security guards, was there.
What did Mr. Combs do to Cassie?
He kicked her.
What did she do?
Nothing. I told Reuben to do something. He indicated he wouldn't.
Then what?
We left the house. Cassie and I were hiding by someone's steps.
And the next time?
In Jamaica. I saw him drag her by her hair. I ran back to get my purse and phone so we could leave.
What did you see next?
I thought she was knocked out. Then she got up and ran into a wooded area.
What happened next?
There were 2 golf carts in the driveway. I got in one and Sean got in the other. We went in different directions looking for Cassie.
Did you find her?
Yes. Then we hid in a ditch, whispering.
What about the incident at Comstock?
Cassie came back with a hoodie covering her face. Then Sean came and tried to get in, hitting the door with a hammer. I called D-Rock.
Did he get in?
No. Then the police came.
What happened?
Cassie wouldn't show them her ID. Nothing happened. They left a card.
Read this message. Did you send an attachment?
Yes. A photo of the card the detective left.
Did Mr. Combs ever assault you?
Yes. He hit me with a wood coat hanger and choked me.
Where did the hanger hit you?
Behind me, right ear.
What did he express concern about?
Who Cassie was cheating on him with.
Who did you speak to about it?
Ryan, Sean's old assistant.
What did he do?
Nothing. I have not spoken with Cassie since.
At this moment, the cross-examination started. You were Ms. Ventura's best friend since 2004.
Actually, 2001. We met waiting for the Polaroids to develop. I was living in Buffalo. She was in Connecticut.
Then you were both in NYC?
I stayed downtown. She moved to Harlem.
Have you ever met Kim Porter?
Yes.
Was Cassie ever jealous?
Yes.
And the other way?
Cassie was speaking with Michael B. Jordan, and Sean got jealous. She was trying to leave him.
You were both using drugs?
No. We were in South Africa.
Did you learn about Gina?
Yes. He was having a full-on relationship with this little girl.
Why do you call her that?
She acts like that. She's younger than us.
When you say Sean came and hammered on the door, why did the police come?
They said because of the noise.
What did they say to you?
Cassie was visibly injured, but she didn't say anything.
You two were best friends for 18 years, but now you haven't spoken with her since 2018?
That's true.
At the danger of being capital obvious, that's a long time. She's moved on. At this moment, the prosecution objected, but it wasn't clear if it was sustained or overruled, and they continued. Why haven't you spoken with her?
She did not support me after Sean assaulted me. I tried that line at assault.
You reached a settlement with Ms. Ventura?
The money came from Mr. Combs.
Do you know if Louise Hayes is a self-help author about self-affirmation?
Yes.
Why did you send him this? With words of encouragement?
I don't remember sending it.
Okay, I want to show you a few more photos. But first, let's talk about the incident when he put his hands on your neck. Were you and Cassie using any drugs at the time?
No.
What did he say?
He said, "Who is she cheating?"
You went to an urgent care and not the hospital?
Right.
But you told the prosecutors it was bloody, and you went to the hospital.
I don't remember that.
Look at this.
I see that I said that.
At this moment, after the defense ended their cross-examination, the prosecution recrossed.
Do you remember Mr. Agnifilo asking you about an incident in LA?
At this moment, the defense objected, but was overruled.
And he hit her, like in Jamaica, arguing about jealousy. What happened in Jamaica?
He dragged Cassie by her hair, a 50-yard hallway.
Was he talking about jealousy?
No. He said she spent too long in the bathroom.
Nothing further.
At this moment, the judge asked if there was a recross, but the defense said no. And that was the entire Carrie Morgan testimony. Now let's look at David James's testimony.
Why are you here?
I've been subpoenaed.
Were you Combs' personal assistant?
From 2007 to 2009.
Who is that in this photo?
That is David James.
That is yourself?
Yes. I went to college in Michigan. Later, I faxed my resume to Bad Boy.
Where was the interview?
1710 Broadway.
Who'd you meet?
Tommy, his sister Keisha, and others.
How did they test you?
They gave me 40 appointments and asked me to make a schedule. You had to know, for example, what time a particular show on Hot 97 came on.
What did Mr. Combs ask you?
To make a spreadsheet for Miami. I said I'd know his food and restaurant preferences. He asked me why I'd make a good assistant. I said, can't stop, won't stop, I got the job.
Did he have others?
Ms. Robles, Mr. Barber, others.
What would you do as assistant?
Bad boy to 5, then out to dinner, then to the studio to 3 a.m. We'd get a call time at the end of the night.
Did you travel with Mr. Combs as well?
Yes.
Who were the security staff?
D-Rock, Bonds, Uncle Paulie.
You worked 20 hours a day?
Yes, security did too.
What did security staff tell you?
To stay in my lane.
Who said that?
Bond, Uncle Paulie.
Focusing on his personal chef. Who is it?
Chef Jordan.
Did Mr. Combs have girlfriends then?
Kim Porter. Sarah, Tara, Yana, and Cassie.
What was your first conversation with Cassie?
We were on Star Island. Carrie Morgan was there too. Cassie said, "This lifestyle is crazy." I asked her, "Why don't you leave?" She said, "Sean controls my life, my music. He pays for my apartment."
Next conversation?
It was about her music, but the album never came out.
Did you overhear a conversation?
Yes. Mr. Combs said, "Kim is my queen, out in LA with my family." He said, "I have Cassie right where I want her. She's young and moldable."
Your Honor, how much longer do you want to go? This would be a good place to break.
At this moment, the judge ended the day, and that was it for the day in the Diddy trial. What do you think about Carrie Morgan and David James's testimony? Do you think they can be helpful to convict Diddy? Let me know in the comments down below.
Okay, that was the actual reading, voiceovers of the testimony from Carrie. So I want to, what's going on?
This is your sign to go get the 3 on 6. My name is Melissa. I grew up hating.
This site that I just found, right? Viral Vision. I like that a lot. I think I'm going to be getting a lot of content from Viral Vision. Let me make sure I add that to my sources. Viral Vision. Okay. So give me a second. Viral Vision. Yeah. Okay. Notes I took from that were, what's the difference, like them asking Cassie or Carrie, her friend, about the difference between the hospital and the urgent care? What's the difference? They said that she was bleeding. Why didn't she go to a hospital? The urgent care is inside of the hospital. That is a hospital. Even if it was a clinic, it's still somewhere she can be seen for medical emergent care. So that's weird. So we're going to now check in with Viral Vision, y'all. They got a lot on Diddy. Ooh. Okay. We've already covered Cassie's testimony, so we're not going to go into that. Let's listen to the full Don Richardson. Okay. Remember, tea sippers, when you come into the room, to please
Before we
like
begin,
and
please be advised that viewer discretion is strongly recommended. None of the content presented here has been exaggerated or taken out of context.
Oh, my nose is running.
These are the exact statements made by the prosecution team, Special Agent, and Don Richard in a federal court on May 16, 2025. Some words have been censored to comply with YouTube's guidelines. What you're about to hear is a voiced-over reading of the Day 5 testimony from the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Source: courtroom reporter at Inner City Press on X.com. All parties are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Listen at your own discretion. What you're about to hear is the full testimony given by Special Agent and Don Richard today from beginning to end.
Good afternoon. Where do you work?
HSI in the Human Trafficking Group. I'm in the Crisis Negotiation Group too.
Did you serve subpoenas in this case?
Yes.
When Sean Combs was arrested, where did you go?
The Park Hyatt, room 2115, where he was staying.
At this moment, the photo of the entrance was shown to the jury.
What did you do?
We assigned a letter to each room and began to search.
What was your role?
I took photographs of items, then signed them on the 6051 form.
Was this found in the closet?
At this moment, photos were shown of plastic bags full of Johnson & Johnson baby oil and Astroglide bottles.
Yes.
What was found in the bathroom?
Several bottles of baby oil.
Now the bedroom. What was found in the Louis Vuitton bag?
Medication in the name of Frank Black.
And that is this?
Bags of pink powder found in the medicine bottle.
At this moment, there was a stipulation shown agreeing it was found and tested by Customs and Border Patrol Lab.
Reading stipulation. The pink powder was found to be ketamine and MDMA in bottle.
At this moment, physical evidence is passed around to jury. Then a photo was shown.
What was found in the black mini pack bag?
$9,000.
Please take the cash out of the bag.
At this moment, Special Agent Binda does and starts fanning out the bills.
No further questions.
After this, the judge asked, any cross? And the defense asked only one question.
In the hotel room, did you see any bags and clothing indicating that a woman was staying with him there?
Yes.
After this, the judge said, the U.S. may call its next witness, and they did.
Your Honor, the government calls Don Richard. Where are you from?
New Orleans, Louisiana.
From 2004 to 2011. Who did you work for?
Puff, Sean Combs.
Do you see him?
Yes.
Who is depicted in this photo?
Cassie.
In 2009, did you observe an incident between Puff and Cassie?
She was attacked by Sean Combs, kicked.
Did you see more violence by him against Cassie?
Often.
When were you a member of this group?
2009 to 2011.
The incident in 2009 when Sean Combs beat Cassie, where was it?
In Sean Combs' LA home, we were recording.
What did he do?
He was saying, "Where the fuck is my food?" He grabbed a black skillet with eggs and tried to hit her over the head. Cassie dropped to the ground.
What did she do?
She went into fetal position.
Then what?
Sean Combs was kicking her in the head and body, then dragged her up to the first floor, glass breaking and yelling. I was scared for her, and for me too.
Did you intervene?
No.
Did you call police?
No.
The next day, what happened?
That it had been passionate and she was okay. That it would be better if we didn't talk. That people could end up missing.
How did you understand that?
Death.
At this moment, the defense objected, and the judge said, sidebar. Once they came back from the sidebar, they excused the jurors and Don Richard. This is the end of the trial for the day. What do you think about Don Richard's testimony so far, and Special Agent's testimony? Let me know in the comments down below. We will see you tomorrow.
So,
It's hard for us to imagine a life with dirty water.
I think it was horrific, y'all. I mean, someone should have called the police. Someone should have called the police on Diddy. Diddy security ain't spit. They should have helped Cassie. Someone should have helped that girl. I mean, even if it could have been at the expense of maybe you getting hurt, that's just sad that nobody came to the defense of this girl. Wow. Diddy was abusing and beating on her, breaking things over her head, dragging her through broken glass.
Before we begin, please be advised that viewer discretion is strongly recommended. None of the content presented here has been exaggerated or taken out of context.
Oh,
These are the exact
sorry. That's not the one that I wanted. That's not the
statements
one
made
that
by
I
the
wanted.
prosecution team, defense team, and Cassie Ventura in a federal court on May 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th, 2025. Some words have been censored to comply with YouTube's guidelines. What you're about to hear is a voiced-over reading of the complete testimony from the
Actually, let's hear the end of it. Let's hear the end of Cassie's testimony, okay? Let's hear the
Diddy Combs trial.
Because we've already heard like the first 2 days of it, or however have you. Let's review the end. Okay.
Source: courtroom reporter at Inner City Press on X.com. All parties are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Listen at your own discretion. What you're about to hear is the complete testimony. Source: courtroom reporter at Inner City Press on X.com. All parties are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Listen at your own discretion. What you're about to hear is the complete testimony given by Cassie Ventura in the Diddy trial from beginning to end.
The government calls Cassandra Ventura. How old are you?
38.
What is your work?
Musician and entertainer.
How long were you with Sean?
10 years.
Did you get in arguments?
Yes, it would result in dragging.
What else did he do?
Me in the head. If I was down.
How frequently was he?
2.
I'm having a system.
frequently. I would get black eyes and bruises.
Let me show you a video. Where is this?
The Intercontinental in Los Angeles. It was after a freak-off.
What does that entail?
The hiring of an escort, setting it up.
How did you feel when he first asked for it?
Confused, nervous. I wanted to make him happy.
Did you agree to one when he first proposed it?
Yes. Then there were more. It wasn't something I wanted to do, at least not that frequently. I didn't know what no could turn into.
What do you mean?
Making him angry.
What were you afraid would happen if you said no?
That he had materials.
What did you give the government?
Laptops.
I've handed up GXB. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I've reviewed this drive. It has communication and documents pertaining to Mr. Combs.
Did you review photos on it?
Yes.
What's this photo?
Me in 2004 with Carrie Morgan.
When did you sign with Bad Boy Records?
2006. It was a 10-album deal.
Did you release any after late 2006?
Let me guess. You're thinking about going to therapy. And as a therapist myself, of course I'm going to say that's a great idea. But
6?
No.
Who's in this photo?
Kim Porter. She was Sean's ex from before me and the mother of his children.
Where did you celebrate your birthday in this photo?
In Las Vegas. Carrie Morgan was there too. We're out on his patio on my 21st birthday. VMAs.
What happened then?
Sean kissed me in the bathroom. I ran back to my hotel. I told Carrie.
When you got back to New York?
I'd visit him at the Trump Hotel in Columbus Circle. His apartment was being renovated.
What were you doing with your music career?
Trying to come up with a concept. Sean called all of the shots.
What is the age difference between you and Sean?
17 years.
How did you feel when Sean invited you to hotels?
Nervous, excited, like we were going to talk about music. He introduced me to... I didn't understand it.
Did you visit Sean in Miami?
Yes, I went with Carrie Morgan in Dallas, Austin.
What did you and Sean do together?
He gave me Blue Dolphin on a boat.
Had you once before taken unintentionally?
Yes.
How did you take it unintentionally?
It was in Gatorade.
When you took it intentionally with Sean, how did it feel?
Like rolling.
At the time, what did you think?
That we were spending a lot of time together. I thought we were monogamous.
Was it made public?
No, I was his artist. Also, his family, his children.
Who was linked to him publicly?
Kim Porter.
How did Sean treat you at this time?
We had fun.
What was his lifestyle like?
He had all these assistants. He could get things done. He traveled quite a bit.
What's this photo?
Sean and I at a strip club in New York, like 2007 or 2008. Halloween.
How did Sean's moods vary?
Day to day.
When it swung, could you describe it?
Anger, zoning out.
How did it impact you?
Greatly. The next thing I knew, I was getting hit in the face. There was also psychological. He'd tell me to watch my mouth, change my face.
How would he keep tabs on you?
We didn't live far apart. He'd send security to come find me, or a trusted assistant.
Like who?
David James, Christina Coram.
Was your relationship exclusive?
No.
Did you see other men?
Yes.
Did Sean see other women?
Yes. He said, I am Puff Daddy. I was insanely jealous.
Did you move to LA with him?
Yes. He wanted to be close to his kids who were there.
Where did you live in LA?
875 Comstock Avenue.
How tall was the building?
No more than 17 floors.
Where did Sean live?
200 South Mapleton. Sean would use a golf cart to get back and forth.
Who paid your rent in LA?
Sean, except when I had the house in Studio City.
Why'd you pay then?
I could afford it then, and I wanted to have some control. It was accepted.
By whom?
Sean.
How many songs did you write while with Sean?
Hundreds. Most were never released. Some got leaked on the internet, some on mixtapes.
How many albums on your deal were not released?
9.
Did you get paid for them?
No. The freak-offs became a job. There was no time to do anything else but do them, then try to recover.
How much time in your week would freak-offs take?
The longest was 4 days. Significant periods of time.
At this moment, there was a break. Then they continued.
Who was your manager at Bad Boy Records?
James Cruz.
What did he tell you?
That he was managing me with one hand tied behind his back. He had to check everything with Sean.
How did you make money if your records weren't being released?
I did hosting parties when Sean approved them.
What comments did Sean make about your physical appearance?
That I looked too Mexican with my hair like that.
How did he like your nails?
White, French tipped.
Hair?
It varied. I shaved my head in 2009.
Your body?
He told me to work out, prepare for the freak-offs.
How did you feel about his comments?
It varied.
What else did Sean pay for?
Cars.
Did he give you cash?
Yes, but he would take things away depending on how he felt.
What else would he take away?
My self-confidence.
Who would take things away?
Staff. I assume staff.
At this point, there was an objection by the defense. Then the judge said to disregard the last answer.
Who took your laptop and phone?
Security.
How long would they be gone for?
However long I was being punished for.
How often were you in contact with Sean's staff?
Daily.
Who are in these photos?
Christina Coram and Ms. Fletcher.
What did you call Ms. Coram?
KK.
And who's this?
D-Rock. He was Sean's security.
How frequently were you in Sean's residences?
All the time.
Did they all have safes?
Yes.
What did you observe in them?
Cash, jewelry, cameras, and videotapes. In New York, LA, Miami, and Alpine, New Jersey.
Do you recall an incident between Sean and Suge Knight?
Yes. We were having a freak-off in LA. I came in and said Suge was down at a diner. Sean drove over there.
What was your reaction?
I cried, said don't do something stupid.
Were you ever handed a gun?
Yes. We were going to a club in downtown LA. We'd taken mushrooms. I was high.
Today I'm going to teach you the pink salt trick that even Hollywood actresses are keeping under wraps, or as they call it, homemade Zep.
To a club in downtown LA. We'd taken mushrooms. I was high. I was told to put the gun in my bag. I was freaking out.
Who was present?
A driver, security, and Sean. Another time I saw them get dressed and grab guns and leave in an SUV.
How long were they gone?
30 or 40 minutes.
Let me switch topics. How soon into the relationship did Sean mention to you?
First 6 months or a year.
How old were you?
22.
Why did you agree to try a freak-off?
Good question. I wanted to make him happy.
Where was the first freak-off?
One of his homes in Los Angeles.
Who is this?
The first escort.
Do you know his name?
No.
I'll call him the first escort. Were you aware he was paid?
Yes, to dance and to have intercourse with me.
What drugs did you take?
Ecstasy and alcohol, before things started.
Did you disguise your appearance?
Sean said we would disguise ourselves. I wore a masquerade mask.
What was a session in a freak-off?
Until the escort finished.
How many sessions with the first escort?
At least 2.
How did you feel?
I was high. I didn't feel much. Dirty and confusion, and that he was happy with me.
Why did you feel you couldn't say no?
I didn't want to make him angry or upset after he'd shared this part of himself with me.
How frequent did the freak-offs become?
Weekly for a consistent amount of years.
When was your last one?
2017, 2018.
How long were you awake during the freak-offs?
I never slept. I took drugs, ecstasy and Molly, cocaine.
Do you recall all of the freak-offs?
That would be impossible.
Did you want to stop?
Yes. I was humiliated. I didn't have those words then. I couldn't talk to anyone about it.
Did you tell him you didn't want to?
Yes. I brought it up gently. I didn't want him to just do it with someone else.
Were you able to express your concerns to him?
At this moment, the defense objected to the question, and the judge told the prosecutor to rephrase his question.
Why would you talk to him gently?
I didn't want him to be angry.
What is this?
Email between me and Sean.
What did you call him?
Pop.
Why?
He asked me what I called my grandfather. I did it, but now I think it was disrespectful.
What did you write?
I really need to.
Why did you write that?
Because I wanted to be with him.
I'll read Sean's messages. You read yours. You don't want to do anymore?
I'm so predictable.
What did you think this meant?
That he knew I didn't want to do the freak-offs anymore, but then I backpedaled.
Why?
To not make him angry. He could be violent.
Where'd you get your outfit?
Pleasure chest elsewhere.
Did you get piercings?
Yes, Sean came with me.
Which of his homes did you have freak-offs in?
Miami, New York.
What other homes?
My homes, all but Studio City.
In what other cities?
Atlanta, Ibiza.
In what hotels in New York did you have freak-offs?
Trump, Gramercy.
Intercontinental?
44th Street, yes.
Elsewhere?
Mandarin Oriental, Fontainebleau.
What names were used?
Jackie Starr I used. Frank Black.
Supplies were used for freak-offs.
Astroglide, baby oil, condoms.
Who brought the supplies?
Security, Sean's assistants.
Which brand of baby oil?
Johnson's.
How was it used?
Sean said, "You need to be glistening."
Were there freak-offs where you ran out of baby oil?
After this question, the defense objected the question on the ground of it being irrelevant. Then the prosecutor asked this question.
You also mentioned Astroglide.
But was also objected over the same reason. Then the judge asked for a sidebar. After the sidebar, they continued.
We were just talking about Astroglide. How was it used?
Lubricant.
If you ran out, what would you do?
We'd call either staff or the bell desk, give them a tip.
Were the freak-offs lit?
Initially, it was a candle, strong smelling, Glade.
Any other use of candle wax?
A few times poured on my body.
Who set the temperature of the room?
Sean, I was expected to do freak-offs on my period.
Did you want to do that?
No.
Did you want to be urinated on?
After this question, the defense objected, giving the reason of asked and answered, but the judge overruled it.
No, I did not want it.
How did it feel?
It was disgusting. It was too much. I choked. No one could think I wanted it.
Why were you choking?
Too much in my mouth.
Who else urinated on you?
Sean.
Did you want Sean to urinate on you?
I didn't want anyone to urinate on me.
How often did it happen?
Often enough.
Which hotel charged the most for damage to the room?
The Intercontinental in New York. They redecorated the whole room for ridiculous money.
Back to the urination. Why didn't you say no?
It was obvious I didn't want to be on the ground being urinated on by two men.
Where did you find escorts?
Initially, Craigslist.
At this moment, they took a break, but then continued.
Ms. Ventura, in what cities did you respond to ads on Craigslist?
In New York.
Did you respond to ads on Backpage as well?
Yes.
Who directed you to communicate with escorts?
At this moment, the defense objected to the question. Then the prosecution asked another question.
Who, if anyone?
Before being interrupted by another objection due to assuming a fact not in evidence.
Did you ever reach out to an escort independently?
No.
Did you ever not use an escort who arrived?
One couldn't perform, so Sean sent him on.
What was a safe escort?
Not a cop, and someone who'd not run and tell everyone about their experience with us.
Why not a cop?
I learned this whole situation was not legal.
Before Cassie could finish her answer, the defense objected, and the judge said the jury will disregard that answer.
How did Cash get there?
Security, or he brought it himself.
The escort Dave. Do you know his real name?
Clayton Howard.
Who is this? Photo shown to witness.
Daniel.
What service did you use?
A dancer service.
Do you recognize Jules?
Yes.
In what cities did you have freak-offs with Jules?
New York, Los Angeles, Vegas.
Do you know his last name?
No.
Who's this?
I knew him as the Punisher.
Did you use Jules at every freak-off?
Yes.
New Airwick Advanced plug-in with anti-fading technology. For fragrance you're sure to notice.
The future of your business is here. With Wix.
Did you use Jules at every freak-off?
Yes. I need to disassociate and become emotionless.
Who else used drugs at freak-offs?
Sean did. Sometimes the escort.
What other did you use?
Special K, GHB, mushrooms.
I'll read Sean's parts of this email. You read yours.
When should I take the thing? When will you be there?
Pausing you there, what did you mean?
Drugs.
I took mine. I'm flying. What does he mean?
He's high.
Why did you take more drugs?
To not be present with the experience.
Why?
Because it was something I hated.
How did you react to ecstasy and MDMA?
It could make me vomit.
What would he say?
To continue.
Did you want to continue to have intercourse when you wanted to vomit?
No.
How does GHB make you feel?
Drunk, tipsy.
Cocaine?
Makes my heart race. I'm not a huge fan.
Mushrooms?
The walls come alive.
After that answer, they took a break, but then returned and continued.
When drugs ran out, how did you know who to reach out to?
Sean would tell me.
During the session, how would you know to move to the next step?
Sean.
What would happen after the escort f***ed on you?
Sean would want it body in the next room.
Did you do that?
I did.
Where?
Usually.
Did you want to do that?
No.
How did you feel?
I was an object, being heavily objectified by men. Sometimes he would watch by FaceTime.
Were some sessions recorded on your devices?
Because they were there.
If you saw them on your device, what would you do?
I would delete them.
Why?
They were disgusting. I never wanted anyone to see them.
Were Sean's devices used sometimes?
Yes. I asked him to delete them.
Did he?
I don't know.
Did you ever leave a freak off before it was over?
Yes, at the Century City Intercontinental. I finally had a premiere coming up and I didn't want to mess it up, but Sean hit me.
At what point did Sean hit you?
Between sessions.
What happened next?
I got to the elevator. Next thing I knew, I was thrown to the ground.
Who threw you down?
Sean. He grabbed me by my neck and my hoodie.
Let me show you the video.
At this point, the prosecution showed Cassie the hallway video.
What are you doing?
Trying to use the hotel phone.
What is Sean doing?
Taking my phone and my bag.
Ms. Ventura, I just handed you 2 drives. What is on them? GX8?
Messages and photos from my devices.
Yesterday you testified about Sean going armed to look for Suge Knight.
Sean took guns with him.
And he told you to ask the escorts if they were cops?
I would begin by saying I was not a cop.
Sean told you to do that?
Yes.
What happened when you fought back?
I did that more earlier in the relationship. It would make him more violent, want to push me harder.
At this moment, the defense objected on ground of speculation, but was overruled.
How would Sean react if you fought back?
Anger.
I'm going to show you the LA Intercontinental hallway again. Play from 143 to 146. Who enters?
Sean.
What's in his hand?
He doesn't appear to have anything.
Play to 159. Now anything in his hand?
My phone.
How did he get it?
Well, he took all of my stuff.
Where does he end up?
Sitting in a chair in front of the window.
What are you doing?
I'm walking away from him.
Now who's in the video?
Me and security.
In this one, play from 5:30 from the hotel.
I took an Uber.
Now let's turn to text messages. Can you read page 4?
Please call, I'm surrounded.
Who sent that?
From Sean. He was running around in a towel. I told him to put the robe on.
Who sent these green messages?
I did. I wrote to Sean. Jules left. As long as you're quiet, you can stay. Peace.
Who was Jules?
Escort.
Is this Jules?
Yes.
B606 and 607 side by side.
That's me. A selfie of me with a fat lip.
When did you take it?
In the Uber, with one of my phones.
What did you write here?
I said, please stay away from me.
And what does he say?
He says, I'm getting arrested.
Was he?
I don't think so.
What did you write back?
Plugging my phone in and going to bed.
Who was at your home when you got there?
Carrie Morgan. She was upset when she saw me. She called the police.
Did you speak with them?
Yes, but I didn't say who I was talking about and they left.
Why?
I wasn't ready.
Did Sean try to come to your apartment?
Yes, he was banging. That was pretty normal from him, but this is a pretty private building.
Did you hear from Ms. Coram that day?
Yes, and I went to see D-Rock and his wife to try to feel safe.
In this photo, what are you wearing?
A gown and sunglasses. I had a black eye.
What if any other bruising was visible?
I had several bruises on my leg, but I changed clothes.
What's this?
Me and Sean at the after party.
I'm going to show you escorts. Do you know the name of this person?
No.
In what cities did you use him?
New York.
Who's this?
Keep being lazy about cleaning your apartment. No, seriously. Home Aglow will clean it for just $9. Home Aglow washes and folds your laundry, organizes your cabinet.
Who's this?
Islander. He was on Latin Men. We used him in LA and maybe Vegas.
Who's this? 2A616?
We called him Tommy.
Who is this?
I know him as Greg, an escort in Miami.
Who's this?
Jonathan. We saw him in Miami.
Who's this? Red baseball cap backwards.
I don't know. He looks familiar from the freak-offs.
What did you write here?
This is all we do. I'm just getting back on track. I'm sure you can call Kim or something.
What did you mean by this is all we do?
Freak-offs.
Did you try to avoid anything in the freak-offs?
I tried to avoid kissing. It seems too intimate. But Sean told me to do it, to kiss the escorts.
What did Sean ask you to do on your 29th birthday?
A freak-off. He had me pulled out of the Blind Dragon for the freak-off. Some security.
What about blackmail material?
He wanted me to fear.
At this moment, the defense objected but was overruled.
When would Sean mention the freak-off videos?
To hurt me. One time I was dating someone else and he threatened to release the freak-off videos. I'd have to answer to my mother. It's horrible and disgusting. No one should do that to anyone.
What did Sean say the impact would be?
Shame.
Let me show you a chat. Who's on it?
Me and Sean, July 22nd, 2013.
Read your message.
I wrote, please delete the videos off your phone. Too many people have access to your devices. He said, no iCloud, all good, Ambien kicking in.
At this point, the prosecution requested a sidebar, and the judge then called for a break to change some things in the courtroom. During the break, Combs was seen sitting at the defense table, speaking with his lawyer, Xavier Donaldson. After that, the prosecution stated there were issues with the privacy screens and said they would put that off and do something else now. Then, they brought the jury and Cassie Ventura back into the courtroom and continued.
I offer more exhibits. What did you say here?
I'd been told there was a sexually explicit video out there about me. I reached out to Sean.
Then what?
We were driving back to NYC from Atlantic City to talk to this DJ, Who Kid,
Did that happen?
at a restaurant.
What was security's role?
To intimidate, they were lining the room.
Who was there?
Uncle Paulie, James Cruz.
How would you recover from a freak off?
I'd take I wanted to feel numb. We'd get massages, IV fluids. The chef would cook us something.
How often did you take after freak offs?
Often. I got urinary tract infections.
Were the UTIs painful?
Very. Antibacterials didn't work anymore.
How did it feel during freak offs?
Burning. I would not advise it.
Let's read this out loud.
I have all these sores on my tongue. I have another UTI.
What sores?
Friction in my mouth.
From what?
Oral.
You said another UTI, then sad face emoji.
I was open with him about them.
So you feel sick?
Why are you sorry? I took the blame for things.
Which escort would go to clubs with you and Sean?
Jules.
The escort from the Intercontinental in LA.
Yes.
Did you want to have sex with Jules? Ever?
No, but I knew him.
Why did you do it?
Sean.
Who was present when Sean put his hands on you at freak-offs?
Sometimes the escort was there too.
In the same room?
Yes, Jules.
And in the suite?
Yes.
Were they aware?
At this moment, the defense objected but was overruled.
Yes. The escort asked me if I was okay afterward.
In what cities did he put his hands on you?
New York, Los Angeles, Miami.
How frequently?
Too frequently.
What's the Abbey?
A gay club in LA. I went there with my friend.
Where were you going?
To a music festival in Canada run by Drake. Sean came to my home and tried to attack me. I was thrown into the bed frame.
What's this?
A photo of my eye afterward.
Who took you to the doctor?
D-Rock.
Did you send this photo to Sean?
Yes. And I wrote, so you can remember. I wanted him to be sorry about it at least.
In this photo, where were you?
In the green room in Toronto. I put my hair over my eye. Then we went to the Hamptons. Sean wanted to have a freak off in the Hamptons. We got a hotel and an escort.
Which one?
Dave. I took G-B. I went into a G-hole and blacked out. I woke up nude in the shower. Dave and Sean were freaking out. I bugged out. It wasn't pretty.
Then what?
I spoke to a friend of Sean's, and then we had a freak off.
What's this?
My eyebrow healed up a little bit. A week later, I have a permanent scar on my eyebrow.
What's this?
Me at the Cannes Festival.
What happened at Cannes?
Sean accused me of taking from his boat. He threw me off, but my passport was still on the boat.
And you were on the red carpet that same night?
Yes.
Did you attend the movie?
Yes.
How did you get back to New York?
On a commercial flight. I traded my seat to get away, but he traded to get next to me.
What did he show you?
Freak off videos. He played them for me on one of his laptops. He said he'd release them.
How did you feel?
Trapped.
When you landed in New York, what did you do?
We went to a dinner. Then he wanted to have a freak off, so we had a freak off.
Why did you do it?
To make him not threaten me.
Let's read these from June 13th, 2013. Had Sean been violent with you before this?
Yes.
Had you told him before you didn't want to do freak offs?
Yes.
You said you needed G-B?
Yes, and that 2 escorts weren't available. I wrote, only Paul available, or Jake the white guy. But he can't do until 11. The other guy can do earlier. It's just one more person knowing our secret.
What did you mean?
The freak offs.
What is SLS?
A hotel in Hollywood.
When would you take Valium before a freak off?
When I had anxiety, Sean's driver was bringing me the Valium. It was Raheem, I think.
I have a binder for the court. The gallery will not be able to see these exhibits. Ms. Ventura, I will show you some exhibits. 2A404. Who is it?
She worked for Sean.
We will call her Mia. When you gave your devices to the government, were they working?
No, they were broken.
Put up 602A for Ms. Ventura and the jury only. What's on your skin?
Oil.
When did Sean first hurt you physically?
It started in the first year.
What staffer were present when Sean was physical with you?
At this moment, the defense objected on the grounds of physical is vague, then the prosecution was more direct.
Punching, hitting. When did Sean first use violence on you?
In New York City. We were in a car with his security, and he knocked me around.
What did he do?
He hit me in the side of the head. I fell to the floor of his Escalade.
In January 2009, did you attend an event in LA with Sean?
Yes.
What happened as you left?
I'd been speaking to a producer about music. Sean called me a slut. I hit him in the face. I had been drinking.
Did you see any injuries?
No, I was on the floor of the car.
No one understands me. If I actually told people how I'm feeling, they would think of me differently. That is a lie that I told myself whenever I was going through something.
And I am here, Sipper.
Did you see any injuries?
No, I was on the floor of the car, and he stomped on my face.
How long did this last?
10 minutes. Then I tried to get away, but Sean's security brought me back.
Who?
Roger Bonds.
What did they tell you?
To go to a hotel. They snuck me into the hotel covered up so no one could see my face.
How long were you at the London hotel?
A week, a little more. An assistant brought me ice cream.
What was the assistant's name?
Genevieve.
Did you feel you could leave the London hotel?
No, I understood his capability, his access to guns, the threats he made.
When you were taken to the hotel after the assault?
Trust me, we know that didn't make sense, but let's continue.
No.
Did you know that this assault incident was reported?
I know there was a blind item on the internet without our names.
Who raised the blind item to you?
My mother.
At this moment, the defense objected. It wasn't said what grounds, but the prosecution then said,
not for the truth.
Then the judge overruled the defense's objection.
This was before FaceTime was very popular, so I could hide myself. She asked if it was me.
What did you say?
No, I did not want my mother to know something of that magnitude and be in danger.
When you went to a party with your girlfriends, what happened?
I saw executives from BET. Then I heard that Sean...
What did you do?
I left. I ran out as fast as I could.
Why?
I thought he was angry.
Did he come to the hotel where you were staying?
Yes, he beat me up and called me names. My face was bruised.
This photo. Who is it?
Scott Mascuti, known as Kid Cudi. We dated in 2011.
Did Sean find out?
Yes, in my phone. Sean went through my phone during a freakout. He found an email.
About what?
Taking my toiletry bag to Scott's the next day. Sean put a wine opener in his hand and threatened me. I called Scott on a burner phone.
Where did you go?
To Scott's house. Then I talked with Capricorn Clark, one of Sean's assistants.
Then what?
I went to the house Sean was staying at. He told me he would release videos and hurt Scott and I.
What videos?
Freak-off videos of me. Sean kicked me in the back. I got a bruise.
Where'd you go?
To my hotel with the burner phone. The room was torn up. Someone peed all over the floor, pooped in the toilet, and didn't flush it. It was gross. This was just before Christmas. I sent an email to my mom in Capricorn from my flight to Boston and Connecticut.
What did you write?
That Sean said he would release the tape of me on Christmas and he'd had Scott and I hurt. He said he would be out of the country then.
What are these photographs?
My mother took them in Connecticut of the bruises on my back.
Were you entirely honest with your mother about the abuse?
No, I said this was the first time.
Did you tell her about the freak-offs?
No. Is it possible to take a break?
At this moment, Cassie asked to take a break. The reason is unclear, perhaps because of her pregnancy. Or maybe the questions were making her uncomfortable that she needed a break. What do you think? Let me know in the comments down below. Let's continue. Once they came back, the judge asked the prosecution, how much longer were they planning to question Cassie? The prosecution said 1 more hour, and that their goal was to finish the direct and allow the start of cross-examination today. Then they continued.
Did anyone come to see you in Connecticut?
Scott did for a few days. I broke it off with him. It was too dangerous.
At this moment, the defense objected, and the judge overruled it.
Sean said he would hurt both of us.
Where did you go after Connecticut?
I went to see Sean. He was in Arizona. His son, college. I told my mother I was going to LA for work.
Did Sean talk about Scott's car?
Sean said he wanted Scott's friends to see Scott's car blown up.
What happened next?
We met, Sean, Scott, and me. Scott said, "What about my vehicle?" And Sean said, "What vehicle?" And that was the end of the meeting.
Put up the photo. What is this?
Me and Sean in Kingston, Jamaica for Sound Clash.
Were you bruised?
Yes.
And this photo, what is it?
Me in Sean's bathroom, September 18th, 2015.
What were you doing there?
Recuperating from being beaten up by Sean in Las Vegas. We were having an after party in our suite. I talked to a producer, and Sean tapped me on the shoulder, called me into our room and kicked me as I tried to hide behind the toilet.
What stopped it?
D-Rock and James Cruz came in. It made D-Rock sad.
What are these communications?
From D-Rock to me. He says, "Where you at? It's time to ice your face."
Why?
I had just been beaten up by Sean.
Were these all the times he beat you?
No, there were more.
With who else did you see Sean be violent?
I saw him drag an assistant out of bed. I saw him punch Eli or Ely in his head. One time in Turks and Caicos, he dragged a person. I believe we had a freak-off in Turks and Caicos.
What floor did you live on in 875 Comstock?
17th floor.
Did a friend stay with you?
Yes. Sean came and held her and threw her on the patio furniture out on the balcony. I saw Sean bring her back in from over the balcony, then throw her on the patio furniture.
And Carrie Morgan?
I saw Sean hit her in the head.
Did you get drugs on your own?
Occasional drug dealers, opiates, Xanax, Valium. Sean would put the pills in a vitamin C bottle on the sink in the New York apartment. He'd say, "You can take them." He had doctors who would write the scripts in the name of an assistant, or in my name.
Your brother's birthday party in Connecticut in 2013. What happened?
My mother told me someone was taking pictures of me. I went and punched her in the head.
You testified your relationship with Sean ended in 2018. How was your health?
I was sleepwalking. I had PTSD.
At this moment, the defense objected, but the judge overruled it.
What's this?
A photo of my front door in 2018.
Publish it to the jury. Why is there a knife there?
Sean was coming around a lot.
There.
Sean was coming around a lot, so I had it.
August 2018. What happened?
We were having a closure conversation at a restaurant in Malibu. He was trying to convince me to go to Burning Man.
Were you seeing anyone?
My now husband.
What happened next?
Sean came to my house and raped me on my living room floor. His eyes were black. It was like taking something from you.
You cried. What did Sean do?
He continued and fished inside of me. Then he got up and left.
Did you ever have sex with him again?
Yes, voluntarily. We had a good night. I went back to his house.
Can you explain why you did that after he raped you?
We had been together 10 years.
Who did you stay in touch with?
Most people, though I pulled away.
What did you message Sean about after that?
Just checking in.
What did he send you?
That he had iPads full of images. Get him his money.
Money back for what?
For having paid my now husband to be my trainer.
What did you write back?
Do you want me to tell the truth? It's much deeper than iPads. There was abuse, more than freak-offs. There was a time I couldn't take the pain, tried to walk out in traffic. My husband wouldn't let me. I had trauma therapy.
Did you write?
A book with chapters. My mom helped.
What did you want with the book?
That Sean read it.
What pain did Sean put you through?
Shame. To carry the things that were shameful for him. I took on a lot of responsibility for that I never should have. He brought the concept to me when I was 22. It was expected of me. I felt terrible.
How did you get chapters to Sean?
Through my attorney, and I reached out to KK. I asked her if he read it. She said it was not taken seriously.
How much did you ask for the book?
$30 million.
Did you sue?
November 2023.
What happened with the lawsuit?
It settled for $20 million in 24 hours.
Are you testifying in this trial?
I can't carry this anymore. What's wrong is wrong. I treated people like they were disposable. Escorts, anybody.
How many freak-offs did you have with Sean?
Impossible to know. Hundreds.
After you broke up with Sean, did you ever do a freak-off?
No.
No further questions.
Ms. Ventura, you loved Mr. Combs, correct?
I did.
For 11 years, you took care of him.
In some ways.
You called him larger than life.
I did.
Others called him Diddy or Puff Daddy, but you called him Sean, right?
Yes.
You knew a version of him the rest of the world couldn't see, right?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, but was overruled.
In ways.
You kept coming back to him for 11 years?
I wouldn't say coming back.
You believed he loved you too.
I did believe he loved me too.
So when he cheated on you, it hurt.
Not every time.
At this moment, the defense said,
"Bring up this defense exhibit."
But the prosecution objected and said it was not in evidence, and the judge agreed that it was not in evidence. Then they continued.
Ms. Ventura, read this just to yourself. Why did you send this message?
To let him know I was going to dinner.
What was going on when these messages were sent?
I'm not sure.
What was going on in your relationship then?
It was early. We were loving.
I offer it.
The prosecution objected on the grounds of being offered the truth, but was overruled.
Please read.
I wrote, "I love you, smiley face. I'll fly anywhere for you. I love you, Cass."
This 2009 email.
At this moment, the prosecution objected on the grounds of hearsay, and the judge told the defense to ask more questions.
From BlackBerry. What is BG?
Baby girl.
What did you write?
You hungry, Pop Pop?
And Mr. Combs wrote to you, "We are so in love we don't do anything else." How long had you been seeing each other?
Like 2.5 years.
Please read this 1364.
I haven't talked to you at all. You don't even try. You rush me off the phone. I'm really hurt. I don't need your money. I need some attention.
You wanted your special time?
What's the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning? If you're checking your phone, stop that.
Attention.
You wanted your special time with Mr. Combs?
Yes.
You testified that you told him, "I love you so much you make me a better woman."
I definitely wrote those messages.
You wrote, "I can't wait until we have a baby of our own." You knew that he had 6 children at the time?
Yes.
Now, these messages about freak-offs, when you say, "You know it doesn't matter to me," you mean weekend or weekday, either is fine.
That's what it says.
Mr. Combs says, "Maybe we can call Jules. Can you do it?"
Yes.
This was an explicit message from you about the upcoming freak off.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it ended in a recess called by the judge, but once they returned, they continued.
Ms. Ventura, this is from Mr. Combs to you. You respond with an extremely explicit message, right?
Yes.
This is 2 days after planning a freak off, right?
Yes.
He said, "I want to see..." How did you reply?
I can't wait either.
You wrote, "I feel like I want to fuck," right?
That's what it says.
Mr. Combs says, "I'm so horny I can't concentrate." What do you say?
That I'll go to Dwayne Reed for candles and then set up the room.
Did you understand that he was going to take another video of you?
At this moment, the prosecution objected on grounds of speculation, and the judge told the defense to move on.
You ask, "Any pills on you?"
Yes.
What pills were you taking then?
Opiates.
You deleted videos on your devices, right?
Yes.
What did you write?
That I need to feel this is my husband, the only one who will see this side of me.
Were you afraid that Mr. Combs was only seeing you for sex in this way?
That was a concern.
You still were not public in your relationship with him?
Correct.
Were freak-offs important?
Integral to us.
Who was at your 21st birthday party in Las Vegas?
Britney Spears, Dallas Austin.
How did you get them there?
They came for Sean.
You're very beautiful and charming.
Thank you.
It's true. Who is Tommy Mottola?
A well-known producer.
You were an up-and-coming star?
I guess you could say that.
After you signed with Bad Boy, things were still platonic.
Yes.
You had a rough performance.
106 in Park. It did not go well for me.
How did he help you after that?
We did a YouTube video. He said, everybody makes mistakes.
What was wrong?
I couldn't hear myself.
You were dating Mr. Leslie. How much older than you was he?
10 years.
Then you traveled to Miami with Mr. Combs. The flyer of the event was just a cover to spend time with Mr. Combs, right?
That's true.
You had a tattoo of Mr. Leslie's initials on your body, right?
Yes.
How many tattoos did you have then?
At this moment, the prosecution objected on the grounds of. The judge overruled it and said, but let's keep it moving.
3.
The one on your arm?
No regrets.
Mr. Combs taught you how to do oral sex?
He did.
Look at this. Tell me when you're ready. Can you read it?
You can read it. It's making me laugh. It's from 2007.
You wrote, I feel protected. You are sweet. You wrote, I see that Carrie is fitting for you. I'm hurt that you think I'm malicious. You're very important to me. Cass. What were you trying to convey?
It's like a journal entry.
You discussed Carrie Morgan. Did you think Mr. Combs was attracted to her?
There was a point in the very beginning.
Did that complication carry on in your relationship?
Not really. Carrie was just always with us.
I'd like to start asking about freak-offs. Sometimes you wore a wig and a mask?
Yes.
The general public did not know.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and the judge told the defense to rephrase the question.
No one knew until November 2023 in the public.
Yes.
Fair to say his career was ruined after your loss?
The
Was ruined after your lawsuit?
I can understand that.
Let's read these messages. Mr. Combs wrote, when are you on your period?
No, now.
What you be thinking about when you horny. Ms. Ventura, if you don't want to read the answers, I can read them.
Thank you.
The O has lots of oohs after it, right?
Yes.
After a freak off, you'd make love with Mr. Combs?
Yes.
Your period, Mr. Combs is asking when you're on it, right?
Yep.
He's asking in the context of when to meet up and have sex.
Looks like it.
Sometimes you watched him with a female?
2 or 3 times.
Did you talk with Mr. Combs about the swingers lifestyle?
That no one talks about it.
Were you keeping freak-off secret from your friends?
Yes.
His assistants help him?
With everything.
Would you remember if an assistant came in during one of your sessions with an escort?
Not necessarily. I was high.
So you don't remember much?
I had my privacy invaded a lot during that relationship.
This is from July 2012. You say to Mr. Combs, I'm horny, and this was after a freak off, right?
There are a lot of texts here.
At this moment, the prosecution said,
I would ask that the witness be allowed to read the entire document.
Then the judge asked how many pages. The defense said,
8.
Then the prosecution said,
we don't have a copy for the witness.
So the defense said,
we'll show it on the screen.
So it was shown, but not in the public gallery.
You said Mr. Combs often put you down, but he also sent you encouragement and called you a queen, right?
Yes.
At this moment, the judge asked for a sidebar, then continued.
What would trigger Mr. Combs' incessant calls to you?
Anger, doubt about where I was.
If he suspected you of cheating, he'd call you incessantly.
That was one of the reasons.
Because he thought.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was sustained.
Do you believe Mr. Combs has good taste?
I think he does.
He's had an impact on fashion.
People like his style. Sean John.
Did you consult with him on your look?
Sometimes I got advice I didn't ask for.
He still ran his companies even while having all these freak-offs, right?
He did.
What was he addicted to?
Success.
What substances? Opiates?
Yes, he told me, and I saw it.
Did Mr. Combs' mood depend on whether or not he was withdrawing from opiates?
He was more irritable, I would say.
What other drugs was Mr. Combs addicted to?
At this moment, the prosecution objected on the ground of no foundation, but the judge said, "I'll ask if I want the grounds," then sustained and said to rephrase it.
What was his drug of choice?
Ecstasy or MDMA.
Opiates daily?
When he was doing them.
You saw him withdraw?
Yes.
Let's turn to GX411.
At this moment, the prosecution said,
"It's not in evidence yet."
Then they continued.
So B414, page 3 and 4. You wrote, "I love our FOs when we both want it." You felt that?
Loving FOs were just words at that point.
Mr. Combs wrote to you, "I want to freak out right now." And you wrote that you wanted it too. LOL, me too.
I texted more than that.
But you did text that to him. Mr. Combs wrote to you, "Jules is available if you're into it." You could have said yes or no, and you said love you.
There was no yes or no.
Bring up B420 on page 2. Mr. Combs wrote, "Do I have your permission to set up freaky fun?" You wrote, "Ovulation."
Yes.
Here, what do you say?
I asked, which hotel? I must have called him in between. I don't want to assume anything.
He said Montage. You said you could also go to Pleasure Chest. What would you get there?
Sexual supplies.
What supplies?
Lubricants, outfits.
He says, "Have fun, impress me." You say, "Okay." He says, "Well, can we kiss a lot?" What do you say?
Yes.
You wrote, "I left the iPad."
I don't know whose iPad this meant.
Mr. Combs wrote, "I'll be there right after my session." This was in June 2017. Do you remember arguments you were having at that time?
Not specifically.
Here you say, "The game starts at 10 p.m. No breaking character till 8 a.m.
This was a game a friend of mine told me. Way to rekindle your romance.
By doing something different in the bedroom?
It's a whole getting into character thing.
Mr. Combs says, "Let's get some outfits and go to sex club." Mr. Combs wrote, "Surprise package coming from out of state. Why can't I reach you?" What do you say?
I was getting my brows done.
Did you come to know Mr. Combs was leaving to freak off to go see Kim Porter?
Yes.
How did you find out about Gina? How did you feel? Did it upset you?
Yes.
It prompted arguments?
It did.
And he thought you were not faithful. What were his reactions?
It was scary.
Mr. Combs wrote to you, "Let's do something different in NYC this weekend. FYI, Dave hit me." What does hit mean?
Reached out.
And Daniel contacted you. Did this mean you might have a freak off?
Might.
He tells you, "You better put me on VIP vibrate alarm or something." He's frustrated you don't answer his texts fast enough?
Right.
You tell him to come to NYC understanding there could be a freak off.
Maybe.
You also saw the Book of Mormon.
Yes.
Masked Pleasure. Is that a sex club?
I would assume.
He asks, "Are you ready for tonight?" What do you say?
Yes. I just have to get some things. This is not about what I felt, right? Because you are skipping over a lot here.
What did you write?
As much as you think you're Bruce Willis, you're not. Your kids were babies when we started dating.
If you saw him on social media on vacation with others, it was heartbreaking?
It could be. I was 7 years in.
And what about this? About Gina? You wrote, "I don't want to be a side piece, but I'll treat you as a king." You wanted to be the main girlfriend?
In 2013, yes.
You saw social media posts of Mr. Combs with other girlfriends and got angry, right?
Can I speak? I was jealous of certain situations.
Did there come a time he suspected you were in a relationship with someone in the industry, Mr. Muscudi?
Yes.
Mr. Combs thought it could be good for your career if you collaborated with Mr. Mr. Muscudi.
Yes.
Why did you begin your relationship with Mr. Muscudi?
We enjoyed each other's company.
You were in a relationship with Mr. Combs?
We were on a break.
But you were still doing freak-offs with him.
Yes.
After Mr. Combs found out by going through your phone, you went to see him. You knew he was upset. He previously attacked you.
Yes. I thought I'd be safer with other people there.
Your affair with Mr. Muscudi was only a month long, but you got a burner phone for it?
Right.
Mr. Combs kicked you in the back?
Yes.
This came up later in your relationship that
Yes.
This came up later in your relationship that you had cheated on him with Kid Cudi.
He brought it up quite a bit.
When he cheated, he said, well, you had an affair with Kid Cudi, right?
Sometimes.
He suspected you of having an affair with another person in the industry. You were in South Africa filming?
Yes, Honey 3.
While you were there, you saw a photo of Mr. Combs with Gina and were irate, right?
Angry.
You blocked him and focused on the movie, right?
I tried my best.
Mr. Combs suspected you of a relationship with whom?
Michael B. Jordan.
You sent a video not only to Mr. Combs, but also to staff. Who? D-Rock?
Yes.
You sent it to them because you were angry with all of them.
I was hurt. I spent all my time with them.
You thought they were in on it. The physical abuse. When did your father learn about it?
Same time as my mother.
Did Mr. Combs come to Connecticut to speak to your parents?
I don't know if it was then.
Carrie.
See? It's just like real camping.
Ugh, we don't have real ants. Ew.
Like I said, real camping.
When ants show up, so do we. Terminix it.
Style and substance. In the GMC Sierra. Current eligible GMC owners get over $7,800 total value.
See your Colorado GMC dealers.
Carrie Morgan knew about the abuse.
Yes.
The eyebrow gash incident. What was it about?
Didn't answer the phone and went to sleep. I was supposed to be packing for a trip.
He was inebriated?
I don't remember that.
Why were you asleep?
A drink at the Abbey had something in it, I think.
Did Mr. Combs ever abuse you while he was inebriated, then say he didn't remember it?
Yes.
Did you feel he was not taking responsibility?
Yes.
For drugs, you'd both go to rehab?
Rehab wasn't really a thing during our relationship.
The freak-offs were an opportunity for you to take drugs together?
Yes.
You went a lot to Burning Man?
Yes.
Did you ever call yourselves Get High partners?
We did.
Did you take drugs from him without him knowing it?
Yes.
What was his reaction?
Explosive.
Did he tell LA dealers not to deal to you?
Yes.
You told Ms. Coram that you learned only after the fact that Mr. Combs had dangled Ms. Bongolan off the balcony?
I'm not sure.
You were on drugs?
I'm not sure.
You got a life coach for your drug use, according to this document.
I don't know who that person is.
You were doing a lot of drugs?
It was a rough time.
You tried to get into a rehab, the Golden Door.
It was a spa. There was a time I lost sense of smell and taste and woke up in a hospital with an eye in my arm. I tried then to get help.
The time after San Bernardino, you learned that he had overdosed.
A very strong opiate, yes.
Were you ever not addicted to painkillers?
We took Ibogaine.
Where did you get it?
Cancun, Mexico, separately.
When Mr. Combs threw you off the boat in Cannes, when he accused you of taking drugs and squeezed your leg.
Among other things.
But you still wanted to be with him?
I did.
Switching topics, when you say Mr. Combs went with guns to find Suge Knight, do you remember telling the government that you did go with them?
No.
Let me show you.
At this moment, the prosecution said,
just for the parties.
Then they continued.
I did not go with them, so I don't think I said that.
You also did with Ms. Morgan, right?
Yes.
Do you recall telling the government that you did not see what he did, hitting her in the head with a wooden hanger?
I saw the hanger. I saw he was angry that I was doing drugs with Carrie.
This broke up your 17-year friendship with her?
It did.
Did you tell Mr. Combs about your relationship with your now husband?
No.
Ms. Morgan sued you and Mr. Combs.
Made a demand.
And you paid part of that?
I did.
And you haven't spoken with her since?
Maybe one text.
That was the relationship ender?
Yes.
You would heat up the baby oil?
Yes.
Now, is this from the day before the Intercontinental Hotel incident?
At this moment, the prosecution said,
this is a long document. We need time to read it.
So they took a break.
Is this from March 4th?
At this moment, the prosecution said,
with UCT time, it is March 3rd.
Then continued.
Okay, Mr. Combs refers to accessories.
For the premiere.
You sent him an explicit message?
Yes.
He responded with with a number of M's. He wrote, "Too bad you have to work, LOL."
He did.
You ask him, "Are you feeling better?" Then he discussing bodily function.
Yes. Could we just clarify what time these messages are really from with the UCT?
At this moment, the prosecution said,
There's a stipulation on that.
and this document was shown. You can pause to read it if you want. Then they continued.
Mr. Combs went to your premiere lunch at the London Hotel?
He did.
Says, I just got out of a spiritual therapy session.
I asked, how did it go?
He said, it's a process. This is leading up to the hotel incident. You say, baby, I want to FO so bad. You were asked in your direct and said you didn't want him to ruin your premiere.
Sure.
Mr. Combs says, if we start at 7 p.m. and go until 4 a.m., you can get enough rest after.
Yes.
He's saying it'd be a shorter than usual freak off?
That's how I would understand it.
What do you say?
Carrie is here. We can't do it at my house.
You say that guy is sick. I'm not going to ask you what you meant. So you were turning to Johnny. Was he a dancer or an escort?
We hired him as a dancer, but he did what an escort does.
Do you remember the beginning of this freak off in the Intercontinental?
Not really.
The drugs were bad MDMA, right?
I have no idea.
You believe Mr. Combs was blacked out for the Intercontinental event?
I believe he was intoxicated. Everyone's definition is different.
But you said blacked out. What did you write here?
I wrote, when you get fucked up the wrong way.
You meant drugs?
And alcohol.
Here Mr. Combs writes to you, I am so horny for you.
At this moment, the prosecution objected and said this was not an evidence. Then they continued.
Here Mr. Combs is asking you for sex soon after the Intercontinental, right?
I was saying how he felt.
What did you write back?
I wrote, we need a different vibe than Friday at the Intercontinental.
Mr. Combs wrote, Fuck Friday, I don't even want to do that again. What did you write?
I wrote, LOL, true.
Mr. Combs suspected you of having an affair with someone else in the industry. What happened when he took your phone?
We were in a car, and he told me to call my mother. When I did, he grabbed my phone and took it.
It was a big fight.
He was just gone.
For how long?
A few hours until my mother called the police.
Did Mr. Combs go through your phone?
I think so. And he called someone on it.
The person you had an affair with?
I don't know if he's playing anymore.
But he was an NFL player, and he was jealous. Wasn't there a time he found out you were dancing with another person in the entertainment industry and took your phone, right?
I don't remember.
It was Chris Brown.
I was not dancing with him.
Look at this. It's from 2013.
Now I see.
What else did Mr. Combs take?
My car, my passport, when he was angry.
Let's refresh.
This is your sign to go get the 3-on-6. My name is Melissa. I grew up hating my mom.
Let's refresh you about Mr. Combs being in rehab.
I vaguely remember.
Why did you go to Sedona?
I went to Arizona to get away from the drugs.
I'm going to go to a new topic. Mr. Combs told you to go get the video you'd heard about. What did you write?
I wrote, you keep putting me down.
I'm going to play you some audio.
At this moment, the defense played an audio. This voiceover is what was said in the audio.
If you saw a video of someone f***ing me, who was f***ing me? You have it. Why didn't you show me? 'Cause I'm not disrespectful, bro. If you don't show me, I will kill you. Cut you up. I will fucking kill you. I've never killed anyone in my life. I am going to fuck you up. It's not going to be blood on my hands. Someone else is going to do it. I'm not playing with you, Sujit. Tell me.
That was you, right?
Yes.
Did Mr. Combs express concern about these videos being released?
When?
Ever.
Yes.
The escort, Jonathan. You thought he took a video?
Yes.
Mr. Combs spent a lot of money to make sure the video did not get released?
I don't know.
You had a conversation with Jonathan Audie that was transcribed?
I'm not sure.
He was volatile?
I didn't trust him.
What did Mr. Combs say when you told him you thought Mr. Audie was recording?
He said he'd take care of it.
Are you aware of an escort leaving comments on Mr. Combs' Instagram page?
I am not.
Now let's talk about rehab. Do you still take Suboxone?
Something like it.
What does it treat?
Opioid addiction.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, but was overruled by the judge.
You wrote a book in rehab. The place treats sexual compulsion.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and the judge asked for a sidebar.
Did you get neurofeedback therapy?
Yes. They hook something up to your head and show you things. See how you react.
Were you told the effects of it?
Help me with my trauma.
Did you participate in EMDR?
Yes.
What does it do?
Memories and processing them.
The idea is you recall prior traumatic memories, like for PTSD. You were being treated for PTSD.
Yes, I was still physically developing.
You were 22.
Women keep developing after 22, don't you think?
But you're not suggesting you were still physically developing after 22.
I am not.
This message is about having a freak off without ketamine, right?
At this moment, the prosecution said,
May I confer with counsel?
The judge said, no, but we will take a break. Then they came back and continued.
Mr. Combs wrote, "You're so predictable. You've said you were going to tell him you didn't want to do freakouts anymore, but you didn't say it, did you?"
I did not.
Here, you were suggesting freaking off with a girl. You say you found a photo of Mr. Combs with Gina while you were staying with your parents in Connecticut, right?
Yes.
You decided to break up with him, and he didn't threaten you, but suggested couples counseling?
I don't know.
In August 2018, you called it a closure conversation. Mr. Combs was inviting you to Burning Man, right?
Yes.
I'll read Mr. Combs. You have anger.
I wrote, my family knows I am not running around telling our business. I wrote, I don't need you to be taking care of Kim and Gina. I needed you to put me first.
Please read these.
I wrote, you lied to me. She never went away. It was the nail in the coffin.
You meant Gina. The photo?
Yes.
In your civil lawsuit, you say Mr. Combs raped you in September 2018 after you had dinner at an Italian restaurant in Malibu, right?
Yes.
Did you meet with the U.S. on November 30th, 2023?
Yes, not the exact date.
In this meeting, you said the rape took place after Mr. Combs returned from Burning Man. You said he was acting strangely at that dinner.
I don't remember exactly that word.
Did you meet the U.S. on April 8th, 2025?
Around then.
This message to FB, who's that?
Frank Black, a name he used.
He wrote, I'm in an investors conference. We'll get back to this. You still have love for him?
I have love for the past and what it was.
After this, they took a sidebar, but then continued.
You wrote, I didn't mean to be a bitch, I just don't get the time. He writes, just need you to be positive, correct?
Yes.
DX1309, this is about a yoga instructor?
Yep.
What did you write?
I wrote, I've stopped even caring.
But you did care.
Yeah.
So he said, you could date other people, let's just talk about it, correct?
Yes.
What did you write?
I wrote, I do love you. I would just prefer not being one of your girlfriends. Let's get up tomorrow night. I'll do studio from 6 to 9.
He writes, can I hold you? Or are you just gonna break up with me? And you write back, we can embrace LOL. And you wanted to hug him, right?
That's what I said.
Did you have sexual intercourse with Mr. Combs that night?
I did.
And during that, your now husband FaceTimed you.
Yes.
Your now husband didn't know you were with Mr. Combs at the time?
I don't know what he knew.
Later, he discovered it?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, but was overruled.
You didn't tell your husband you were raped?
Not that evening.
After Ms. Porter's memorial service, you wrote to him that you were going home. Why had he called Kim his soulmate? What was the 11 years all about?
Yes.
That was hurtful.
At that time, yes.
And after that memorial service, you never saw Mr. Combs again, right?
I did not.
He let you go, right?
I never saw him again. I don't know about letting me go.
You got married to the love of your life, right?
At this moment, the judge interrupted and said to take a break.
Ms. Ventura, we're almost done here.
Thank you.
I will read Mr. Combs' messages. You're going to make a beautiful mother. God bless.
I said, thank you, God bless. I wrote, we should talk and have closure.
Mr. Combs sent back a tear face emoji. He said, you were always my ride or die.
I thought it was nice.
You'd been craving that.
Before. I don't think I was craving now.
You shaped you over 11 years. You shaped each other?
Yes.
Your husband's a physical trainer?
Yes.
The house you grew up in was relatively modest compared to mansions.
Yes.
You were preparing to tour with a Matt Testa.
Yes, he's an engineer.
Once you settled your lawsuit, you canceled the tour, right?
Yes.
Because you no longer needed the money?
That wasn't the reason.
After the hotel video came out, you posted on Instagram that domestic violence is the issue, right?
Yes. I still feel that way.
DX1015. Mr. Combs wrote, want to freak off one last time. What did you write?
I don't want it to be the last time. I want freak off for the first time.
No further questions.
At this moment, the judge asked the prosecution if they wanted to redirect, and it begun.
Ms. Ventura, you were shown this message where you ended. I don't want to freak off for the last time. I want it to be the first time for the rest of our lives. What did you say after that?
Yes, I'm horny. Just got over a UTI.
You were shown messages today in which you and Sean were
If you've recently been injured in a car accident that wasn't your fault, I've got one question for you. Do you know how to get the maximum compensation that you deserve in the shortest time?
UTI.
You were shown messages today in which you and Sean were kind and loving?
Yes.
Did those periods ever last?
At this moment, the defense objected but was overruled.
No, they didn't last. There'd be a downswing.
What world did Sean open up to you?
A world of chaos.
In your 11-year relationship, who did you want to have sex with?
Only him, at that time.
When Sean wrote, "Seduce me all day," what did you do?
Write about FOs.
Were you able to cancel work obligations for freak-offs?
Yes, if I was told to.
When you were shooting the movie in South Africa and you blocked him, how did he contact you?
Through Mia.
He said he didn't remember hurting you. Did you believe him?
Not always, because I knew him. There were times he was pretty aware of what he was doing. It's just who he was. I'd seen him be violent with other people.
On the way back from Cannes, what did Sean do?
He played a video of me having sex with an escort.
What did he say he'd do?
He'd release it.
When you got to NY, what did Sean ask for?
A freak off, or he'd release it.
When Sean wrote, "You ready for tonight?" what did he mean?
Freak off.
What were you afraid he would do if you did not do that freak off?
At this moment, the defense objected, but the judge overruled it. Then after Cassie said,
I don't know that week.
The judge interrupted and said, "Next question."
Do you have any doubt that Sean raped you?
At this moment, the defense objected but was overruled.
I have no doubt.
After Sean raped you on August 18th, did you later have consensual sex with Sean during which your now husband FaceTimed you?
Yes.
Why did you cancel the tour?
After I filed my civil suit, I was overwhelmed. Addressing the past the way that I chose to was overwhelming. I didn't want to go.
Do you plan to file more lawsuits?
No.
Would you give the $20 million back if you hadn't have had to do freak-offs?
At this moment, the defense objected but was overruled.
I would give it back to get my agency back.
Did he beat you during freak-offs?
Yes.
Were you open to freak-offs at the beginning?
At the beginning.
Did you tell him when you no longer wanted to do them?
Yes, more than once.
What concerns did you have about saying no to freak-offs?
Safety, career, love.
No further questions.
At this moment, the judge asked if there was a recross, and they continued.
You knew Mr. Combs' preference was these freak-offs, right?
I learned.
It was part of being his girlfriend?
Yeah.
You kept your old device?
Yes.
And freak-off videos in this case. They were all on those devices you kept from 2012 and 2014.
I don't know what year.
You were able to stand at his side at the Met Gala. Being his girlfriend gave you access to producers.
Yes.
Beyond Kid Cudi, what other musicians were you put in the studio with? Were you put in the studio with Nicki Minaj?
Yes.
You were put in the studio with Lil Wayne?
Yes.
And with Rick Ross and Pusha T. Am I forgetting any names?
You've got a lot of names.
You are self-conscious about your musical talent.
I wouldn't say that.
You had a bad performance on 106 and Park.
Early in my career.
You did music videos. Were they successful?
At this moment, the judge asked for a brief sidebar. Then they continued.
D-Rock was like a member of your family?
Yes, like a brother.
The assistant Mia, you also had a friendship with?
Yes.
Okay, here you begin with an explicit message, and he responds with one, you are actively sexting.
Yes.
You stated that you were feeling overwhelmed after filing your civil lawsuit, right?
Yes.
You recently received a settlement from the Intercontinental?
No.
You made a demand?
Yes. $10 million, maybe.
At this moment, the judge asked anything further, and the prosecution said,
I just have one question.
But the judge said, I was asking Ms. Esteval, can you wrap up in 2 minutes? And they continued.
This is the last thing I'll ask you to read, Ms. Ventura.
Thank you. We need closure and understanding.
Why'd you keep your devices?
I was afraid of what was on them. I wouldn't take them to the Apple Store.
One question. You just reached a $10 million settlement with Intercontinental last week before trial?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, but was overruled, and Cassie answered.
Yes.
That was the end of Cassie Ventura's testimony. After hearing the entire testimony together, instead of in parts, day by day, what do you think now? Did anything change in your opinion after hearing the entire testimony in one? Let me know in the comments down below. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, I had to get all of my tea from the entire Cassie testimony, okay? I am going to now give y'all my tea on it before we continue on with more testimony in the Diddy trial. We're up on day 7. Thank you, all my tea sippers. I really appreciate all of y'all's support. Cassie's testimony, I don't think it hurt Diddy. I don't think it hurt the defense. I really don't. A lot of it was a lot of Cassie, you know, being complacent, being compliant, being with the shit of everything that was going on with the freak offs. Like, she talked more about how she was willing to freak off with Diddy, and that was like the whole surrounding focal point of their relationship. And that's just what that was. Okay. So let's get into the male dancer. Okay. No, actually, Cassie's mom. Let's get into Cassie's mom. Or do y'all want to save hers for last? Well, we're already here. Let's go ahead and listen to Cassie's mom testifies in the Diddy trial. Now, everybody's been like, okay, well, where's anybody in her family, somebody that loves this girl? Did anybody care? So we're going to hear now exactly however Cassie's mom took in the account of her daughter's time she had with Diddy. Remember, when you come into the room, please like and subscribe. Okay. So we're going to give my computer a moment to catch up. So what do you guys think so far? Do you think her testimony, Cassie's, hurt Diddy, or do you think it gave their defense a lot of understanding of, you know, Cassie being a willing participant than a person that was trafficked? I think it gave more willing participant.
Before we begin, please be advised that viewer discretion is strongly recommended. None of the content presented here has been exaggerated or taken out of context. These are the exact statements made by the prosecution team, defense team, David James, and Cassie's mom in a federal court on May 20th, 2025. Some words have been censored to comply with YouTube's guidelines. What you're about to hear is a voiced-over reading of David James and Cassie Ventura's mom's testimony from the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Source: courtroom reporter at Inner City Press on X.com. All parties are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Listen at your own discretion. What you're about to hear is the finale of David James's testimony and Cassie's mom's testimony from beginning to end.
What about physical violence between Mr. Combs and Cassie? Did you personally observe it?
No, I did not.
Do you remember a blog post?
Yes, I was in LA when he came back from a club.
What did Mr. Combs say?
That someone was lying on him saying he hit Cassie at the club. He went through my...
Life's better when you're under our roof. Save up to 23% by bundling your home and auto with us.
The Silverado Trail Boss. And a fork in the road.
Are we lost?
And OnStar connectivity that doesn't know the meaning of the word lost.
He went through my browser history. No one had ever done that to me.
Did Mr. Combs give you instructions about Cassie?
To bring her food at the London Hotel and some Roscoe's.
What is Roscoe's?
Some delicious fried chicken in Los Angeles.
What did you do for Mr. Combs in NY?
I'd bring him applesauce, Jell-O, Fiji water, his toiletry bag with ointments, just for men. We bought 40 items so he wouldn't call us later. I'd get a key, like at the Trump International. I'd set up the medicine bag in the personal LV bag.
What was in it?
A Viagra, ecstasy, perks.
How did you go about replenishing these supplies?
I'd use my personal credit card. Bad boy paid me back.
Who paid you back?
Usually bonds.
Did Mr. Combs ever stay alone in a hotel?
Never. Usually Cassie, sometimes other women.
Did he ask you for things during a stay?
He'd text me for an iPod or food.
Did anything strange ever happen?
Yes, in Miami. He asked for an iPod from his house on Star Island. I drove it to his hotel and knocked. No answer. I had the key. I'd set up the room.
What did you see?
Cassie on the bed. There was another person who sort of scurried away, and the shower was on. I thought Mr. Combs was in there.
How was she sleeping?
On her back.
At this moment, the defense objected, but was sustained.
What about the other person?
He was about 5 feet 8 inches with long hair and a large endowment. He scurried away.
Did you ask anything?
I wasn't hired to ask about their personal affairs.
Did you ever pick up drugs for Mr. Combs?
Yes, Percocets at a pharmacy, sometimes in my name.
Did you give him permission to use your name?
I don't recall that.
Was there a drug dealer?
Yes, one stop.
He met with a lot of people?
Yes, even former presidents.
Which one?
Former President Obama.
What was your understanding would have happened if you hadn't done these things?
At this moment, the defense objected, and the judge sustained it.
Did you ever take ecstasy?
Yes, I was drinking Cyrock, I took ecstasy, I was Diddy bopping.
What do you mean?
I was vibing.
Did you speak with Mr. Combs about it?
He was reviewing footage of the party. We had a videographer who filmed the parties. He asked me, "Hey Playboy, was that you dancing around at the party?" I said, "Yes," and he I'm going to keep the video in case I ever need it.
Meaning?
That I'd be embarrassed.
Did anything ever go missing?
They said a bracelet was missing. Uncle Paulie came to my hotel room and searched my belongings and those of my girlfriend at the time.
Could you have said no?
At this moment, the defense objected, and the judge said to move on.
Did you ever have to take a lie detector test?
Yes.
Who was present?
Just me and this gentleman. It was very intimidating. They put monitors on my head, my chest, and my hand.
Could you refuse?
Not to keep my job.
Did this happen again?
Yes, when Mr. Combs said a watch of his had been stolen.
What was the result?
The gentleman told me I seemed nervous. I said, "Sure I am." Once Capricorn Clark had to take a lie detector to prove she wasn't part of a heist of Mr. Combs' jewelry.
Was there an incident at Mel's Diner with Suge Knight?
Yes, I drove the Silver Navigator to get cheeseburgers there. D-Rock said, "That's motherfucking Suge Knight." He went over and said, "What's up?" Suge Knight didn't recognize him. I'm Biggie's boy.
What happened next?
We noticed 4 black SUVs to different sides of the parking lot. I saw someone hand Suge Knight a gun. D-Rock said, "We gotta get out of here." We drove back to the house.
What did you find there?
Cassie was crying. Mr. Combs got in the vehicle. I saw 3 guns on his lap. I felt calm because we'd been in a silver vehicle, now a black one. They wouldn't see us coming.
What did you find at Mel's Diner?
Suge Knight had left. Mr. Combs said, "Drive around the block."
What did you decide?
To leave the company. They offered me other positions, but I just wanted to leave. My life was at risk.
No further questions.
You didn't tell all this the first time.
They told me to stop, to not say anything that would incriminate me.
Look at the notes from your interview. Read it to yourself, then look up at me.
Okay?
How'd you recognize Suge Knight?
I listened to hip-hop.
Were you drinking or smoking pot?
No, sir.
Your mind was clear?
As clear as it could be, working 20 hours a week at 4 a.m.
D-Rock opens the door. Suge Knight is a few cars over?
Window open. D-Rock says, "I'm Biggie's boy," and then Suge recognizes him, gives him a dab.
What's a dab?
Handshake.
Did you leave D-Rock at the diner? Why are you smiling?
'Cause that's a crazy question. Why would I?
Didn't you leave D-Rock at the diner?
That makes no sense.
I'm not asking what makes sense. I'm asking, did you?
No.
You saw Cassie and Mr. Combs?
Yes. Mr. Combs told me to drive.
You don't know where Mr. Combs got the guns, do you?
I didn't know we had guns until then.
Have you ever been in a situation like that?
No.
You didn't say, "I don't want to drive to Suge Knight with guns"?
No.
What exactly did you do before you got this job?
I was a door-to-door salesman, then personal assistant.
Now you were going with guns to confront someone?
It was not ideal.
You knew how to get to Mel's Diner, right?
I frequent there all the time.
You've never seen guns before, right?
No.
This is a radical departure from your job description. Is that an understatement?
It's the understatement of the day so far.
Do you have immunity?
Ask my lawyer. I have some kind of offer agreement.
Proffer. You didn't tell anyone about...
This is the pink salt recipe that
We
took me
are
from
now
179 to
up
100.
the personal assistant David James going into her mother testimony, day 7 of the Diddy trial.
Yes, briefly, about what might come up in Cross.
Did the Mel's Diner incident come up?
Not that I recall.
It's this morning. What did you talk about?
Your style.
I'm dying to ask what they said. but I won't. I have a few more mundane questions.
I love mundane questions.
Where did you travel with Mr. Combs?
Ibiza, London, Saint-Tropez.
Were these vacations?
Business-oriented.
What were you hired as?
Personal liaison, but I was a personal assistant.
He met a high-level roster of people.
Second understatement of the day.
Why?
He met with a who's who.
It was important that he be prepared for these meetings, right?
Yes.
It was important that he be on time.
No, we'd change meetings to fit his schedule all the time, when he didn't want to show up at a certain time.
He had security because people wanted to touch him, right?
Yes, in the airport, in McDonald's.
Was he gracious?
I don't think gracious is a word I'd use for Sean Combs.
Did he sign autographs?
No.
You said he'd stay in the studio until 3 or 4 a.m. and you'd stay with him.
Yes, it was common.
What sort of things would he want to always have with him?
Ketchup, for example.
Did you know he put applesauce on cheeseburgers?
No, but I knew he likes applesauce.
He liked Astroglide, condoms, and baby oil, but you didn't expense it through the business.
Usually not. I was told he didn't want to run them through the company. He didn't want a record of them.
When you bought the 8-ball of Coke on Saint-Tropez, you didn't tell Mr. Combs, did you?
He was asleep.
Tell me about your relationship with Roger Bonds.
We talked about Bad Boy as a family.
What do you mean?
Mama Combs called me her son many times.
What was the mission?
Make sure he's happy.
Was it fun?
I enjoyed it from time to time.
What was your relationship with Chef Jordan?
Professional.
Did you choke her?
No.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and the judge asked for a sidebar, and then they continued. Tell me what happened.
We were on Star Island. She told me where to take him. I grabbed her 2 wrists and said, "Stay in your f***ing lane."
Was there fallout?
It was reported. Mr. Combs called me in. Mr. Combs told me, "You can't be putting your hands on women." He told me to give her a gift.
What did you give her?
I rolled up a blunt and gave it to her.
Did she like it?
It appeared she did.
You were in a car with Mr. Combs and who?
Chris Lighty.
You have taken ecstasy?
I'd party, sure.
What were things like in the studio? Drugs?
Yes, it's a creative environment. I didn't smoke when working with Mr. Combs.
But he caught you smoking once.
In for the light. I lit up. He came out. He said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Nothing." He said, "If you're man enough to smoke, you're man enough to tell me." I said, "Okay, I'm smoking." He said if I did it again, he'd fire me.
How about when you picked up 2 prostitutes and had sex with one? At this moment, the prosecution objected, and the judge overruled it.
She asked for $200. I called Bonds and asked, "What the hell?" She asked to take a shower. I said, "That's $200.
On that note, no further questions.
What about the incident in Alpine, New Jersey?
To file a police report and say that Chef Jordan had been the aggressor, but I didn't file it. I drove around and told him I'd made the report.
What have we asked you to do?
Tell the truth.
Nothing further.
You lied to Mr. Combs about filing the police report.
Yes.
Nothing further. At this moment, the testimony of Diddy's ex-personal assistant was over, and something we did not expect was Cassie's mom to testify. It was short, but here it is.
The government calls Regina Ventura. Where do you live?
New London, Connecticut.
How many children do you have?
2, Roderick and Cassandra.
Who is this?
Sean Combs. He dated my daughter.
When did you meet Sean Combs?
2006. My daughter signed with his Bad Boy Records. He was her boss. Then they started dating. They moved to LA.
Read this message from December 2011.
Cassandra wrote to me. She said Sean Combs threatened to release a tape and go after her and Mr. Mascuti.
How did you react?
It made me sick. Sean Combs demanded $20,000. He said, to recoup losses due to Mr. Mascuti from my husband and myself.
Why did you take a loan to pay Sean Combs?
For the safety of my daughter.
Look in the binder next to you.
These are the photos I took of my daughter's bruises from Sean Combs.
Do you know Mia?
She was an employee of Sean Combs.
What happened?
We were in his kitchen, laughing. Sean asked her why she was laughing. She stopped and looked plain.
Now to August 2016, we're done with the binder. While in LA, did you call the police?
Yes. Sean Combs stole Cassie's, Cassandra's phone. They had a bitter argument outside her apartment building. She lived on the 17th floor. They argued at the roundabout.
Who else was there?
D-Rock.
Is Damian Butler his government name?
He was standing between us. I tried to hit him. Sean Combs took Cassandra's car, a Jaguar.
No further questions.
After this, the judge asked the defense if they wanted to cross-exam, but they said no. And that was Diddy's ex-assistant's testimony and Cassie's mom's testimony. What did you think about this? Do you think these testimonies will help the prosecution's case or the defense's case? Let me know in the comments down below, and I'll see you later today.
They really didn't get much into Cassie's mom at all. Okay. I'm wondering why she paid Sean 20 grand. Like, okay.
Allergies got you trying every trick? Zyrtec.
We are paying Sean Puffy Combs for extortion. It looks like he tried to extort her. So now we have a male dancer, y'all, that testified. And an agent, Gannon, against Diddy. Let's listen.
Viewer discretion is strongly recommended. None of the content presented here has been exaggerated or taken out of context. These are the exact statements made by the prosecution team, defense team, male dancer, and Agent Gannon in a federal court on May 20th, 2025. Some words have been censored to comply with YouTube's guidelines. What you're about to hear is a voiced-over reading of male dancer and Agent Gannon's testimony from the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Source: courtroom reporter at Inner City Press on X.com. All parties are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Listen at your own discretion. What you're about to hear is the male dancer and Agent Gannon testimony from beginning to end.
The government calls Mr. Sheree Hayes. Where are you from?
Harlem, New York.
What was your work?
Male exotic dancer. I was known as the Punisher.
Do you recognize these two?
I do. Mr. Sean Combs and Cassie Ventura. I was hired in 2012 to create a sexy erotic scene for them.
Why were you called the Punisher?
Playing basketball on West 4th Street.
The woman who called you, what time did she book you for?
Midnight at Trump Tower, Central Park West. Striptease for a small group of friends.
When you got there, how did Ms. Ventura appear?
In a bathroom with nothing underneath and a wig. I was expecting a crowd, but there was no one else. She told me she and her husband wanted to create a sexual scene with baby oil.
What did she hand to you?
$800.
How was the room?
Dimly lit, electric candles, bowls of water with bottles of baby oil in them. She told me not to acknowledge her husband, not to look at him when he came out.
Did he come out?
Yes, he was naked, but I could not see his face. It was like what a Muslim woman wears. You see only the eyes. He had a bottle of Astroglide.
How did you recognize it?
I use it, the purple top.
How did it end?
She went into the other room with him. When she came back, she asked if I wanted to finish. I said no. If they were happy, I was happy. She gave me more money.
Did you do it again?
Yes, 8 or 12 times.
How did you end up recognizing her?
I was a fan of Mr. Combs and followed him on Instagram. I saw her on it.
This would be a good place to break.
And they did. They took a break, then came back and continued.
How were these sessions scheduled?
I'd be reached out to at 5 or 7 p.m. for later. They'd asked for a sexy scene, but I knew it would be more.
How would it start?
Baby oil, a sexy atmosphere. Mr. Combs would direct.
How did the direction work?
Mr. Combs might say, sit forward, move the camera, or what would happen sexually, you know. One time during sex, he dropped a stack of money. He said, I like this shit.
How much baby oil did you use?
A lot. We were supposed to be glistening as much as possible.
How long would they last?
4 hours, a lot of waiting, maybe 40 minutes or so. I was supposed to finish in a specific spot.
Then what?
She would leave with Mr. Combs 10 or 15 minutes. She'd return in a bathrobe and pay me $2,000 or $1,200 cash.
Did you think Ms. Ventura was enjoying herself?
At this moment, the defense objected, and it was sustained.
Did you use drugs?
I am not a marijuana smoker, but I did pull a Bill Clinton. I was handed a joint.
Did you have performance issues?
Having the woman's partner there, yes.
Did the issues affect your pay?
At this moment, the defense objected, but was overruled.
I wasn't sure how they calculated it. One time, Mr. Combs threw condoms on the couch next to us. I struggled. It was a failure.
What happened?
They went out. I finished. She came back and...
What did you think would happen next?
I was worried I would not be used again. I hadn't done my job. He has said, I want to see you pay her, and I couldn't.
Are you writing a book?
Yes, self-help about my ED. It's advice.
In your book, do you write about your time with Mr. Combs and Ms. Ventura?
Yes, I call them a married, wealthy couple.
How long is it?
6 pages out of 186, I sensationalize it. I wanted it to be enjoyable. Highs and lows.
No further questions.
At this moment, the cross-examination began.
I'll try to make this as harmless as possible. Congratulations on your book. What's it called?
In Search of Freezer Meat. What's harder than that?
Good title. You have a website?
Yes, now I'm a co-owner. All the male dancers are independent contractors.
You've been doing this for 25 years?
30 years, coming up on a big anniversary.
You dance with them?
A professional dry hump.
For 30 years. Thousands of ladies. You try to not develop feeling for them, right?
You try not to. It's a job.
But you talked with Cassie.
Cordial.
She asked to be able to call you?
Just to set the sessions up. We were never asked to talk.
She was comfortable with you?
She said so.
You had feelings for her.
Incorrect.
But you thought she was only doing this with you.
That is correct. She'd said it was a special occasion.
You did develop feelings for her?
That's not correct.
You told the government. The government's notes say you developed feelings for her.
That may have been taken out of context.
You used your 25 years experience.
This was a different scene. Usually I aim for humor.
You wouldn't try to dry hump someone who didn't want to be dry humped, correct?
Yes, it is important to read the room.
So you read the room with Cassie and she wanted...
At this moment, the prosecution objected and it was sustained.
Was Mr. Combs' request that you penetrate...
It was a demand, a strong suggestion.
Cassie paid you even when she canceled, right?
Yes, $500.
Mr. Hayes, I wish you success with your book.
Thank you.
What made you think Ms. Ventura was enjoying herself?
It was the first time unprotected.
Without the details.
At this moment, the defense objected and the prosecution said,
No further questions.
Then the defense asked one more question.
What do you mean by steamy?
I felt it was enjoyable for Ms. Ventura and Mr. Combs.
At this moment, the testimony of the male dancer was over and the government called their next witness.
The government calls Special Agent Gerard Gannon. Where do you work?
HSI in Miami in the National Security Group.
In March 2024.
The HSI Human Trafficking Group. In labor in Miami.
What time did the search begin?
After 3 p.m.
Why so late?
We learned Mr. Combs and his family were flying out of the country.
Was there a pier on the property on Star Island?
Yes, we had to monitor it.
Why did you have to break open the gate?
To make sure bad actors wouldn't have time to put those who would search in danger.
What's this a photo of?
The pool and the pier.
What did you find here?
Parts of AR-15 rifles, sex toys, and Astroglide. These magazines were loaded with bullets.
What do these show?
The serial numbers have been cut out.
Let's turn to 2 more exhibits. What are these?
The ammunition we found.
And these platform high heels? How high are they?
7 inches.
This may be a good place to break for the day.
At this moment, the testimony of the agent was paused, and that was it for the day. What did you think of the male dancer's testimony? Do you think this testimony will help the defense or the prosecution? And what did you think about the agent's testimony so far? Do you think he will give a crazy testimony tomorrow? Let me know in the comments down below, and I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. So far, I'm not going to hold you. I don't think a lot's leaning towards prosecution of Diddy for these charges. I don't. So is there anything else in Viral Vision? Get over there and subscribe. They got the play-by-play voice-over testimony in the Diddy trial. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. So, let's see. I think we heard everything except for the craziest moments release. We're going to get into the craziest moments release, y'all. We're on day 7 of the Diddy trial. We've heard the testimony of the mother, Cassie, Don Richardson, Carrie, the personal assistant of Diddy, an escort, a stripper, a security guard. Okay, these are the craziest testimonies right now.
Before we begin, please be advised that viewer discretion is strongly recommended. None of the content presented here has been exaggerated or taken out of context. These are the exact statements made by the prosecution team, defense team, and Cassie Ventura in a federal court on May 16th, 15th, 14th,
Y'all, my internet is acting so weird. I don't know. Damn, what's going on with my internet?
and 13th, 2025. Some words have been censored to comply with YouTube's guidelines. What you're about to hear is a voiced-over reading of Cassie Ventura's craziest moments in her testimony from the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Source: courtroom reporter at Inner City Press on X.com. All parties are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Listen at your own discretion. What you're about to hear is the craziest moments in Cassie's testimony given in the Diddy trial.
Did you get in arguments?
Yes, it would result in dragging.
What else did he do?
Me in the head if I was down.
How frequently was he?
Too frequently. I would get black eyes and bruises.
What is the age difference between you? You and Sean?
17 years.
How did you feel when Sean invited you to hotels?
Nervous, excited, like we were going to talk about music. He introduced me to... I didn't understand it.
Did you visit Sean in Miami?
Yes, I went with Carrie Morgan in Dallas, Austin.
What did you and Sean do together?
He gave me blue dolphin on a boat.
Had you once before taken unintentionally?
Yes.
When it swung, could you describe it?
Anger, zoning out.
How did it impact you?
Greatly. The next thing I knew, I was getting hit in the face. There was also psychological. He'd tell me to watch my mouth, change my face. The freak-offs became a job. There was no time to do anything else but do them, then try to recover.
How much time in your week would freak-offs take?
The longest was 4 days, significant periods of time.
How did he like your nails?
White, French tipped.
Hair?
It varied. I shaved my head in 2009.
Your body?
He told me to work out, prepare for the freak-offs.
How did you feel about his comments?
It varied.
Let me switch topics. How soon into the relationship did Sean mention to you?
First 6 months or a year.
How old were you?
22.
Why did you agree to try a freak-off?
Good question. I wanted to make him happy.
Where was the first freak-off?
One of his homes in Los Angeles.
Did you disguise your appearance?
Sean said we would disguise ourselves. I wore a masquerade mask.
What was a session in a freak-off?
Until the escort finished.
How many sessions with the first escort?
At least 2.
What supplies were used for freak-offs?
Astroglide, baby oil, condoms.
Who brought the supplies?
Security, Sean's assistants.
Which brand of baby oil?
Johnson's.
How was it used?
Sean said, you need to be glistening.
Any other use of candle wax?
A few times poured on my body.
Who set the temperature of the room?
Sean. I was expected to do freak-offs on my period.
Did you want to do that?
No.
Did you want to be urinated on?
After this question, the defense objected, giving the reason of asked and answered, but the judge overruled it.
No, I did not want it.
How did it feel?
It was disgusting. It was too much. I choked. No one could think I wanted it.
Why were you choking?
Too much in my mouth.
Who else urinated on you?
Sean.
Did you want Sean to urinate on you?
I didn't want anyone to urinate on me.
How often did it happen?
Often enough.
Back to the urination. Why didn't you say no?
It was obvious I didn't want to be on the ground being urinated on by 2 men.
Where did you find escorts?
Initially Craigslist.
Why not a cop?
I learned this whole situation was not legal.
Before Cassie could finish her answer, the defense objected, and the judge said the jury will disregard that answer.
How did Cash get there?
Security, or he brought it himself.
Did you use drugs at every freak off?
Yes, I need to disassociate and become emotionless.
Who else used drugs at freak offs?
Sean did. Sometimes the escort.
What other drugs did you use?
Special K, GHB, mushrooms.
Why did you take more drugs?
To not be present with the experience.
Why?
Because it was something I hated.
How did you react to ecstasy and MDMA?
It could make me vomit.
What would he say?
To continue.
Did you want to continue to have intercourse when you wanted to vomit?
No.
How does GHB make you feel?
Drunk, tipsy.
Cocaine?
Makes my heart race. I'm not a huge fan.
Mushrooms?
The walls come alive.
What would happen after the escort f***ed on you?
Sean would want it body in the next room.
Did you do that?
I did.
Where?
Usually.
Did you want to do that?
No.
How did you feel?
I was an object, being heavily objectified by men. Sometimes FaceTime.
Were some sessions recorded on your devices?
Because they were there.
Did Sean try to come to your apartment?
Yes, he was banging. That was pretty normal from him, but this is a pretty private building.
Did you hear from his quorum that day?
Yes, and I went to see D-Rock and his wife to try to feel safe.
Did you try to avoid anything in the freak-offs?
I tried to avoid kissing. It seems too intimate, but Sean told me to do it, to kiss the escorts.
What did Sean ask you to do on your 29th birthday?
A freak-off. One time I was dating someone else and he threatened to release the freak-off videos. I'd have to answer to my mother. It's horrible and disgusting. No one should do that to anyone.
What did Sean say the impact would be?
Shame.
How would you recover from a freak-off?
I'd take a... I wanted to feel numb. We'd get massages, IV fluids. The chef would cook us something.
How often did you take after freak-offs?
Often. I got urinary tract infections.
Were the UTIs painful?
Very. Antibacterials didn't work anymore.
How did it feel during freak-offs?
Burning. I would not advise it.
So we're currently listening to the craziest moments Cassie testified during the Diddy trial, day 7, y'all.
Advise it.
Let's read this out loud.
I have all these sores on my tongue. I have another UTI.
What sores?
Friction in my mouth.
From what?
Oral.
You said another UTI, then sad
I'm gonna
face
stop
emoji.
it right here and say this. This is no way for a 20-year, no person, any age. Cassie and Diddy have done more freaking than anybody. Like, this is just disgusting. I can't, not state the obvious of how I'm feeling about listening to it. It is disgusting. It is disgusting. She's talking about sores in her mouth, having UTIs, constant, where he would, encourage freak off. She would be willing to do them while she was experiencing sores in her mouth from oral. Okay. And then her bottom would be burning during this. And she says, I wouldn't advise it. I wouldn't want to live it, like, to know not to advise it. Like, of course, that's something that your doctor would tell you, don't engage in sexual activities while you're experiencing a UTI or you're having open mouth sores in your mouth. But yet, here they are.
I was open with him about them.
So you feel sick?
Why are you sorry? I took the blame for things. Sean wanted to have a freak off in the Hamptons. We got a hotel and an escort.
Which one?
Dave.
And then her 29th birthday, unfortunately for her, was a freak off, not, a dinner date or something of the sort, going out, dinner and dancing. It was a freak off for a presented for her 29th birthday. My.
Took GB. I went into a G hole and blacked out. I woke up nude in the shower. Dave and Sean were freaking out. I bugged out. It wasn't pretty.
How did you get back to New York?
On a commercial flight. I traded my seat to get away, but he traded to get next to me.
What did he show you?
Freak off videos. He played them for me on one of his apps. He said he'd release them.
How did you feel?
Trapped.
When you landed in New York, what did you do?
We went to a dinner. Then he wanted to have a freak off. So we had a freak off.
Why did you do it?
To make him not me.
When did Sean first use violence on you?
In New York City. We were in a car with his security, and he knocked me around.
What did he do?
He hit me in the side of the head. I fell to the floor of his Escalade. I was on the floor of the car, and he stomped on my face.
How long did this last?
10 minutes. Then I tried to get away, but Sean's security brought me back.
Who?
Roger Bonds.
This photo. Who is it?
Scott Mascuti, known as Kid Cudi. We dated in 2011.
Did Sean find out?
Yes, in my phone. Sean went through my phone during a freakout. He found an email.
About what?
Taking my toiletry bag to Scott's the next day. Sean put a wine opener in his hand and threw me. I called Scott on a burner phone.
Where did you go?
To Scott's house. Then I talked with Capricorn Clark, one of Sean's assistants.
Then what?
House Sean was staying at. He told me he would release videos and hurt Scott and I.
What videos?
Freak off videos of me.
The one and only Botox Cosmetic, the only product of it.
I'm not even gonna hold you. I feel empathetic for, this girl's whole younger years when she experienced this. This is terrible.
In the back, I got a bruise.
Where'd you go?
To my hotel with the burner phone. The room was torn up. Someone peed all over the floor, pooped in the toilet, and didn't flush it. It was gross. This was just before Christmas. I sent an email to my mom in Capricorn from my flight to Boston and Connecticut.
What did you write?
That Sean said he would release the tape of me on Christmas, and he'd had Scott and I hurt. He said he would be out of the country then.
Where did you go after Connecticut?
I went to see Sean. He was in Arizona, his son, college. I told my mother I was going to LA for work.
Did Sean talk about Scott's car?
Sean said he wanted Scott's friends to see Scott's car blown up.
What happened next?
We met, Sean, Scott, and me. Scott said, "What about my vehicle?" And Sean said, "What vehicle?" And that was the end of the meeting. We were having an after party in our suite. I talked to a producer, and Sean tapped me on the shoulder, called me into our room and kicked me as I tried to hide behind the toilet.
What stopped it?
D-Rock and James Cruz came in. It made D-Rock sad.
With who else did you see Sean be violent?
I saw him drag an assistant out of bed. I saw him punch Eli or Ely in his head. One time in Turks and Caicos, he dragged a person.
Did a friend stay with you?
Yes. Sean came and held her and threw her on the patio furniture out on the balcony. I saw Sean bring her back in from over the balcony, then throw her on the patio furniture.
And Carrie Morgan?
I saw Sean hit her in the head.
August 2018. What happened?
We were having a closure conversation at a restaurant in Malibu. He was trying to convince me to go to Burning Man.
Were you seeing anyone?
My now husband.
What happened next?
Sean came to my house and raped me on my living room floor. His eyes were black. It was like taking something from you.
You cried. What did Sean do?
So she testifies that she was with her now husband, right? The Flynn man, Fine man. That's his last name, Fine. And he didn't do nothing. He was dating Cassie, she's saying at the time. Diddy came and ate her at her house on her living room floor. His eyes were black, and it was like taking something from you. And her husband now, at the time she was seeing him, he didn't care. He didn't do nothing about it. Wow, wow, wow.
He continued and fished inside of me. Then he got up and left.
Did you ever have sex with him again?
Yes, voluntarily. We had a good night. I went back to his house.
Can you explain why you did that
So
after
while she was with her now husband, she cheated on him with Diddy because she said she was seeing her now husband. Diddy asked to see her. He aped her. Then she's saying that she slept with him again voluntarily later on that night. That night, she was still supposed to have been having things on with her now husband. Cassie is a wild girl, okay? She's a wild girl.
you?
We had been together 10 years.
What pain did Sean put you through?
Shame. To carry the things that were shameful for him. I took on a lot of responsibility for that I never should have. He brought the concept to me when I was 22. It was expected of me. I felt terrible.
You kept coming back to him for 11 years?
I wouldn't say coming back.
You believed he loved you too.
I did believe he loved me too.
So when he cheated on you, it hurt.
Not every time.
Please read this 1364.
I haven't talked to you at all. You don't even try. You rush me off the phone. I'm really hurt. I don't need your money. I need some attention.
You wanted your special time with Mr. Combs?
Yes.
Ms. Ventura, this is from Mr. Combs to you. You respond with an extremely explicit message, right?
Yes.
This is 2 days after planning a freak off.
If I wanted hair hanging down my back like the ancestors blessed it personally.
Right?
Yes.
He said, I want to see. How did you reply?
I can't wait either.
You wrote, I feel like I want to fuck, right?
That's what it says.
Mr. Combs says, I'm so horny I can't concentrate. What do you say?
That I'll go to Dwayne Reed for candles and then set up the room.
Did you understand that he was going to take another video of you?
At this moment, the prosecution objected on grounds of speculation, and the judge told the defense to move on.
Were you afraid that Mr. Combs was only seeing you for sex in this way?
That was a concern.
You still were not public in your relationship with him?
Correct.
Were freak-offs important?
Integral to us.
You were dating Mr. Leslie. How much older than you was he?
10 years.
Then you traveled to Miami with Mr. Combs. The flyer of the event was just a cover to spend time with Mr. Combs, right?
That's true.
You discussed Carrie Morgan. Did you think Mr. Combs was attracted to her?
There was a point in the very beginning.
Did that complication carry on in your relationship?
Not really. Carrie was just always with us.
Fair to say his career was ruined after your lawsuit?
I can understand that.
Let's read these messages. Mr. Combs wrote, when are you on your period?
No, now.
What you be thinking about when you horny. Ms. Ventura, if you don't want to read the answers, I can read them.
Thank you.
After a freak off, you'd make love with Mr. Combs?
Yes.
Your period. Mr. Combs is asking when you're on it, right?
Yep.
He's asking in the context of when to meet up and have sex.
Looks like it.
Sometimes you watched him with a female?
2 or 3 times.
This is from July 2012. You say to Mr. Combs, I'm horny and bored. This was after a freak off, right?
There are a lot of texts here.
You said Mr. Combs often put you down, but he also sent you encouragement and called you a queen, right?
Yes.
So B414, page 3 and 4. You wrote, I love our FOs when we both want it. You felt that?
Loving FOs were just words at that point.
Mr. Combs wrote to you, I want to freak out right now. And you wrote that you wanted it too. LOL me too.
Than that.
But you did text that to him. Mr. Combs wrote to you, Jules is available if you're into it. You could have said yes or no, and you said love you.
There was no yes or no.
Bring up B420 on page 2. Mr. Combs wrote, do I have your permission to set up freaky fun? You wrote, ovulation.
Yes.
You wanted to be the main girlfriend?
In 2013, yes.
You saw social media posts of Mr. Combs with other girlfriends and got angry, right?
Can I speak? I was jealous of certain situations.
Did there come a time he suspected you had a relationship with someone in the industry, Mr. Mascuti?
Yes.
Mr. Combs thought it could be good for your career if you collaborated with Mr. Mascuti.
Yes.
Why did you begin your relationship with Mr. Mascuti?
We enjoyed each other's company.
You were in a relationship with Mr. Combs?
We were on a break.
But you were still doing freak-offs with him.
Yes.
After Mr. Combs found out by going through your phone, you went to see him. You knew he was upset. He previously attacked you.
Yes. I thought I'd be safer with other people there.
He suspected you of having an affair with another person in the industry. You were in South Africa filming?
Yes, Honey 3.
While you were there, you saw a photo of Mr. Combs with Gina and were irate, right?
Angry?
Talked him and focused on the movie, right?
I tried my best.
Mr. Combs suspected you of a relationship with whom?
Michael B. Jordan.
You sent a video not only to Mr. Combs, but also to staff. Who? D-Rock?
Yes.
You sent it to them because you were angry with all of them.
I was hurt. I spent all my time with them.
You thought they were in on it. The eyebrow gash incident, what was it about?
Didn't answer the phone and went to sleep. I was supposed to be packing for a trip.
He was inebriated?
I don't remember that.
When Mr. Combs threw you off the boat in Cannes, when he accused you of taking drugs and squeezed your leg.
Among other things.
But you still wanted to be with him?
I did.
Do you recall telling the government that you did not see what he did, hitting her in the head with a wooden hanger?
I saw he was angry that I was doing drugs with Carrie.
This broke up your 17-year friendship with her?
It did.
Did you tell Mr. Combs about your relationship with your now husband?
No.
You would heat up the baby oil?
Yes.
Mr. Combs went to your premiere lunch at the London hotel?
He did.
Then he says, I just got out of a spiritual therapy session.
I asked, how did it go?
He said, it's a process. This is leading up to the hotel incident. You say, baby, I want to FO so bad. You were asked in your direct and said,
There's a range in price and beauty when it...
So as we're continuing to listen to the craziest things that Cassie said during testimony, I want to thank everybody for sipping this tea with me today. We're on day 7 of the Diddy trial. Just catching up on all testimony.
Premier.
Sure.
Mr. Combs says, if we start at 7 p.m. and go until 4 a.m., you can get enough rest after.
Yes.
He's saying it'd be a shorter than usual freak off?
That's how I would understand it.
What do you say?
Carrie is here. We can't do it at my house.
You say that guy is sick. I'm not going to ask you what you meant. Did Mr. Combs go through your phone?
I think so. And he called someone on it.
The person you had an affair with?
I don't know if he's playing anymore.
But he was an NFL player, and he was jealous. Wasn't there a time he found out you were dancing with another person in the entertainment industry and took your phone, right?
I don't remember.
It was Chris Brown.
I was not dancing with him.
I'm going to play you some audio.
At this moment, the defense played an audio. This voiceover is what was said in the audio.
If you saw a video of someone f***ing me, who was f***ing me? You have it. Why didn't you show me? 'Cause I'm not disrespectful, bro. If you don't show me, I will kill you. Cut you up. I will f***ing kill you. I've never killed anyone in my life. I am going to f*** you up. It's not going to be blood on my hands. Someone else is going to do it. I'm not playing with you, Sujit. Tell me.
That was you, right?
Yes.
Mr. Combs wrote, you're so predictable. You've said you were going to tell him you didn't want to do freakouts anymore, but you didn't say it, did you?
I did not.
Here, you were suggesting freaking off with a girl. You say you found a photo of Mr. Combs with Gina while you were staying with your parents in Connecticut, right?
Yes.
You decided to break up with him.
So let me
and
get
he didn't
this
threaten
right. Cassie threatened Diddy. Cassie threatened to cut Diddy up and kill him if he didn't do what she said do. Wow. Wow. I mean, y'all, will have to tell me, where ex-trafficked, victims do that at. This would be the first time I've ever seen something like that. So, okay.
you, but suggested couples counseling?
I don't know.
In August 2018, you called it a closure conversation. Mr. Combs was inviting you to Burning Man, right?
Yes.
I'll read Mr. Combs. You have anger.
I wrote, my family knows business. I wrote, I don't need you to be taking care of Kim and Gina. I needed you to put me first.
Please read these.
I wrote, you lied to me. She never went away. It was the nail in the coffin.
You meant Gina, the photo?
Yes.
In your civil lawsuit, you say Mr. Combs...
And it sounds like Gina was her replacement and she just didn't like that, right? Because according to Carrie, Gina was a younger girl and seemingly would be the replacement of Cassie. And maybe Cassie just didn't like that idea of being replaced by a younger, girl that would be able to, keep it up essentially during these freak offs. Maybe Diddy thought he wanted to trade Cassie in for a younger model type situation. Maybe he just got, tired of freaking off with Cassie. Who knows? And then Gina, and it upset Cassie. She said, straw. You won't replace me. Got angry. Left him and sued him.
Raped you in September 2018 after you had dinner at an Italian restaurant in Malibu, right?
Yes.
Did you meet with the U.S. on November 30th, 2023?
Yes, not the exact date.
In this meeting, you said the rape took place after Mr. Combs returned from Burning Man. You said he was acting strangely at that dinner.
I don't remember exactly that word.
Did you meet the U.S. on April 8th, 2025?
Around then.
This message to FB, who's that?
Frank Black, a name he used.
He wrote, I'm in an investors conference. We'll get back to this. You still have love for him?
I have love for the past and what it was.
After this, they took a sidebar, but then continued.
You wrote, I didn't mean to be a bitch. I just don't get the time. He writes, need you to be positive, correct?
I got sick of guys.
Y'all, I done dropped my damn chocolate. This is too much. This is too much.
Or not being one of your girlfriends. Let's get up tomorrow night. I'll do studio from 6 to 9.
He writes, can I hold you? Or are you just gonna break up with me? And you write back, we can embrace LOL. And you wanted to hug him, right?
That's what I said.
Did you have sexual intercourse with Mr. Combs that night?
I did.
And during that...
And for Diddy to be a Tootsie Roll, short man, he sure is doing a lot of good humping, according to Cassie. I'm just saying. Okay, to have a Tootsie Roll, shit. They sure was loving it.
Your now husband FaceTimed you.
Yes.
Your now husband didn't know you were with Mr. Combs at the time?
I don't know what he knew.
Later, he discovered it?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, but was overruled.
You didn't tell your husband you were raped?
Not that evening.
After Ms. Porter's memorial service, you wrote to him that you were going home. Why had he called Kim his soulmate? What was the 11 years all about?
Yes.
That was hurtful.
At that time, yes.
And after that memorial service, you never saw Mr. Combs again, right?
I did not.
He let you go, right?
I never saw him again. I don't know about letting me go.
You got married to the love of your life, right?
I wrote, we should talk and have closure.
Mr. Combs sent back a tear face emoji. He said, you were always my ride or die.
I thought it was nice.
You'd been craving that.
Before. I don't think I was craving now.
DX 1015. Mr. Combs wrote, want to freak off one last time. What did you write?
I don't want it to be the last time. I want freak off for the first time.
No further questions.
At this moment, the judge
girl,
asked,
wasn't she with her husband? I mean, how does her husband really feel sitting in the back of the courthouse? Or does, maybe he doesn't care. He got 2 kids with Cassie, one on the way. Cassie got $30 million, $20 million from Diddy, $10 million maybe from, I believe, the Intercontinental Hotel, which probably shut them out of business because they're no longer in business. So maybe, he's somewhere like, okay. Do y'all think that he might, I'm sorry, I got chopped in my mouth. Do you think that he might, like how Kevin Federline did Britney Spears? Because this is a lot of crazy shit that she's testifying out of her own mouth that she went through. Very fairly recent to the time she married him. This is crazy.
Asked the prosecution if they wanted to redirect, and it begun.
Ms. Ventura, you were shown this message where you ended. I don't want to freak off for the last time. I want it to be the first time for the rest of our lives. What did you say after that?
Yes, I'm horny. Just got over a UTI.
You were shown messages today in which you and Sean were kind and loving?
I'm horny. I just got over a urinary tract infection. Yeah. Girl. I don't think she thought this through. But her husband sitting in the back. She worth $30 million to the good. He done got 3 kids out of her. Girl, please. I don't know. I feel like Kevin Federline.
Yes.
Did those periods ever last?
At this moment, the defense objected but was overruled.
No, they didn't last. There'd be a downswing.
Were you able to cancel work obligations for freak offs?
I don't know. No
yes,
woman that could
if I was told to.
On the way back from Cannes, what did Sean do?
He played a video of me having sex with an escort.
What did he say he'd do?
He'd release it.
When you got to NY, what did Sean ask for?
A freak off, or he'd release it.
When Sean wrote, "You ready for tonight?" what did he mean?
Freak off.
After Sean wrote to you on August 18th, did you later have consensual sex with Sean during which your now husband FaceTimed you?
Yes.
Why did you cancel the tour?
After I filed my civil suit, I was overwhelmed. Addressing the past the way that I chose to was overwhelming. I didn't want to go.
Do you plan to file more lawsuits?
No.
Would you give the $20 million back if you hadn't have had to do freak offs?
At this moment, the defense objected but was overruled.
I would give it back to get my agency back.
Did he beat you during freak offs?
Yes.
Were you open to freak offs at the beginning?
At the beginning.
Did you tell him when you no longer wanted to do them?
Yes, more than once.
What concerns did you have about saying no to freak offs?
Safety, career, love.
Beyond Kid Cudi, what other musicians were you put in the studio with? Were you put in the studio with Nicki Minaj?
Yes.
You were put in the studio with Lil Wayne?
Yes.
And with Rick Ross and Pusha T? Am I?
Okay, we're almost done with testimony. We heard this. I just wanted to hear like the craziest testimony all at one time, just so I could, talk about it. Okay, review it. Now, I'm appalled. I'm appalled at the situation. Like, let's wrap up Diddy Day 7. Because I really don't think I could take much more today. We're going to wrap it up, try to wind it down to like another 30 minutes or so of the last testaments and things like that. Revival of the last things like that. Okay. So I'd like everybody to, give me some feedback on exactly what you guys got and felt from the testimony up until now. We've had a security officer from the Intercontinental Hotel. We've had a escort. We've had Cassie. We've had Cassie's mom. We've had Diddy's personal assistant. We've had Don Richardson. We've had another escort. We've had Cassie's friend. Okay. We're going to wind things down. with a few lasting remarks of day 7 from Law and Crime. My computer acts like it wants to shut down. I don't know. But anywho, it's still ticking. It's still ticking. Here we go. So we're going to wind down with a few lasting remarks from Long Crime Network. Go over there and subscribe if you haven't.
Racketeering case, who makes up the inner workings of this alleged criminal enterprise, right? The assistants, the employees, these are the people that you want to hear from. We heard from Cassandra Ventura's mother, very interesting testimony there. And right before they went to break, can't make this up unfortunately, we heard from a witness known as the Punisher, Sheree Hayes, this male exotic dancer who allegedly was hired to have sexual relations Townsend, criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor, and William Corman, also criminal defense attorney. Great to have you both here. Thank you so much for taking the time. Serena, I'll start with you. What's the theme from today?
Well, it's kind of what you alluded to, Jesse, which is we're now developing the RICO side of things. We heard obviously from Cassie about all of the sexual and domestic abuse that she had to endure. And now we're opening this up layer by layer into the inner workings of this organization. And so we're learning who else was involved and what their roles were. So I think the theme essentially is we're building this foundation for the prosecution to eventually argue these are all the players in this organization, and this is why it made up a criminal enterprise.
Well, that kind of goes into one of the questions we got here from Alpha and Omega Forever. William, I'll throw this to you. When do you think the trial will get into the evidence and details that makes this a RICO case? Who else significant will have to appear in court? And will Diddy rat out who ratted him out? A lot of questions there, a lot of different elements. But let's take it piece by piece. So I agree. I think that there has been testimony so far in the past week and a half to suggest transportation to engage in prostitution, people being transported for purposes of prostitution, intent of prostitution. I think there's evidence that's been submitted for sex trafficking, forced fraud, coercion, commercial sex acts, racketeering, right? Criminal enterprise, underlying crimes, people who have he conspired with to further criminal activity. I mean, do you think that there's enough here? Who else do they need to call?
Well, I think they've already started. I calling Diddy's assistant to the stand and by asking him questions about what he did, what his role was. I think that's clear that they're beginning to lay the foundation. And Cassie's testimony itself also had to deal with the racketeering. So to directly answer the question, I think we're already there. Racketeering is a challenging charge. I think that it's a tough charge in this particular case. But by setting forth who was in the room, how did people get from places from point A to point B? James testified as to how he would set up the rooms and the hotel rooms. And then obviously now we're getting into the Punisher's testimony and the like. I think we're there.
By the way, we have polls up on Law and Crime's YouTube as well. We have a poll up right now. Do you believe David James' testimony helps or hurts Diddy's defense? Really, that's an interesting question here, because there were elements to it, Serena, right? Where he said he didn't observe the violence, right? He didn't observe Cassandra Ventura being violent, but he talked about, you know, some guns. He talked about the Suge Knight incident. He talked about how it was Combs' kingdom and it was to do what he wanted. But you also have to wonder, how much did his testimony support criminal activity? And that's the interesting part. I'm getting word right now, I think we have to hit a quick break. So Serena, let's hold off. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Family presence that we were used to seeing, especially in those first couple of days.
Yeah, it's interesting to always hear who appears there. Okay, so I have to talk about the testimony right now. We can get into David James in a little bit, but we talked about him a little bit yesterday. Talk to me about Cassandra Ventura's mother. So we knew that she was going to testify today. What was her value to the prosecution's case? Let's start there, and then we'll move into the cross-examination.
Yeah, well, initially we had thought, and by we mean me, Elizabeth, thought that Cassie's mother was inside that courtroom. I spoke with Cassie's attorney, Doug Wigder, who informed me that the person that we had initially thought was Cassie's mom was actually a victim's right advocate. So when Cassie's mom came into that courtroom, I was like, yes, this is definitely Cassie's mother, because they look so much alike. You would think that they were just looking kind of at an older version a little bit of Cassie. But when she came inside that courtroom today to give her testimony, she just kind of walked up to the witness stand, kind of similar to how other witnesses have been doing it. But I think most notably, Diddy didn't really look in her way or look in her direction, at least when she had first entered the courtroom. At least when Cassie came inside the courtroom to do her testimony, even if it was on a day of cross, if it was on a day of direct, Diddy would kind of turn around and look whenever she had entered that courtroom, if he wasn't kind of chatting with his lawyers or anything like that. But as far as Regina Ventura coming into the courtroom today, it wasn't the same case. Diddy kind of sat while he was at his defense table, chatting with his lawyers. But a lot of the testimony as far as Regina Ventura being on the stand today was kind of in relation to just everything she had witnessed from her daughter during her relationship with Diddy years before. So she had essentially said that she had met Diddy for the first time in 2006, actually when Diddy wasn't Cassie's boyfriend. This is when Cassie was actually signing to Bad Boy. Regina just knew of Diddy as Cassie's boss at the time before.
You ever look at someone and think, how do they handle everything so well? Why don't things seem to affect them in the same way?
For the two being Cassie and Diddy began dating. They dated here in New York City, and then they had moved to Los Angeles together. And once they made that move to LA, because Regina Ventura, according to her, she had been living in New London, Connecticut for about 57 years. So she has roots here on the East Coast. So when Cassie had moved over to the West Coast, it wasn't the same situation, because she's all the way on the other side of the country, essentially. And so the contact and the visits weren't as frequent as when she was here in New York. But even when she was here in New York, it wasn't that often too. But what the prosecution really wanted to know from Regina was everything that had happened specifically in December of 2011. If you guys remember that time period, that's around the time that Diddy had accused Cassie of cheating on him with Kid Cudi and the whole Kid Cudi relationship. So around this time period, Cassie came home from the holidays. We saw an exhibit photo from an email from December 23rd of 2011, where Cassie emailed her mom on this email under the email address of Veronica, of the aliases that she had used. And she also attached Capricorn Clark, who had worked for Diddy, into this email. So I was able to scribble down just as much as I could as far as what all the contents were in this email, because this is an email that we had previously seen before. And so what Cassie relayed to her mother as well as Capricorn Clark was the threats that had been made toward me the threats that have been made toward me by Sean Combs are that he's going to release 2 explicit sex tapes of me, one on Christmas Day, maybe before or right after, and another one sometime soon after. He also said that he will be having someone hurt me and Scott being Kid Cudi, physically. And it wouldn't be at the hands of Diddy himself. It would be essentially kind of saying that it would be up to somebody else's hands. But when Cassie's mom was on the stand and just kind of responding to everything like that, she had said things such as, the sex tapes threw me. I thought he was trying to hurt my daughter. And then they brought in that Diddy essentially demanded $20,000 from Cassie, pretty much to the point that Regina and her husband, Cassie's father, took out a home equity loan for $20,000 just to meet Diddy's demand after he had requested money. And so Regina said that Diddy was essentially angry because he had spent money on Cassie, and Cassie was with somebody else, that other person being Kid Cudi, and that Regina had sent this $20,000 check after getting this loan from the bank to the bad boy account. But here's the thing, Jesse, it's just 4 to 5 days later, this check was actually returned to Regina and her family, so the money was given back to them. And this was something before the jury had even come in today that they were talking about in court outside of the jury, because the defense didn't want this testimony in. They wanted nobody to hear this testimony. But this testimony, so we did kind of know what a preview of, and so she had testified to that fact today while on the stand. But we had seen some more exhibits, those taken of Regina, again in that 2011 time period, of Cassie being bruised. They had mentioned that Cassie, her particular hairstyle around this time was that of a shaved head. Regina confirmed that between 2009 to 2011, Cassie's hair was shaved, and that's what the hairstyle that we had seen of Cassie kind of posing with some of the bruises inflicted by her then boyfriend, that being of Diddy. And so a lot of the big testimony, especially when it came to Regina Ventura being under direct examination, was about this $20,000 loan. Then there was another incident they had talked about, this one from this is from 2016. So this was around this was actually that same year the Intercontinental Hotel incident had happened, that essentially Regina traveled to LA for Cassie's birthday. Diddy took Cassie's phone after being mad at her. And then there was this whole incident where Regina called the police, and that Diddy gave the phone back eventually. Regina was screaming at Diddy to give her daughter her phone back, and that Regina even owned up to the fact that she tried to hit Diddy while the person in the middle of this was D-Rock, one of the security guards, was in this kind of trying to de-escalate the entire situation. But when it came to the cross-examination, I didn't even know what to expect for the cross-examination. But spoiler alert, there actually was no cross-examination. Mark Agnifilo got up on the stand and he essentially said, "I have no questions for you, Miss Ventura." Yeah. And then Regina Ventura was off the witness stand and done for the day.
Yeah, I think that's very strategic when defense chooses not to cross-examine a witness. There might be no benefit to them. There might be nothing they need to gain. They might be accepting what she says and just recharacterizing it. Remember, big theme in this case is it might be domestic violence, a turbulent relationship, but it's not sex trafficking or racketeering. Okay, so Elizabeth, I know I only have a few more minutes with you, so I want to move on to the additional testimony of a man we heard about last week, The Punisher. That's his nickname. Who is The Punisher? What did he testify to so far?
Yep. Well, The Punisher, when he had come in, didn't even realize he was The Punisher, because let me tell you something, Jesse. When we're seeing these exhibit photos of all the different men and the different escorts that were used during these freak-offs, or were kind of playing this type of role and these fantasies that were talked about during testimony, sometimes it's hard to be like, oh, wow, that's actually this person. So when Sheree Hayes walked inside the courtroom today, I was like, oh, they're going to have another testimony from another person who worked with Diddy, but that wasn't the case. Immediately, just right off the bat, he had said that his nickname was The Punisher and that he was a male exotic dancer, and I was like, oh, that kind of clicked. So he had walked in. He's a very tall man. He's well put together. He had an entire suit on with a tie. He's very built. And the first thing that the prosecution asked was just about the exhibit photos, those exhibit photos being just kind of a standard press photo, essentially, of Diddy and Cassie. And he confirmed that that's Cassie Ventura and that's Sean Combs, a.k.a. Diddy. And so he said in the fall of 2012, he was paid to create a sexy erotic scene for a woman who had called him. He said that he met the two while he was working at a club event, but it was a woman who had called him saying that she wanted kind of a present by her husband around her birthday time, and that her husband said it was okay if she were to hire a dancer. So the Punisher initially thought that he was going to be doing kind of a dance for women at a bachelorette party, but when somebody opened the door, it was, lo and behold, Cassie Ventura. He had said that she was wearing a bathrobe and she was a wig, and initially didn't even recognize her at first. But this was this first meetup that they had, again, expecting a crowd during this, but really it was just Cassie in the room, again, not knowing it was Cassie at the time. And then he was told that her husband wanted her to put baby oil on each other and create this kind of fantasy, this erotic scene essentially, and that Cassie handed him $800. But he had one kind of stipulation. He was told specifically not to acknowledge the husband or say anything to him. He said all the furniture was covered with sheets, there was baby oil and water off to the side, and that the Punisher and Cassie just rubbed baby oil on one another. He said after, while this was kind of going on, a man came out. He was nude. He had Astroglide in his hand, and however, his face was covered. And he says that during this, the husband, per se, was pleasuring himself and that type of thing. And the prosecution asked, was this man giving any type of direction or anything like that? The Punisher responded that that the direction was move to the side or position your body a certain way, and that this entire encounter lasted about 25 minutes to about half an hour, and that he actually didn't know it was Diddy or Sean Combs himself until later on. But he said after this whole entire encounter, he got more money, an additional $1,200. And then he was contacted again a few times, and he said he did this about 8 to 12 times even after the fact. And so that's where we would wrapped up when we were getting out of court for the lunch break. And so I expect testimony to pick up and go more into just everything the Punisher had kind of did during this entire time frame. Again, the husband that he now knows to be Sean Combs, and again, the woman kind of pretending to be the wife, and this fantasy play, that being Cassie Ventura. So I expect more testimony to come from the Punisher, but don't know kind of what direction that'll go into. Sometimes you just never know in this case.
Listen, that's what we're trying to figure out. So, you are our eyes and our ears in that courtroom, always giving us up-to-date, detailed responses about what's happening with this testimony. And now we're here to try to break it down and try to make sense of it in the overall context. Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much for taking the time.
You're welcome, Jesse.
All right, so now we get back into the conversation. Okay, so we have questions coming in here, Serena and William. Before we even go into what Elizabeth said, we have a question that came in, a super chat question from Nest Dog. So thank you so much, Nest Dog. Serena, I'll throw it to you. I'm not sure I completely understand this question, but it says, if Puffy's return money, is it still extortion? I'm not sure I quite follow that one, but I'll throw it to you, Serena.
I think the import of that testimony, of the fact that Puffy asked them or demanded the $20,000, is less about whether they made out the elements of extortion, and it's more to show how abusive Puff was in that moment. $20,000 for P. Diddy is nothing. It's chump change. But for Cassie and her family, it required them to take out a loan. It just goes to show the kind of control and abuse that he portrayed during that time period, which goes again towards the RICO charge of him controlling this criminal enterprise. And so I think that potentially the defense wanted to argue, we shouldn't hear this testimony, it's irrelevant. Maybe their argument was the money was returned and therefore there was no harm, no foul. But obviously the judge ruled that it was relevant to hear, and I think it goes towards the elements of the RICO charge for sure.
Talking about the questions that we have and money. We have another poll that we put up on YouTube. After the $20 million settlement against Diddy, should Cassie have pursued criminal charges, yes or no? Talk about that in a second. William, I want to go to you. We have another question that came in that I thought was really interesting. This is from the Gemini Lab. Why do you think the defense skipped cross on Regina Ventura? Was that smart strategy or just no ammo?
Oh, I think it was brilliant. Cross-examining a victim's mother is very difficult to do. I don't think there was anything they could gain from her testimony. I actually think that it was was exactly what I would have done. I think it's what most defense attorneys would have done. She painted a picture. She emphasized the domestic violence that clearly the defense had already accepted. The defense is almost essentially admitted to, and I think that there was nothing that they could have added in cross-examination. I think that she came across as a sympathetic figure, and I think that cross-examining her would have cut against anything the defense was trying to do.
I have a question from Amanda Tavares, but it's not for any of us, guys. It was actually for Elizabeth Milner, so I can't answer her question. But the question was, I have a question for the esteemed courtroom reporter, whose name currently escapes me, Elizabeth Milner. Given the evidence presented, what is her assessment of the defendant's likelihood of acquittal? So when Elizabeth comes back on here, if she comes back on here, if they should decide not to come back on break, we'll ask her that question. Here's a question from Alexander Mateo for you, Serena. Will they ever show any of the evidence taken from Diddy's homes during the raids?
I would expect that they would. I mean, I think that the evidence that was gotten from his home is going to support the sex trafficking charge, is going to support the lifestyle that they're claiming P. Diddy had and imposed onto other people. I think even the fact of the matter that there were so many bottles of baby oil, for example, and Astroglide, I think that shows that it's more. I mean, we used to argue this as prosecutors. If you recovered a small amount of drugs, right, the argument is it was personal use. But if you recovered a huge amount of drugs, now you're talking about a drug dealer, potential enterprise. And so I think that these are elements of the crime. These are tools of the crime. And I do think that we will learn about what was recovered, and I think they'll use that against him.
It does become a question what we, the public, will see, right? So there were portions of sex tapes that were shown to the jury. As of right now, none of us are going to see that. And I actually, even someone from the media, I would say, I understand. I think that the risk of that getting out and what could be done with that outweighs whatever benefit there might be for a public interest, newsworthy exception for us to see it. I get it. It's an important piece of evidence, particularly if you have Combs maybe directing these performances as alleged by prosecutors and the witnesses. But at the same time, this is just such private details, such sensitive material. There is a concern about getting out and how much the public will see.
They let R. Kelly's get it out.
A question here for you, Will. This is from Joe Midori. If Sean Combs is guilty on all allegations, what will be his sentencing?
Well, I think that if you stack everything on top of each other, he's looking at 100+ years. So there's so many charges here. Obviously, that's not what's going to happen here. If he's found guilty, there will be a pre-sentence report. That's how this works in the federal system. Each of the crimes with which for each crime he's convicted of, there is a range that he could be subjected to. I do think if he's found guilty of everything, it's going to be a considerable sentence, but it's hard to guess exactly what that would look like so far.
Minimum 15 years, right? Minimum 15 years for sex trafficking. He could get life in prison for racketeering. I mean, that's potentially what he's looking at. And, that will, right? I mean, that's exactly why there's so much at stake here.
Without a doubt. I mean, when you look at those numbers, they're sphincter clenching. I mean, this is a considerable sentence here that he could be facing here, which is why all bets are off. And his lawyers are going to do absolutely everything they can to ensure that he's found guilty.
Got a question from Stas67 for you, Serena. Another question, my question. Diddy found guilty of the RICO charges. Feds get all his assets. What happens to the lawsuits? Feds now have all the money.
Yeah, that is a fair concern. I mean, that's the standard situation that happens in a case like this. The feds will take on the money that was ill-gained, right? And so the lawsuits, I mean, it depends how much other money P. Diddy has, where it is stashed away, how they could potentially gain access to it, whether they end up having to place a lien on some of that, whether he'd have to sell his properties. There might be other ways to access different monies, but for sure the feds are going to want to take all of the ill-gained proceeds.
Remember I said we have a poll up? So the poll was, do you believe David James' testimony helps or hurts Diddy's defense? Remember, former personal assistant to Sean Combs? 62% say it hurts his defense. 37% say it helps his defense. Why do you think we see those numbers here, Will?
I'm not.
Palm Beach tan is my go-to for keeping that fresh.
Okay, well, there, Pam is a line crime, y'all. Well, I promise you, the goddamn testimony, just listening to it with the voiceovers is exhausting and depleting. God, like Diddy's RICO charge case has got to be like the wildest one I've ever heard in my life. I've never heard a RICO charge consist of all of this stuff that it's got going on. Considering that it was supposed to be a love interest, you know what I'm saying, between him and Cassie. Like, I've heard of ex trafficking, RICO charges and what those can consist of. I know how evil those can be. But as far as like this, the way that they're, putting this together is just the wildest shit I've ever heard. Like, I've never heard anything like this. And they're calling it an ex, trafficking crime. Like, I don't know. I don't think Diddy's gonna get completely off of this. If it's anything that y'all do know, the feds don't want to be embarrassed. Like, the feds have a 99% conviction rate. If the feds come get you, they come to get you. It's only 1% of people in the world that have ever beat the feds. Do I think Diddy has no shot at beating the feds? No. I think he has a great opportunity. I think he does have the best attorneys to do it. Do I think that they will allow Diddy to completely beat the feds? No. I kind of want to go out on a limb and say he will probably do 3 to 5 years in the feds. I don't think Diddy will get a lot of time. I think that they're going to give, now that I'm listening to testimony and witnesses and stuff, Cassie's lawsuit made us all believe that made us all believe that there was an ex-trafficking charge, criminal, syndicate thing going on. Now that they're in court, it's not looking like the lawsuit matches the testimony we're getting. So, I don't know. I think they might try to get him on some of the, transporting of a prostitute. You know what I'm saying? I don't necessarily think it's going to be much more. I just don't know. I don't know. But I will be here to the end to see.
Particular role was, what he saw, when he saw it. Obviously, the defense attorneys were able to score some points. His lawyers are absolutely fantastic, and they know what they're doing. That's certainly for sure. But I think that his testimony was damaging.
Got a question here from Zen Pai. What witnesses are the defense calling? Do we know? We don't know, right? We don't know, Serena. The witness list has been has actually been sealed. I'm not surprised in the case, given these allegations and the sensitivities, and also the allegations that Combs was trying to improperly contact at least one witness in this case. But who do you think the defense will call, or maybe should call, in a sex trafficking, racketeering, prostitution trial?
Well, I think we're already seeing a really good preview of who they will call and should call. I honestly think the more people that they have, well, I don't want to say the more, it's really a matter of quality versus quantity. I think when a prosecution is going to go forward with a case like this, they really need to parse out who they're going to put on the stand, who will be their best witnesses. As you can see, every witness has pros and cons. And some of the people who interacted in these freak-offs are not going to be necessarily the most stand-up people. And so if you're a prosecutor, you need to have the jury trust you and trust your witnesses. If you're putting up criminals or people who are really not going to make a great impression on a jury, then you
And
have to reconsider whether you want to put them on or not. The prosecution is going to put as many
to pour this tea. Get your teacups ready. I think the only reason why Diddy paid her is for her not to write a book. I think he just didn't want these details of his life outlined in a book for everybody to read. You know, it would have been very humiliating. So I think that that's why, oh shit, I don't want no goddamn book about this shit we've been doing, you know, type situation. I don't think it was because he thought that, you know what I'm saying, she would sit down and shut up and not file RICO charges on him. I don't think Diddy thought he would get RICO charges from that shit that he was doing with Cassie. I just don't. So
many witnesses as they need to hit the elements of the crime. And I think no more than that. You don't want to put too many people on and overdo it.
I think that they're really going to focus on the idea that Cassandra Ventura was, in their view, a willing participant, right? The more that they could try to say that she encouraged the freak-offs, coordinated the freak-offs, didn't object to the freak-offs, the more that they say consent, which could be a valuable, valid defense in this case. That's how you get against sex trafficking. That's might be what we hear. Remember I mentioned we have another poll. So after the $20 million settlement against Diddy, should Cassie have pursued criminal charges? Out of the people polled up on YouTube, 75% say yes, 24% say no. I'm not surprised by that, Will. Look, I think the defense spent a lot of time focusing on the settlement, right? Potential financial incentive for her to go after Diddy, but she settled with him and then cooperated with the government. I think my timeline is right about that, which goes to the question, what would be her incentive? To have to testify in front of him, put this story out there, face potential backlash from people online. Why cooperate with the government? I mean, it's not like she has a pending lawsuit, and the argument could be, well, you know, she would benefit from a favorable decision here. She already settled. She's got the money. I mean, so the idea would be, if she really felt that, or really believes, and it's true that these are crimes that were committed against her, why wouldn't she cooperate with the government? So are you surprised by the 75%, 24%?
I mean, I look at it this way. According to the government, a crime was committed here, and she's not the only victim of the crime. There are other individuals who are sex trafficked. My understanding is there are other victims who are going to be testifying. I think that one of them is using the name Jane. I believe one of them is using the name Mia. A third Jane Doe victim that doesn't have a name attributed to her yet. So from an esoteric standpoint, if crimes occurred regardless of a settlement against an individual, they still may want to go forward with the prosecution. There's another piece to this, which is she also conspired to some extent. You know, we heard James testify that he had a proffer letter, which essentially means that the government allowed him to come in, talk about everything he was going to testify to ahead of time, perhaps in lieu of criminal charges against himself. I don't think that Cassie was in the same position, but she potentially had some culpability here. If she was arranging these freak-offs, if she was organizing, if she was perhaps soliciting other women to come into the freak-offs, if she was soliciting men to participate in the freak-offs, she has some culpability here. So there could be other reasons why she was encouraging, or why she was encouraged to go forward with the criminal prosecution.
And by the way, James testified that he wasn't really sure of the details that were brokered by his attorney. He believes he signed a proffer agreement, you know, a type of agreement that gives a person some protection from the prosecution. Not surprising, in a racketeering conspiracy case, excuse me, Combs can't do this by himself. He can't operate this criminal enterprise by himself, and he's the only one charged in this indictment. So you imagine the people who, the employees, the security, the assistants, they would be questioned about immunity deals or proffer agreements or things of that nature. Otherwise, why aren't they charged alongside him? So I'm not surprised by that. I want to go to you, Serena. We got a question from Spencer Campbell. Does the $20,000 demanded by Combs show intimidation and threatening to release the tapes? That's a good question. So the idea, this was coming up before, in Regina Combs had demanded $20,000 from Cassie, released the tapes. He was upset she was with someone else. Does that help prove one of the underlying crimes in racketeering? Does it prove sex trafficking? Maybe not, but maybe underlying crime in racketeering, no?
Absolutely.
While they are paying bills, we are wrapping up the day with some concluding testimony and theories on the Diddy trial, day 7. We've had a lot of testimony go on, y'all. Thank you so much for sipping tea. When you come in and get your teacups filled up, don't forget to like and subscribe with your butt. Thank you.
It shows not only, like I said, that he was abusive and that he had total control over Cassie and her family, probably other people. But yes, it's another underlying crime, or at least an attempt at an underlying crime. It could be bribery. And also, if you think about it in more modern terms, it's essentially revenge porn, right? That he was essentially saying, if you don't pay me the $20,000, I'm going to release this pornographic material of you, which is a crime as well. So I do think it's
a
proof
crime. Yes, it is. But is it punishable by the lengths of law that y'all are trying to give Diddy's ass? What could he get? Time served for that shit? You see what I'm saying? And we heard the grandma say it, but did she prove it? She said it. Did she prove it? Did she prove that X tried to extort her for an X tape? And he gave it back. I'm not negating that it happened. It sounds like some shit that you would probably definitely do. But can she prove it? Anybody can say anything. I mean, this is somebody's life, regardless of if we don't care for Diddy. Diddy is, if we don't care for how Diddy is carrying along, these freak offs and all of that, it ain't my mouth. So not for nothing, I can say how disgusting it is. It's their mouth. It's their assholes. If that's what they want to do with them, that's their fucking prerogative. But I'm saying, as far as prosecuting him and then persecuting him, you know what I'm saying? You need proof. You need proof to put somebody away in the feds. You're supposed to have proof to put anybody away in prison ever, but in this country, we really, we see people go to prison all the time for crimes they don't commit, which is why they have the justice offender program, however have you, that helps people that really are innocent get exonerated. So not for nothing, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I heard grandma say it. I'm not saying I don't believe it happened, because we've heard a lot and we've seen a lot with Diddy over the past 30 to 40 years. But can she prove it?
Of the RICO charges.
Okay. We're always trying to figure out what the prosecution's case here, always matching what the testimony is to the elements. That's the key here. Okay. Question for you, Will, from Chris Bono. If Combs wants to take the stand and his lawyers don't want him to, what happens? He takes the stand?
Takes the stand. He takes the stand. Whether or not an individual chooses to testify is one of the decisions that an attorney can advise on, but there's nothing an attorney can do to stop it. So if I have a client who's insisting on testifying, no matter how bad an idea I think that is, they get to testify. If I have a client who I really, really think should testify, and it's going to make or break the case, and they refuse to testify, there's nothing I can do about that either. It's one of those decisions that solely belongs to the client.
And let me ask you this: you think he's going to testify?
That's a tough one. That's a tough one.
That's why people ask.
I don't think so.
Serena?
I don't think so either, although it is tempting to get up there on a case where you're arguing consent. A lot of times a jury wants to hear your side of the story, but if he's smart, he'll stay off the stand, in my opinion.
Serena, I'm going to go to you. We have another question. This is from Martina Masadas. After hearing today's testimony, do you think the justice system is finally catching up to the power and protection that figures like Diddy have had for years? Well, Martina, I'll say I think I know which way you stand in this case. I think a lot of people have already resolved themselves in terms of whether or not Diddy's guilty or not. But what do you think? After hearing today's testimony, Serena, do you think the justice system is finally catching up to the power and protection that figures like Diddy have had for years?
Yeah, I mean, that's supposing that he is actually guilty. Right? That's what Jesse is alluding to, that you've made up your mind, and that's fair. That's a fair position to take. I do think it's encouraging to see the justice system go after powerful players. I have said this for many, many years. I include even Harvey Weinstein in my opinion. I think that the justice system has turned its back on victims for a very long time in favor of people who are powerful, rich, and who potentially contribute to, favor within the government. And so it is kind of nice if they actually did have that proof against him, which it seems the proof is piling up, that they were willing to go full force against him and take that to the courtroom and let a jury of his peers decide his fate.
Got a question here from Leo Senpai, excuse me. This is for you, Will. Does the assistant's testimony, meaning David James, does the assistant's testimony about Diddy and Suge Knight squash the Diddy unalived Biggie talk?
I don't know that I can answer that. I'll say this. I think it was interesting testimony. I think from a gossip sort of standpoint, fascinating. I don't know how much it adds to this particular case. I really don't. But I do think that that component of Mr. James's testimony may become the lead story on tabloids, if you will. That Diddy went back home, got a gun, went back, and they were essentially hunting Suge Knight. I think that's interesting. I think it's fascinating from a sort of prurient standpoint. I don't really know how much it adds to this particular case.
I think it's important. I think it's important. First of all, it came up during Cassandra Ventura's lawsuit. That was the first time the allegation came out. But Serena, I think it's important because it goes to the racketeering, right? Look at this environment she was around. Guns, violence, threats, security. I mean, if you're thinking about why she didn't leave, and you're thinking about force, fraud, coercion for sex trafficking, if you're thinking about the different elements of a criminal enterprise that Sean Combs was the head of, this could be important. Even though it doesn't directly affect her, it makes up a portion of it, no?
It gives incredible context to the situation. And I like this information because it takes it out of the world of simply, the freak offs and the sex parties. I think that if P. Diddy is trying to argue that this was all consensual, there is a gray area when it comes to these freak offs and kinkiness and sex. Okay, but what about the guns and the threats and the drugs? I like the fact that the prosecution is highlighting other things so that it really gives a greater context and it colors in those.
Do you
those
guys
blank
have?
spots
They
with respect
do.
to just how pervasive the
I
criminal
believe
activity
they do
was,
have some guns
in this.
I believe they do have some guns. I don't know how much drugs they have, but I do believe they have some uns, right? They have some luns, because I don't know if we could say GUNs on YouTube. I don't know. But I believe they have some. I believe they got some from Diddy's raids, right? I don't know about the drugs though. Like, they arrested him with some. Is it enough to give Diddy the type of time y'all talking about? Life. Is it enough to give him life? I don't believe so, because they would have charged him with that when they arrested him. They would have said, oh, Diddy had a couple of keys on him, and we're going to add that to this RICO charge. So, he probably had enough for personal consumption between him and his freak off partners. Okay, so I don't know.
Enterprise.
Got a poll up here. Do you think the jury will be swayed to guilty by the images of Diddy's freak-offs? 74% say yes, Will. 25% say no. What do you make of that?
I'm not surprised. I mean, again,
I don't necessarily believe that. Hold on. I mean, to pause it so I can
trial
this
that we, the public, will never see.
I don't necessarily believe
and as you said,
that if the freak off tapes only show BDSM and him, directing, even if it's in like a get your ass over here. And she's like, yes, daddy. You see what I'm saying? That the jury of seasoned veteran in age, mind, wisdom people that more than likely are experienced in X, no matter what level it's on, they've had X before in their life, right? We'll see that as X trafficking. You see what I'm saying? Even, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't see it. Not with 4 black men, 4 white men, and 4 black women. I don't see them doing that. Anybody can have a moment with Cassie said she was his lover. She said she was, you know what I'm saying, somebody that always wanted more with Diddy. She wanted to be Diddy's wife. Okay? So, I mean, I know ex-afflict victims that want to be the wives of their captors. But not for nothing. That's what she said. That's what she said. She wanted to be his wife. She always wanted to step out from under the freak offs and step onto, over the broom and marry Diddy. So, even at that level of the highest BDSM, the high promiscuity of her and Diddy, all 4 or 5 days they was freaking off, just being the freakest of weeks, right? If nobody's in there like, oh my God, no, Diddy, please, Diddy, no, Diddy, no. You see what I'm saying? Then I don't see why they would say that they were doing it against their will, because that's what against somebody's will sounds like. You see what I'm saying? Now, if during the freak offs, Cassie said that he would physically assault her doing the freak offs, what if that was a part of their kink? Because after they got into the fight at the Intercontinental Hotel, he said, I don't want another, Friday like that. And she said, neither do I, Daddy. Laugh out loud. Laugh out. What's funny? If somebody that I was intimate with and I was like in a lover relationship, like we were lovable, we were lovers, you know what I'm saying? Not even exclusive or anything like that, but if he beat me stir crazy, I would not be nice to him at all. At all. I wouldn't be laughing. It would not be a matter of a joke to me. That's me. I don't know about Cassie. I don't know why she laughed about it, because it wasn't funny. You see what I'm saying? So she laughed about it. What if it was something that they just, had as a part of their little act they had on the road? It's unfortunate because it looks very much like, he was battering her. But if it was something that was accepted between him and her, You see what I'm saying? Then who in the hell are we to say that it was anything different? And she never called the police on him. So it's like, who are we to say anything different about Cassie shrugging it off until it became, it's time to get paid. Put on that act. Put it on, put it on, put it on. You see what I'm saying? So, and please trust and believe me, I don't care for Diddy. I never cared for Diddy like that. Okay. Not at all. So he was just never my cup of tea. But he's a human being and he deserves reciprocity, however you say that word. Okay. He deserves a fair understanding and outcome. Even if he does do things that I would never think about doing or anything like that. If I had $1 billion or no fucking dollars, I would not allow someone to pee in my mouth. You see what I'm saying? So what? But that's the lifestyle they were living. Whatever. What type of trafficked person begs for someone to urinate in them? That's just disgusting. Now you would think, ex-affect people have those type of, things done to them, unfortunately. And so do people that, are in the world of the BDSMs and all of that type of shit, into fetishes and stuff. There was a girl that went over to Dubai, right? She went to Dubai and she got paid $50,000 to have somebody defecate on her. Shit. He took a shit on her and paid her 50 grand. Okay, he didn't ex-traffic her. She willingly went to Dubai and had this done to her. You see what I'm saying? So I just say, if it's going to be what it's going to be, and y'all got what it's going to take to put Diddy in jail, in the feds, club fed, it's going to need to be some evidence, because right now this is not evidence. We, the public opinion, the jury of public opinion, or however, we're not buying it. And I don't care for Diddy. You see what I'm saying? Like, shit, if he did it like his ass up. I don't care for Diddy. So I, just don't see it so far with what's been. Y'all got escorts up there saying that they were in love with Diddy and Cassie, that sometimes they would do freak offs for free just because they enjoyed them so much. That's not them ex-trafficking people. Y'all, oh God, I'm gonna just let this play because it's just frustrating. Y'all frustrating. If somebody's willingly somewhere like, oh, please, girl, where my phone at? Girl, Diddy and them call me all week, girl. I know they popping. I know they doing something. They always got something going on. Where they at? Oh, shit. Who is it? Did in it. That's not sex trafficking. If a person is ex-trafficked, they are somewhere trying to be completely far away from anybody realizing that somebody may be looking for them. So, I mean, y'all, shit. I don't know. Girl. I don't know. My computer's been acting up all day.
Said before, Jesse, nor should we. It's some very private, personal sexual escapades that went on, perhaps that were coerced. And I think that the jury,
I don't know about the coerced. I have not heard coercion yet. I have not heard that. Where, you know what I'm saying? He's like having to intimidate people. You better get your ass over here and freak off with me and Cassie tonight. Don't you play no games with us. We'll come around there and fuck you up. I don't hear that. I don't know. Maybe the jury's hearing that. We're not hearing that with the testimony that's running back outside, giving us, you know, the minute by minute plays in the courtroom. We're not hearing that. I don't hear that. I don't hear coercion. I hear the escorts saying that they are anticipating the phone call for Diddy to call them because they're having such a great time. And they're not even charging Diddy no real money. And I'm very surprised at that shit. $800. This is Diddy. Like, shit, you better be trying to pull some Kardashian money up out that motherfucker. I don't get y'all. And then you got him in there freaking for 3-4 days? You getting $6,000 from Diddy? Girl. I just don't see it. I don't see the level of trafficking y'all are trying to get Diddy on. This is some low-level bullshit. He was not spending that kind of money on prostitutes. If Kim Kardashian can go to Dubai and get a motherfucker to give her, what was it, $500,000 to just show up at his birthday party? Y'all only pulling $800, $1,200, $6,000 out of Diddy for a week to 3 weeks? Are y'all crazy? That ain't no goddamn high level racketeering, trafficking money. I don't see it. I don't know what's going on. Diddy got money. He, you know, Forbes billionaire, but he wasn't paying the host that kind of money. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I think y'all want Diddy because Diddy done offended somebody up in the high ups where he's playing at with his money. And you know what I'm saying? They said, let's see, we know Diddy dirty money. We know that. So we gonna try to tie some shit together and see what the fuck sticks on this motherfucker. And he been playing all these 30, 40 years. We can find something on Diddy. And I think that y'all jumped the gun. Y'all should have probably tried to charge Diddy in state. Because I don't really see y'all having no Fed case on Diddy currently. I ain't seen no kilos, no real hoes, no... I don't know about the little guns or whatever. Is Diddy a felon? If Diddy's a felon, he can get drugged or gun fed time in the feds for guns, depending on what level of felon he is. I don't think Diddy's even been to jail. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, I mean, he could go to jail or not. He can go to prison for having some AR field if they're unlicensed and he's unregistered, because it's not illegal to have certain guns. I don't know about the state laws where he was. If they were in California, I know in New York it is. Now he could have went to prison in New York for having certain guns and shit in his mansions if they're not registered and he's not supposed to carry them for whatever purpose. But y'all not charging them in the state, and you're charging them in the federal courts of New York. So I don't know. This is very confusing to all of us. And not all of us like Diddy, because I don't care for Diddy.
Going to put them out there. That's tough. It's going to be tough evidence to watch, and it's going to be tough evidence to overcome.
Serena, a question from Ashley Glass. Hey, Jesse, will D-Rock be called into this case as his
Who
name
is
is mentioned?
D-Rock, girl?
I think
just one of
there's
them
a
niggas
strong
that Diddy had
likelihood he's
around
got it,
him.
right? I mentioned it before, Serena. How do you have a racketeering case without having the assistants and the bodyguards take the stand, be that connective tissue between Combs and alleged criminal activity. His name has been mentioned a lot, just like Bonds has.
The bodyguard or somebody?
I think the fact that D-Rock's name was mentioned is a clue potentially that he will be taking the stand. Again, I think the prosecution wants to whittle down the number of witnesses just so that it doesn't get overwhelming and so that there's no opportunity to have witnesses contradict each other. That's always the issue sometimes when you have too many witnesses take the stand. But I agree. I think D-Rock was close enough to the activity to be able to be an effective witness. Then again, we have to I would expect that the prosecution in prepping him would want to weigh the good and the bad that
so
he
what is D-Rock going to testify to? I know we're 7 days. We're actually 1 total week into Diddy's trial. So we're kind of anxious, right? We're anxious for whatever the hell Diddy could be brought up about Diddy. Excuse me, I got hay fever. But not for nothing. It's like, what is the bodyguard going to say? Is he going to say things in collaboration with what Cassie and the escorts have already been saying? Because if he is, that's not much of anything. Is he going to be like, yeah, I've done things for Diddy. I've hid bodies for Diddy. I've broken bones for Diddy. I've carried things for Diddy. I've carried out missions for Diddy. Like real shit, real mobster shit that y'all saying Diddy is. So, I mean, what is he really going to say? Like, yeah, I transported people for Diddy. I put them in a van. They came, I had to get them. They had to come. And it was against their will. They didn't want to come. We had to drug them to get them and bring them in. Yeah, I made, sure Diddy wanted. He always had to have what he wanted. We always had to make Diddy happy. If he's not coming with that, what is he coming with? Because if he's coming with that pussy pillow bullshit that Cassie and them escorts been talking about, we're not going to care. We're not going to give a fuck. Like, okay, so. Because we know what they could potentially be bringing if he's getting up there testifying against his boss. That means he's ratting on Diddy. So he better not get up there with no hoe shit. You see what I'm saying? If it's finna be some real shit, because if he gets on the stand, he's a rat, no matter what he talk about. No matter what he talk about. But, okay. In the court side of the situation, right? From the court side of the situation, he better come with some real shit to make a jury see that Diddy should have been charged with what the feds came for him for. Or if he's, if they make him subpoena, if they subpoena him and they make him get up there, then he better try to keep it to where the escorts and Cassie were with that shit, so he's not so much looked like as a rat in the streets, and he could still, if in the event Diddy gets off and walks the fuck out the door, he ain't looking at him crazy. Okay, so I mean, he gonna play it one or two ways. So, yeah.
Present as a witness if he's going to be too detrimental because of the fact that he might be too close to Diddy, he might give him a pass, he might say things that help the defense. The prosecution has to weigh the pros and cons of that witness, but I do think that he's essential to the narrative.
One of the reasons I love doing this lunchtime show, other than speaking to my great guests and taking amazing questions from our viewers, which we appreciate so much, is that the timing of this is great. Why? because we get to go back live in court. So court is back, and we are going to provide you real-time updates about the testimony that's happening. Again, no cameras, no audio equipment, but we're going to give you in real time what's happening. So the questioning of this alleged sex worker, this male performer, Sheree Hayes, the Punisher, has continued by the prosecution. They asked him, how are these sessions scheduled? Hayes responds, I'd be reached out to at 5 or 7 p.m. for later. They'd ask for a sexy scene, but I knew it would be more. How would it start? Hayes responds, baby oil, a sexy atmosphere, Mr. Combs would direct. Why is this important, Will?
Again, if Combs is the one who's conducting, if he's the one who's directing, that goes right to the racketeering charges. It puts him right in the middle of all of it.
Yeah, I agree. And it's very consistent with what the physical evidence is, consistent with the testimonial evidence. I think the jury's in a position where they're going to have to, where they might actually say, okay, we're confident about certain things, right? We're confident, right, Serena, we're confident that he abused Cassandra Ventura, that he physically abused her. The testimony, the video, the pictures, corroborating testimony. I think they also had freak-offs. There's no denying about it. It's just, what does that amount to? Does that amount to racketeering or sex trafficking? Those are the questions. So here's another important question. We got it from Mikey John. This is for you, Serena. Whatever Cassie's role was of either victim or co-conspirator, do you think there's enough evidence to convict him even without her? That's an interesting question. So if the jury says we're awash with her, we don't know what to believe, what not to believe. Everything else, well, can they convict him still of racketeering? Can they convict him still of sex trafficking of victim one, meaning Cassandra Ventura? What do you think?
I think without her testimony, it would be very difficult. You need somebody who was victimized in this situation, that being Cassie. We'll see who else comes forward. But I don't think a jury can find beyond a reasonable doubt that certain elements of these crimes were committed without having an actual victim that they believe was victimized.
Will, how does the defense, this is my question, how does the defense properly defend against transportation to engage in prostitution? There are 2 charges there with respect to 2 alleged victims. So basically, it's that Combs would have transported sex workers and alleged victims with the intent for prostitution. There's not threats needed, there's not force needed, there's not coercion needed. You know, she had testified that these people were paid, that she had freak-offs in different locations, that there was at least one sex worker who was used in multiple cities. How does the defense defend against this?
That he isn't the one who transported her, that he had nothing to do with who came to the freak-offs. We know the freak-offs occurred. We know, I mean, the defense said in the very, very beginning, Attorney Garagos in her fantastic opening statement, that the case is about voluntarily adult choices made by capable adults in a consensual relationship. So essentially what the defense to that would have to be is that he wasn't involved in procuring anyone. He came into these situations as they were, and as he texted back and forth with Cassie, he loved being in these situations, but he had nothing to do with bringing folks from point A to point B and didn't know who was going to be there at all. He also had nothing to do with paying them in any way, shape, or form. That's the defense.
So we go back to, well, the defense also said, I think in their opening statement, hey, he paid them for their time and experience, not for sex work. Maybe, you know, he enjoyed the stories that they had to tell and their companionship. All right, so anyway, continuing on with live updates from court, the continuation of the questioning of the Punisher, Sheree Hayes, one of these alleged sex workers. Prosecutor asks, how did the direction work? And he responds, Mr. Combs might say, sit forward, move the camera, or what would happen sexually. You know, one time during sex, he dropped a stack of money. He said, I like this S, okay? Then there's this one. How much baby oil did you use? And Hayes said, a lot. We were supposed to be glistening as much as possible. How long would they last? 4 hours, a lot of waiting, maybe 40 minutes or so. I was supposed to finish in a, sorry, this is graphic. He was supposed to, I'm gonna leave that part out. Just let's say that they completed in a very specific way. So reading that in real time, apologies. Okay, so Serena, as we're reading this, You have to wonder if it is quite intense and it is prolonged, and Cassandra Ventura testified last week about being urinated on, yet there was testimony from somebody who said she instructed the worker to do that. But you have to wonder, the more elaborate these are, does the jury say, how on earth was she able to actually consent to this? Did she really consent to this? And it goes to the psychological defense, that while on paper it might have looked like she consented, are there coping strategies at play? Are there traumatic issues at play? I think the more the prosecution establishes how strange and elaborate and intense these sessions were, it does beg the question, was it really consensual?
Right. And when you're prosecuting a case, you can provide as much information, evidence, and facts to a jury as you possibly can. But at the end of the day, when they stand up and go back to that deliberation room, it's up to them to think about all of it and to use their common sense and make reasonable inferences from the evidence. You can't put everything into their minds. You can only kind of influence them as best you can with the evidence that you have, and then ask them not to leave their common sense at the door. Go back there, and what do you think this 19-year-old girl was thinking during this, during these freak offs by this very powerful man? They have to a little bit substitute their own position and try to think about what reasonable conclusions they could make. So I agree, Jesse. I think giving them all of this information is so important so that they could dissect it later and recognize, hey, maybe it looked consensual, but nobody would have consented to that.
Serena, I'm going to give you another question because this is a question from abroad by Sarah Senna, and it's just so similar to your name. I said, why don't you get this question? Will the defense bring any witnesses to the stand at all, or only the prosecution?
An excellent question. And it goes back a little bit to whether P. Diddy himself will testify. He obviously, as William said, has the right to make that decision all his own. So he could be somebody who takes the stand. We don't know. That being said, again, on these types of situations where you're saying it was consensual, someone's going to have to stand up for Diddy. Someone's going to have to get up there and say, I actually saw it happening this way. It wasn't what the prosecution said. Now, the defense could try to flip some of those prosecution witnesses to make those statements. And I guess what we like to say is turn that witness into their own witness and have them support the defense without the defense having to put their own witnesses on. But I think by the close of evidence of the prosecution's case, the defense will have to decide, were we able to damage the prosecution's witnesses enough? Were we able to flip enough witnesses to our side? Or do we have to put on our own case and put some of these people on that will help the consent argument?
Okay, so we have more questions coming in. We got a question from Michael Mendoza. How can the public see the court daily transcript? Well, I'll tell you what. Here at Law and Crime, we actually have the show Scandal with Sierra Gillespie. She's actually recounting much of the transcript from each day. We also, by the way, are kind of experimenting with AI, and we're doing recreations of key moments of this trial using the full transcript. So everybody check out Law and Crime's YouTube as we try to give you an in-depth analysis of the transcript. Okay, question from, this is interesting. Will, I'll go to you. So we had a question for the poll. We had a poll for all of our viewers. Do you think Diddy will take the stand? 62% say no, 37% say yes. Will, your reaction to that?
I mean, I think we want him to take the stand. I think we as observers, I think we as the public would love to hear what he has to say. From a legal standpoint, though, my advice to him would be to not testify.
Yeah, I don't think, Serena, he took the stand in his trial 25 years ago regarding the nightclub shooting. It worked out well for him.
That's right, it did. He had a great defense attorney, Ben Brofman. Mark Agnifilo used to work with Ben Brofman, and so he's still kind of got that thread of great attorneys fighting for him. And yes, he did take the stand. I do think it was a very different situation back then. I think there's just so much evidence that he could be confronted with in this case, that it would be a tragedy for him to take the stand here. I think with a gun case, you can make certain arguments that are compelling, and the follow-up is not going to be as damaging as it would here.
So we've been talking so much about how there's no cameras, there's no audio equipment. We got a question from Vanessa. Why do you think the press hasn't been able to capture the photos of Diddy? We've seen photos of Luigi Mangione, but why not Diddy? Well, first of all, Luigi Mangione, they've able to capture photos of him going into court, but I think they've also captured photos of him in state court. I can't confirm they've captured photos of him in federal court, which goes to a different question, Will, right? Why no photos? Why no cameras? Why no audio equipment in federal court? What's the deal?
I mean, it certainly is frustrating. It has been a longstanding practice in federal court, in all federal courts, not to have TV cameras in the courtroom. It's something that, candidly, I don't understand. I think in this day and age, it's something we expect. I mean, the United States Supreme Court is hearing arguments every day that matter to thousands, if not, well, to millions and millions of people. And I think it would be great if the public were able to observe those arguments take place, all the way filtering down to cases like this. I don't understand it, other than the fact that it's just simply been the longstanding tradition.
Got a question here from Nicole. I'll throw it to you, Serena. You know, look, I will say one of the big pieces of interest in this case is who else will be named, or what celebrities are attached. Same thing what we saw in Jeffrey Epstein, right? Which brings you to this question. This is a question from Nicole. For example, if other celebs are found as co-conspirators, would they also be tried, or is this solely focusing on Diddy?
It's a great question, and this goes towards the idea of prosecutorial discretion. Sometimes there's an appetite by prosecutors to prosecute, and sometimes there's not. I think we can all think of instances in our lives where we know that something was wrong, we know somebody committed a crime, and yet they were not prosecuted. Sometimes the prosecution just wants to focus on the biggest fish of all, especially the feds. They like a good win. They do not like to lose. They do not like to risk that. And so if P. Diddy was the biggest fish of all, then they might just gather up all of the other people, flip them, give them proffer agreements, as we mentioned earlier, and get as much evidence as possible against the big fish. So depending on what they would uncover about those other celebrities, they may or may not have the appetite to prosecute them.
Yeah, and I never seemed clear to me that Combs was going to take a deal and flip and turn on people, because whatever deal he would have been offered, it would have been significant prison time, I think. And also, by the way, it seems to me the prosecution is very specific and narrow with this case, because if you were to go after Diddy, hypothetically, in a trial where every single allegation about him came to, you could bring up, right? He's facing how many lawsuits right now? The trial would take, what, 10 years? So they're very specific right now on what the charges are and who's a part of this. We have I just saw it right here. Where is it? Okay, we have an update from court. Will, would you like to have an evidentiary question? Would you help explain it to the audience?
Sure.
Okay. So this just happened in court. The prosecutor asked Sheree Harris, again, you know, this apparent sex worker, then what? He responds, she would leave with Mr. Combs 10 or 15 minutes. She'd return in a bathrobe and pay me $2,000 or $1,200 cash. Prosecutor asks, did you think Miss Ventura was enjoying herself? And immediately an objection from Sean Combs' defense counsel. Now, I know why they're asking that, right? Because they would love for him to say, she seemed like this was the last thing she wanted to do. She seemed like she was being forced into this. She hated it, right? Great for sex trafficking allegations, but objection, and the objection was sustained. Why was there an objection, and why was it sustained? Well,
there was an objection because, for the reasons you just said, the defense attorney certainly doesn't want to know the answer to that question, because what if the answer was no? It was obvious that she was in fear. It was obvious she didn't want to be there. It was obvious that this was the last thing in the world she wanted to do. It was sustained, I'm going to guess, because it probably called for hearsay. So unless there was something that the Punisher could testify to regarding how she conveyed that she was into it, which I don't think the judge knew the answer to, it wouldn't be allowed in. So anything that she would say to the Punisher during the course of the sexual encounter would be, I would consider it hearsay, and wouldn't be allowed in.
Good try, prosecution. Not today for the defense. It's interesting to see that back and forth. Okay. Broad from Sarah Senna says, oh, thank you so much for reading my question, Jesse. I'm so happy. You're welcome. Thanks so much for submitting the question. Question for you, Serena, from Beat. At what point do you think the prosecution's going to bring in mental health experts to explain why Cassie stayed? And let's just do a little self-promotion here. We did a whole sidebar episode on this. Came out yesterday. Encourage everybody to check it out about the potential mental health defense. I was talking to Dr. Daniel Bober about it. Okay, but I throw to you, Serena. When do you think they're going to call mental health experts?
Well, I think they have to definitely call a mental health expert to explain things like a delayed outcry, the length of time it took for her to say something was going on, and also her state of mind that must have been during these acts, and why she might have acted in a way that seemingly is incongruous to somebody who's not consenting to it. When is a great question. I think somebody like that, a mental health expert, is easier to kind of schedule, unless they're very busy, of course, but easier in the sense that they're not a witness. They're not somebody who's scared to testify. They're not 8 months pregnant. So somebody like that could be seen as almost like a filler, so that they can work around the schedules of the witnesses who are a little bit more difficult to schedule, and just put that person in there, whenever there's a blank spot. So I don't know when, but it's probably some time where is convenient for all.
I think it's key testimony. I think it's going to be imperative testimony to understand Cassandra Ventura's, alleged statements, behavior, actions. Which brings me, Serena, I'll throw one more question at you. This is from Leg 7K. It's the same thing. Will the psychologist take the stand and be cross-examined? Also, could it be possible more than one doctor on the stand? So we believe Dr. Dawn Hughes is going to testify for the prosecution. She had testified in the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial. She's not going to be able to testify about coercive control, but she'll be able to talk about coping strategies, why a victim stays with an abuser. Do you think so? So is she going to take the stand, and will she be cross-examined? And will there be more than one doctor?
Yes. So yes, I think that there will potentially be what's called a battle of experts, right? You'll have two different doctors saying two different things. And I do for sure think she'll be cross-examined. They'll probably cross-examine her on the fact that she did not specifically analyze Cassie herself. These experts are able to testify about essentially ideas and things that they've seen in their practice, but they don't specifically analyze or meet with the victim themselves. And so I would probably cross-examine her on that, the fact that she can't specifically opine as to what Cassie herself was actually thinking, because she never interviewed or analyzed Cassie herself. She wasn't there. She couldn't know. And then, of course, our favorite cross-examination questions, which are about financials, right? How much are you getting paid to be here? How much are you getting paid to say what you're saying? How much were you prepped by the prosecution, or on the other side by the defense? A jury definitely takes that into account. They don't love hired guns. And so it'll be interesting to see the battle of the experts when the doctors get up on the stand and see kind of who's credible and who's not.
I was on air the other day with Mark Garagos on News Nation, and I brought up Dr. Dawn Hughes' testimony, and he goes, wait a minute, wasn't she the one who testified for Amber Heard? Meaning, like, that didn't work out so well for her. I get it. Got an update from court. This is from the prosecutor. Again, question Sheree Hayes. Did you use drugs? Hayes responds, I'm not a marijuana smoker, but I did pull a Bill Clinton. I was handed a joint. Prosecutor asks, did you have performance issues? Hayes responds, having the woman's partner there, yes. The question then is, did the issues affect your pay? Objection. Will, what's that about?
I don't know. I think that. Well, I don't know.
I'll tell you what. We got another update from court. I'll give it to you. So the judge said overruled. Sheree Hayes says, I wasn't sure how they calculated it. One time, Mr. Combs threw condoms on the couch next to us. I struggled. It was a failure. Prosecutor says, what happened? Hayes says, they went out. He did something. She came back and thanked me for privacy. I don't know. What is this about? I'm still confused. Will, I'll go to you.
I think that it sounds as if the questions have to do with what does the Punisher need to do in order to get compensated is what I think the question is.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
I think it's irrelevant, and I think that that's why the objections may have been sustained, but I'm guessing.
Serena?
I think it's going towards the prosecution's ability to argue that Diddy controlled everything, and that if people didn't do exactly what he wanted Diddy to do, then they would have suffered consequences. Again, the question of, if you didn't perform this way, would it affect your pay, goes to Diddy's control over his compensation. That if he didn't act the way that Diddy wanted him to act, that he wasn't going to get paid, he was going to lose his job and maybe worse. So I think that that's what they're trying to establish.
Got a question from Philly PA Girl. Does anyone know how many women are on the jury? 4 women, 8 men. That's our count. Okay, got a question here from Abry Strauss. I'll throw it to you, Serena. If the prosecution offered Cassie a deal to turn evidence against Diddy or face charges for complicity, would the public be told?
Well, I think that the public would find that out just based on the cross-examination. I mean, if that's what ended up happening and it was disclosed because it needs to be disclosed, then as a defense attorney, I would be questioning her about that. It makes you what's called an interested witness. It gives you a reason to testify way to testify for the prosecution in their favor. So I think we would probably have heard about the conditions, or at least some of the conditions of that, had she been cooperating. But I think it's a great question, because I also think the prosecution needed to make a decision and decide, is Cassie a victim or a co-conspirator?
Going back to a poll that we put up on YouTube, do you think Diddy's family's presence in court provides him a sense of confidence? Will 65% say yes, 34% say no. So having a victim's family there, taking this poll stats, it does have an effect on the defendant, right?
Oh, sure. Oh, sure. I mean, usually whoever's in the audience has an effect on the defendant. If a defendant's entire family is there, that certainly helps. That certainly provides some sense of confidence. If the defendant's family is missing from a trial, it makes a person feel alone. Similarly, if a victim's entire family is there, that provides them with some confidence. And again, if none of the victim's family is there, they also feel alone. So I think it's those, psychological components of a trial that have nothing to do with evidence, but really have to do with how individuals in the courtroom feel during the course of a trial. I mean, trials are difficult. For everyone involved, for the defendants, for the witnesses, for the jurors. There's a whole psychological game that goes on that has nothing to do with what's happening on the witness stand.
Got a question from Chris Bono. I'll go to you, Will. Could too many expert witnesses be called that will backfire for the prosecution? That is too much for the jury to want to follow. Interesting question.
I think the answer is yes. I think, as Serena said before, the prosecution really needs to streamline their case, and you can have expert witnesses testify about just about anything and just about everything. And at the end of the day, at some point, a jury tunes that out. So to hit the high points with the expert witnesses, I agree. They're going to need to bring in somebody to testify as to the delayed disclosure. They may bring in someone to testify as to what used to be called battered women syndrome, to talk about why Cassie stayed in this very abusive relationship. But other than that, I think that they need to move on. I think it'd be a mistake to call too many expert witnesses. It always is.
I got one more question for you, Serena. It's about an update from court. So the prosecutor asks Mr. Hayes, what did you think would happen next? Hayes responds, I was worried I would not be used again. I hadn't done my job. He has said, I want to see you basically having sex with Cassie, and I couldn't. He was asked, are you writing a book? Hayes responds, yes, a self-help book about my ED, it's advice. In your book, do you write about your time with Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura? Yes, I call them a married, wealthy couple. How long is it? 6 pages out of 186. I sensationalize it. I wanted it to be enjoyable, highs and lows. What's that about, Serena?
Prior inconsistent statements. There's always a risk if you say anything about a case that you will eventually be testifying in, and that's somehow documented, whether it's in a deposition, in a book, online, it will be saved and it will be used against you during your testimony at trial if it cuts against what your testimony is all about. And so I think possibly the questioning has to be about, well, you didn't say this or you did say that, and today you're saying it this way, but in your book you said it that way. And now he's left trying to defend his words in his book, either to say, look, they were true, but this is also true, or as you mentioned, Jesse, that he kind of exaggerated certain things in order to make it an enjoyable book, and it's a work of fiction.
Serena Townsend, William Corman, thank you so much for taking the time, coming on here, breaking down the real updates, breaking down the questions from our viewers. Always appreciate you both. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jesse.
Now, we plan to do these lunchtime shows every day of this trial, taking your questions as they come in. And by the way, one of the reasons we can keep on doing this is because we get incredible support from our partner and our sponsor, Morgan & Morgan. This is America's largest injury law firm. I just want to take a minute to talk about them for a second in case you don't know who they are. Incredible track record. So they secured, get this, a $6 million verdict.
All right, tea sippers, we are done for the day. We're going to wrap up day 7 of Diddy's trial. I am going to leave off with this, okay? It's going to take what it needs to convict Diddy. If they got it, then they do. If they don't, Diddy can walk. And if Diddy does walk, well, what do you think he'll do? Do you think that he'll sue? I do. And let's hope that if that is the case, that's all he does do. Thank you guys so much for sipping tea with me on day 7 of Diddy's trial. I will be back when I upload, when I come back live. Y'all just keep y'all's notification bells ringing so that you can come and get your teacups filled up with Tanisha Talks Teas. Bye.
Thanks for watching. Remember to show your support by liking, subscribing, and sharing. It's a blessing. Keep your teacups filled and ready for my next upload. Until then, stay inspired and remember, always stay sipping.